want your love. I don't need your love. I don't want your love. I want your love. I don't want your love. I don't want your love. I want your love. I don't need your love. I don't want your love. I want your love.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
The crucible of competition. The eyes of the world. Goa, India, hosts the 2025 FIDE World Cup, where over 200 of the top chess players in the world face off in an 8-round knockout tournament.
This queen has nowhere to go. That is the end.
Excellence, perseverance, and stamina bring glory, national pride, and a spot at the illustrious candidates tournament. The globe's best chess players hope to add their name to the list of champions.
Ooh, he made a move in 1 second.
The 2025 FIDE World Cup. Let's get these games started.
After a storm of tiebreaks yesterday that saw 27 boards decided in dramatic fashion, calm returns to Goa, at least for now. Round 3 begins today, and classical chess is back, where patience, preparation, and precision take center stage once again. But the field is narrowing fast, and every round feels just that little bit sharper, heavier, a bit more personal. The early chaos is behind us, and now the true contenders start to emerge. Welcome to day 7 of the FIDE World Cup. Good morning, afternoon, and evening, wherever you are in the world. Welcome to the broadcast. I'm John Sargent, and joining me today are the wonderful International Master Jovi Hauska and Grandmaster David Howell. Welcome, and lovely to have both of you back. David, how are you doing this morning?
Good, John. I'm still recovering from yesterday, I must admit. It was a long day of chess, a lot of games, a lot of tie breaks. I went to a pub quiz afterwards as well, so it was a packed day for me. I just hope the players are feeling fresher than I am.
I'm glad you admitted that, because I was about to ask Jovi, do we think David being tired had anything to do with the chess? But he appeared to answer our question for us. How are you doing this morning, Jovi?
I'm also recovering from yesterday's excitement. It was full of those heart-pounding moments. You know, we saw our very first Armageddon. And John, I gotta say, in this World Cup format, I don't think the chaos is behind us. I think it's going to get even more and more intense.
I think you're right. We had the first Armageddon yesterday. Maybe today's not the day everything blows up on the board, but you know what? I'd love to be wrong on that one. For those of you who are tuning in and wondering, hang on a second, what on earth is going on here? This doesn't look like your typical Swiss tournament. It's because it's not. This is the knockout format of the 2025 FIDE World Cup. We've got 206 players. Weird number because the top 50 received a bye, so once you add 50 to that, it all makes sense. And it's a single elimination knockout. Absolutely brutal stuff. You have 2 classical games for each matchup. Loser goes home. It is that simple. If the match still ends 1-1 though, we go to tiebreak day, which is what yesterday was. And then we had all sorts of ridiculous tiebreak games where you could play up to an additional 9 extra games to determine who goes through. But for today, we're focusing on classical chess. Each player gets 90 minutes for the first 40 moves, and then extra 30 minutes once they hit move 41. And there's 30-second increment throughout. Here is our typical London train station cancellations board, where we're taking a look at seeds 106 to 206. The vast majority of these players are now out of the tournament. The lowest seed still in is Grandmaster Titus Stremavicius, who did an unbelievable job to upset one of our top seeds today. And here are the top 105. You can see a couple of names missing from the left-hand side. Wesley So, of course, out. Titus doing an incredible job. Hans Niemann also gone. And we lost Nihal Sarin yesterday. And Jan Nepomniachtchi also out of the tournament. I love this because it feels like we're playing Chess Battle Royale, and I sort of want to get into an FPS. This is a fantastic screen where you might see more names from this screen out tomorrow. We have to wait and see. No one gets eliminated today, at least, but there are opportunities for the underdogs, for the challengers, to take a potentially decisive advantage into round 2. So we mix things up once again, Jovi. We have the opportunity for some of the higher seeds to strike with white, for some of the underdogs to score an upset victory. All cards on the table again.
Absolutely. And of course, this particular game is going to tell us exactly what the form of the players are. We've had some players, some of the top players like Nordebek, Abdusattorov saying he's a bit worried about his own form. He doesn't feel like he's playing the best chess. Well, he's going to find out today whether he's leveling up or playing himself into form, or whether actually he's right to be concerned. And as you say, John, we've seen in this type of format, really anything can happen with some of the low rated players proving that in this world stage, they are there to match the best.
Oh, David, I've got a great question for you because Jovi absolutely hit a nail on the head that I wanted to discuss in today's show. You know how they say form is temporary, class is permanent. I couldn't agree more with that statement, but the truth of the matter is, in the middle of a tournament, form is bloody important. So if you're playing in the middle of a tournament and you know you're not on good form, you've got a big game coming up tomorrow, you've got no choice but to play. What things can you do to sort of break yourself out of that mindset and try and reset?
Yeah, it is difficult. It's very difficult. Often the best way is to just play these longer games, force yourself to sit there, force yourself to calculate, to try and get out of that funk. And often it does become a bit more of a shootout if you do go to tie breaks. We do see players who are out of form, happy to maybe agree to those draws, happy to decide it in the shorter time controls where they feel that their class will come out. The problem is that all the players left in the competition are pretty classy. And we've seen that some may be more tired than others after yesterday. So there's so many factors at play.
Yeah, some players are going to have had a rest day because they didn't have to participate in the tie breaks. Others will have been here for hours and hours and hours before getting a result. But before we get to the games today, we managed to catch up with international master Rakesh Kulkarni, who is live on the scene for us in Goa to bring us the latest news. Let's hear what he had to say.
64 squares on the chessboard and 64 players are left at the FIDE World Cup here. Today we start with round 3, game 1, and we have lots of interesting clashes. But before we get into that, let's have a look at some of the big upsets that happened in round 2. Jan Nepomniachtchi is out, Hans Niemann, Wesley So, Arvind Chidambaram are also some of the casualties in round 2. 4 of the top 20 players are out, and apart from that we also saw thrilling tie breaks. Pragnananda also won, Vidit Gujarati beat Faustino Oro. The Messi of chess is gone, no World Cups for Argentina in this one. But apart from that, we also saw one game go the distance. 9 games were played between Rasmus Swane and Rauf Mamedov. And finally, Rasmus Swane has qualified, won a thrilling Armageddon game, well deservedly so. Hats off to both the players for their stamina. And speaking of Rasmus Swane, in round 3, his brother Frederick Swane will play against Gukesh Domoraju. It's our featured clash. And apart from this, we also have Prague playing Robert Hovhannissian, and Arjun Erigesi takes on Shamsiddin Wakidov. And in the other 2 clashes, we have Anish Giri, who's going to play German star Alexander Donchenko. And to wrap it up, Vincent Kaimer will play an Indian junior, Pranesh, in today's round. We have 10 Indians out of the 24 still alive. 64 players out of 206 players are still alive. Everything to play for. Let's see and who's going to win. And back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Rakesh. Here are today's pairings. Round number 3, everyone hopefully bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, ready to go. And there you can see, as Rakesh mentioned, Frederick Swane will be white against Gukesh on top board today. I believe in terms of cameras, we've got cameras on all of the boards on the left-hand side of your screen today. And on the right-hand side, we get to play around and try and zoom in at 100x zoom on the webcam we've got in the corner of the hall to see if we can spot them. But big names all over the playing hall today. A couple of notable people absent, but as far as we are concerned, the majority of the big heavy hitters are here. And Robert Hovhannissian taking on Prague, who will be playing with the black pieces. David, both of them looking pretty locked in.
Yeah, they're looking focused, especially Robert Hovhannissian there. He will know that Prague had a very emotional day yesterday, very, very dramatic stuff. Prague on the brink of elimination at least twice, was nowhere near his best. We talked about form earlier. Prague's form a bit shaky so far in the tournament, but if he can survive today, he'll gain a lot in confidence. He'll go into tomorrow with white. I think a draw would be a decent result for Prague. Arjun also looks like he's getting in the zone with some of his famous meditation, Jovanka.
Yeah, he's meditating, just getting into that visualization, just planning out what the future is going to hold. Also, for Black, Shamsuddin Vohidov, he's there adjusting his pieces. That is often a ritual that you'll see top players and indeed most players perform. You know, they're just making sure their pieces are aligned, and the handshake. And the players not actually making eye contact with each other. Both of these players, they're young, they're tactical, and they mean business. And someone also indulging in that right is Gukesh, as he carefully positions his pieces in the correct spots, adjust them, and make sure everything is picture perfect for the game to begin. Well, he's got the black pieces, and Gukesh, you know, he was successful in the last round with the black pieces, so I think he'll be feeling confident, but there is a lot of expectation on Gukesh's shoulders. He's the world champion, he's playing on the home ground, and there is so much pressure on some of these young talents. So we're going to see how they rise up to the occasion. Arjun there, getting ready for that ceremonial first move. E4 play, David. As always, do you think that E4 is going to be the choice, or do you think Arjun is going to take that one back and go, I'm going to make some other move instead?
Well, I think any other player I would be happy to predict, but not Arjun. He plays every opening under the sun, and he even said to the dignitary there, he was like, I don't mind. Choose whatever move you want. And E4, very impressive choice by the dignitary. John, what are you expecting? A lot of quick opening play, maybe some surprises early on?
I don't know if we'll get 1G3 on that board, David, but if we did, I feel like that would count as a surprise, even by Arjun's standards. Here we see Giri Donchenko. In answer to what surprises we might see today, I feel like we have to cherry pick a couple, because it's the first game of 2 in this round. I do think we'll have fewer risks taken, fewer crazy games than tomorrow, for example. But if I had to pick where the fireworks, where the deviation, where the crazy things happen first, it's difficult to disagree. For me, it's a toss-up between Prag and Arjun, and I'm not sure which.
Yeah, makes sense. And there we see Benjamin Gladura of Hungary against Wei Yi of China. There we go, handshake. It looks like the games are about to begin. I'm especially excited about a matchup that you mentioned yesterday, John, that between Ed Dogmus and Richard Rapport. Two just fantastic players, two fan favorites. Of course, lots of fantastic players here, but yeah, I think a lot of eyes will be on that one later.
Yes, getting into the middle game there, I don't necessarily feel like there'll be sort of 2-move crazy tactics popping out of the woodwork as soon as move 10, but I can see them both steering the game into wild complications where just insane levels of calculation are required to navigate through the middle game. So once we get to sort of move 20, move 25, I'll be watching Erdogmush and Richard Rapport very, very closely to see what kind of fantastic and fascinating things they will show us today. For now, though, the games have started, so let's go ahead and take a look at what openings our wonderful players in this playing hall have chosen. Over to you.
And for bird's eye view, we can actually take a look at and actually see our predictions and see whether the players are going to go for something open, straight out of the opening, or a position that is a little bit locked in nature. And already on the top left between Frederick Svana and Gukesh, I'm seeing a Rosalimo on the board and D3 being played. So that game is going to take on a very maneuvering kind of nature. And also between Arjun and Vohidov there in the top middle, I'm seeing that it's also kind of going to be a Queen's Gambit decline. Now here it's going to be black to set the tone. You can come out with a bishop to b4, and that was going to be a little bit more aggressive response from black. You can perhaps play c5. That seems to be very popular as of late. Or we can go bishop to e7 and go ultra solid. So the choice is in Vohidov's hands, and Pragnananda, I gotta say, on the top right, I feel like he must be thinking he's living a charmed life, because he was teetering on the brink yesterday, as you mentioned there, David, not once, but twice. and it really just looked like he was leaving the competition. But someone smiled on him, and he finds himself living another round of chess, and he's on the black side. And d4, a very perhaps solid approach there from of Anisian. So that's kind of determining the top 3 boards. David, I'm going to ask, does anything else capture your attention?
Yeah, great calls there, Jovanka. The Gukesh game suddenly coming to life after White's last move. But speaking for now of the bottom row, we see Anish Giri play the English opening, symmetrical English with the 4 knights. We see that one will come to life a bit later, depending on what Giri does now. We see Pranav play against the French defense. He's gone for a very ambitious line with White. Vincent Keimer against Pranesh is maybe one of the most interesting to me because it was a Jabava London system, but with colors reversed, playing it against the Reti Pranesh, bringing his knight out very early. And whether that is successful, we'll soon find out. Gledura against Wei Yi on the bottom row. I've never seen that move before, even though it makes a lot of sense once you think about it. Pawn to a3 for White as early as move 3. It's very slow, but it does prevent the Nimzo Indian defense. So we'll see how Wei Yi reacts. He likes these long thinks as soon as he gets surprised in the opening. And meanwhile, Nodibek Abdusattorov against Martinez. That most likely is going to turn into a Philidor defense. And we'll come to that maybe a bit later. In the meantime, let's start with Gukesh, the world champion. You mentioned that board, Jovanka, but this last move by Frederick Svana, very combative. It's asking a big question already, and it looks like preparation, judging by his clock time. He's gained 3 minutes since this game started, only on move 7. And yeah, as you mentioned, quick action replay here of the Rossalimo Sicilian. Bishop to b5 is just the way everyone meets it nowadays. Everyone seems to be scared of the Sveshnikov Sicilian. Bishop to b5. Castles, they fianchetto, they push pawns, and yeah, I'm a bit surprised by this. It feels like Gukesh maybe has been move ordered slightly, Jovanka, but he's walked into e5, and now capture would allow a knight to capture, and there's pressure on this diagonal.
Yeah, and you're going to have to take decisions, right? You know, do you step up with your bishop to d7? Do you step up to defend the c6 point with your queen? And do you want those decisions really early on in the game? And that's something that Gukesh may be obliged to do. So before we dive into this line, can we just have a look at the alternative? Because if the alternative is reasonable, then pawn takes pawn might not be necessary. So if you just move the knight, because I do recall that once in my life I actually played the Sicilian, David, and we actively provoked e4, e5, and this was the response, knight to d5. I did it once. Funny enough, in the Women's World Cup, it worked out very successfully, but I just got the required draw. But knight to d5, what would White do?
That's a very good question. Like, if Black gets castled, Black is very happy, like totally fine with development. It feels like White needs to hit very fast with some kind of threat, some kind of tempo move. I would be slightly interested in d4, although I'm reluctant because the pawn has just gone to d3 2 moves ago. It's a good question, Jovanka. Like, I think this would be my inclination, especially if surprised, because the other line a bit more forcing. Queen to a4, probably nothing. Taking d6, Black just recaptures. Let's say pawn to d4, maybe.
Okay.
Bar drops.
Yeah, it drops actually quite significantly. So if you just ignore that, are you going to go c4, d5? Or let's just castle, get the king to safety.
Yeah. You're right. I was thinking about c4 type ideas, but I think Black uses this square to hit the bishop, and that's a bit awkward. Okay. Gukesh, surprised. Just to compare it to the other line, as you mentioned, like this one looks less appealing, at least visually for Black. Maybe you can sacrifice a pawn. That's quite typical in these ideas, but queen c7 and yeah, I mean, at the very minimum, White probably has more, but at the very minimum, White will just give Black doubled pawns and be pretty happy long term.
Yeah. You also have the tempo moves as well, potentially, right? With bishop coming to f4, although maybe you do have to be a little bit cautious. And I'm a little bit afraid of queen takes bishop with some kind of knight to g4 ideas, but perhaps white shouldn't be afraid.
Does look a bit scary, but maybe white's okay. Although, yeah, gets more complicated maybe after g5, and this would be crazy. I mean, this is Gukesh's style, but I don't think in classical chess, when the opponent's well prepared, he'll go in for that. So we'll see how he reacts. Probably just moves his knight, and we'll maybe check in later when Frederick Svaner shows us the extent of his opening prep.
Yep, and I'm looking forward to seeing how that one develops. And, you know, it's also quite interesting because the Arjun game, and right next to it against Vokidov, their top middle, I was expecting it to be like a bishop e7, you know, something a little bit locked down. And here we're seeing that black is already gambiting a pawn.
This is super trendy stuff. Like, everyone's playing it these days, this opening with black. Very quick action replay, because like you said, it kind of transposed to the Queen's Gambit declined when black puts a pawn on d5, and this is what Alexander Grishuk calls the main position. Like you said, Jovanka, like bishop e7, bishop b4, knight d7, c6, a6, h6, like knight e4 even as a move. Black can play anything under the sun. d takes c4 is one of the main lines as well, but c5 is the trendy one that everyone's playing. C takes d5, and not the old move with taking back, which would be the Tarash, not even the semi-Tarash with knight takes d5, but c takes d4. And I don't know what Siegbert Tarash would have thought of this opening, people changing up his invention, but queen a4 check. The idea is to take on d4, and now the black queen's vision has been blocked towards d5. He takes a pawn, and I looked at this like years ago, Jovanka. I can't remember a single thing, but the blue arrow shows me that queen a5 check is the best move.
Oh, hang on a second. I have a game in the database. This was the game that Arjun beat Wei Yi. Wasn't this in Norway chess?
Ooh, possibly. They did play each other there, that's for sure.
They did. I'm thinking this was the Armageddon game. And that game also went queen a5, knight c3.
Let's try and predict. Check. Blocked.
You blocked. Yeah, you have to block it that way because otherwise the knight falls. And then knight c6.
Yep.
Queen d1. Knight e4. Bishop d2.
Yes, this line.
And yeah, and then knight takes bishop. Knight takes knight.
Nope.
Knight takes. And then bishop comes out to b4. Rook c1.
Bishop takes
And
knight.
yes, bishop takes knight. And it's quite a long line, so you have to bear with us. So rook takes c3, and then queen a2. Yes, this is it. David, thankfully, has a fantastic memory for chess. And e4. And then this is where, after knight to d6, he went king e7. I think he was lost. I think he needed to go king f8. That was the game Wei Yi.
Yeah, now as soon as you reminded me, you're completely correct. This is known as a memory test line. Like, if black remembers everything, black is totally fine, but there are some pitfalls. Like, the reason king e7 is bad because now you've reminded me, Jovanka, queen c1, and this comes with a check, which is very nasty. Not just that, but rook to a3 is the kind of biggest threat to trap the black queen. So rook takes knight would lose her majesty here in the corner. No way home. And Shamsidin Vokidov has played this this move, queen a5 check. We'll see. Maybe this is just going to be 20 moves of theory and a draw. Or maybe it will be 20 moves of theory and Vokidov forgets something. And Arjun jumps on that, capitalizes. I'm going to say a bit strange, though, Jovanka, that he plays something he's already got on the database before. So Vokidov should have been well prepared by this against this.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think Vokidov will have looked at that Wei Yi game and said, aha, this is something that I can use. And if, as you say, this is like a memory test and then black has those tried and tested routes to equality, then I think Arjun is either coming in with a deep idea, which may not necessarily be the computer's first choice, but it's going to be interesting because now we have that so-called theory test, and it is going to be a heavyweight battle. And I suspect that the drama will be happening, as we showed, round about move 15, 16. So we'll keep our eyes on this one and head back to the bird's eye view and check out what else is happening. And just again, looking at the pawn structures, again, seeing that everyone has more or less gone for those unbalanced pawn structures, which means that everyone wants a fight. Isn't that right, John?
I might end up eating my words from the prediction at the top of show, Jovi, because I thought, okay, if we do see some risks today, I can understand that, but realistically, I'm expecting them to come tomorrow. The players are going to be feeling each other out, sort of getting into the groove, getting comfortable. And they still are to an extent, to a very large extent, but the choice of openings here and the choice of steering games towards imbalanced positions is making me very hopeful that I'm wrong in the best possible way. I mean, all of these games on the bird's eye view are showing us some really exciting combative chess where in a couple of hours time, maybe even half an hour, we're going to see potentially some fireworks explode on the board. So folks, this is gearing up to be an excellent one. I hope you guys have your drinks ready because this is going in for the long haul and there's going to be action right from the very beginning. We're taking our first break of the day now as the openings have been decided here in Goa at the FIDE World Cup, and we look forward to seeing you again in a couple of minutes.
Yes, he does.
Okay. I think you're very confident about yourself in general, is what I understand.
Not in something, depends. On certain things, yeah, not in everything.
If offered, would you reshoot the same cookie scene with Danny?
If offered, I would not do it again. True.
Are you embarrassed of doing that video?
Yeah, I think it was like it got out of hand as it went on. True.
Were you happy when you found out that Magnus has walked away from World Championship?
Probably, yeah.
Yes. But he has some more thoughts about that, so maybe you want to ask him some follow-up?
Did it make you happy because you think now you have a better shot of becoming world champion?
Not only, no. You just, I don't know, gave me this fuzzy feeling inside.
True.
Mm-hmm. Was your Twitter actually hacked?
Yes, it definitely was.
Okay, so that question also caused a huge reaction on him. So
it does, but it is the truth.
Maybe you want to elaborate around that, or?
Did it bother you, the entire controversy with Twitter hacking, and do you think it was a conspiracy against you?
I'm not sure about it, but it bothered me a lot for many reasons, and I'm not surprised I get a reaction, but I'm glad the test didn't show that it's a lie, because it's not a lie.
It looks like he's telling the truth.
Have you ever been nasty to your opponent? Like, kind of like a little bit evil?
Yeah, I think nasty is a better word than evil. I'll go with that.
Yeah, you touched a really a bad point there. He has some huge reaction on it, so he immediately remembered.
Some incidents came to your mind, yeah?
No, but okay, it's normal. You are like nothing out of ordinary, just a competitive game, so.
Has this ever happened to you?
Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online. Wow! Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup, live from Goa. The openings have been decided here. In the third round, 64 players are battling for their opportunity to get a fairly strong chunk of change. That's $2 million in the prize pot. One of 3 candidate spots available to be won in this tournament. And of course, the absolute honor of being declared World Cup champion. For now, though, we are probably still in the opening phase on the majority of boards, but we are seeing some very, very spicy chess and some rather entertaining positions. I am at the point where I've got no idea what is preparation, what is fireworks, what is theory, what is seat of your pants anymore. So, David, I'm going to need a bit of help with this, please.
Yeah, it's often hard to tell, right, with these top grandmasters. I think we are at that moment in play now where they've been going around 20 minutes, where a lot of players finally are on their own or trying to recall opening theory at least. But some are definitely still in book, in their preparation. Most boards around the 7-8 move mark, but one board is at move 21. That's on the bottom row between Swedish number 1 Nils Grandelius and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov, who always promises us a show. And here we see Nils is the one thinking with white. He's down to 1 hour 24, so he's lost about 6 minutes if we don't count the increment. Mamedyarov, meanwhile, has gained 6 minutes since this game began, and we see another move being played very quickly. Jovanka, we're going to have to jump in because this is really hardcore modern theory at its finest.
Yes, and actually this particular game has many levels because I checked on the database. There had only been one game that had potentially reached this position, and that was the game between Maxime Vachier-Lagrave against Yas Khan Adomush. Now, who is the trainer of Yas? Well, none other than Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. And Maxime Vachier-Lagrave had unleashed his preparation for this event. You know, it had been old analysis that he'd done, and he'd managed to unleash it for the first time in the FIDE Grand Swiss in that particular game. And it does seem like Shak has perhaps anticipated this twist. And of course, you know, he's a big proponent of this particular line in the Spanish. And so he knows when there is a chink in the armor, he needs to repair it. And that looks like exactly what Shak has done, because Shak is the one that is having that lead in time.
Yeah, as you said, Shakira Mamajarov is the world's leading expert in the open Spanish nowadays. That was marked by Black taking a pawn on e4 very early, which not many people, including myself, are brave enough to do. And this is where Shakira, in that game and in others, has introduced, instead of the old move d3, he's introduced taking on c3, trying to get the queens off. And after some trades, White says, okay, I'm not going to just take back the pawn, allow a queenless position. I'm going to attack this knight. That's a nasty, nasty threat. Black has to defend it with the queen, otherwise it's just a bit awkward, that pin. Bishop to g5 is intended to stop Black castling queenside. And here, castling kingside the other way does allow White to set up some dangerous attacks along some diagonals. So h6 played. Queen c2 is the big idea that was introduced a few years ago. I've seen Magnus Carlsen play this, for example. Double exclamation mark. It's brilliant if you come up with it over the board, but home preparation, maybe less brilliant. We'll give that one to Stockfish. And the whole idea is that after h takes g5, rook d1, it's hard for Black's queen to move now. She's only got a couple of safe squares, and either way, if she moves, she'll drop her knight with a check and a double attack. So counter-strike, knight to b4 here, attacking the white queen. White's queen steps up, only move. And this bishop is dropping. This queen is attacked. The rook in the corner is attacked. It's a triple threat here. Black therefore gives up one of the pieces at least. Bishop takes pawn check. Might as well get the highest price possible for that piece. King takes, and now everything gets saved by knight to d5, blocking the central file. And this queen to c1 move, I believe, was Maxime Vachier-Legrav's novelty in that game against Dogmush at the Grand Swiss. So very, very recent. And like you said, Mamajarov definitely aware of that one. Will have studied it in detail. So I'm going to say brave choice by Nils Grandelius. It really surprised me, this move. I thought the white queen should be going forward. Why would it go back? But sometimes it's going to be taking this pawn. Black castles. White just plays h3. And like you said, f5 was played in that game. Although I think Dogmush was surprised at the time. g4 is the improvement, the novelty by Mamajarov. And after a capture, he only plays c6. Doesn't even take back because his knight would have been hanging. And Jovanka, what do you make of this? Like, mind games, at least, before we delve into the moves themselves. Like, surely this is high risk from Nils Grandelius with White, playing into something the opponent's definitely studied in detail.
Yes, it is high risk, and it's also the kind of position that Shaq thrives in. You know, it's messy, it's complicated. Both sides have unsafe kings, let's face it. It is risky, but, you know, Niels is also a risky player. Whenever I've seen him play, he's highly theoretical. He likes those active positions, and I'm not surprised. But yeah, it's an interesting kind of bluff situation. Did Grandelius choose this particular variation, thinking that he could catch Mamajarov unawares? But of course, I agree with you that is something to be expected. You would expect Mamajarov to start repairing a line that has been tested. So yeah, I'm expecting Niels to just start playing with the pieces now. I mean, there's not that much to do. It's a wild position. You have to maximize the value of every single piece. So I'm expecting, I mean, you got to think not about the end game. It's more about, I'm just thinking queen c5. I mean, you mentioned it earlier on, and I with c6 on the board, there's really nothing to stop the queen now coming to c5, you know, just to avoid Black actually posting the queen up to a7. But it's a wild one, David.
Yeah, and that word, Jovanka, wild, that's associated with Shakira Mamajarov. So deep inside, like, Nils must be thinking, whoops, I've walked into an opening surprise. He's scratching his head there. He doesn't look happy with the white pieces. 22 moves in, his opponent's only gained time. He's gone into his opponent's comfort zone. Like, Nils, like you said, likes his complications, but these days plays much more solid chess. I just think this is the type of position as well. Like, if you've clicked through it on a computer, that's one thing, but you don't gain any sense of understanding. Often there's like two different types of position. One, slow positional, where if the computer says you have 0.5 advantage, you're like, okay, that's fine. I'll figure it out over the board. No risk. This is the type of position where you really need to know what you're doing. Otherwise it could get really, really scary for the white king. And I wouldn't be surprised if he ends up putting the king on g3 in the near future. That's how risky it is. But yeah, we'll check back in perhaps a bit later once Nils has tried to figure out what's going on. I'm going to say that this one is probably not going to be the longest game of the round. I think it might be decided quite quickly just because of how fast they played up to this point. But yeah, we'll keep everyone up to date.
Yes,
Okay.
and you know, I'm a big fan of opposite side castling, David. So looking in the bottom row, I'm also attracted to the game between Nordebek Abdusattorov against Jose Martinez. And there it seems like what is happening? You know, first up, we're seeing bishop c4, you know, giving up the exchange in the middle of the board. But white is about to take all the light squares if black even dreams about capturing that rook.
Yeah, brilliant move. We've seen a few of them today already, and some of them are opening prep. This one's hard to tell, right? Like, he spent a bit of time, Nordebek, not too much time, but Jose Martinez is definitely, definitely thinking about things now. Spent 4.5 minutes. Very quick action replay, again, of this opening, because it's actually quite important for anyone who plays the Philidor defense with white or with black. E4, D6, D4. Often they play knight F6 first, but E5. Not taking this pawn and swapping off the queens early. He instead brought his knight out, Nordebek. And this move, I used to play G3, just very quiet stuff. I've played bishop E2, just getting the pieces out. I think it was Negi, Paramajan Negi, who wrote some books on E4, and he was the one to suggest this bishop F4 move, saying, okay, in the French, in the Philidor, in a few openings, you just very quickly get castled queenside, and you get a big attack. So here, queen to D2. There's no pressure on the white center yet, so you can afford to castle. Take. Black still needs to get some pawns rolling to storm the white king. So we see this all being played. C5, apparently the only move, which is already crazy. White is a bit faster in the attack, maybe. C5 in order to get this B4 move. And Ivanka, I must admit, I've never seen this exchange sacrifice before, but now I'm wondering why I haven't, because it just looks so nice and like such a beautiful concept for white. Like you said, bishop takes bishop, and white has full board control with this one piece alone.
Yeah, and also, this is what I wanted to just indicate. What you're doing with the arrows is just simply that white has a free hand to start attacking on the king side. And the pawn push G6, yep, you kind of guessed my thoughts, because it's all about pushing pawns, and that is what I like best. Whereas black is going to be a whole lot slower. And let's... Sorry, my screen went black for a second. And well, I hope that's not bad news for the player of the black pieces. But what's really important here is the value of the pieces and what they do. And I think that rook on d5 is untouchable, because otherwise black's attack on the queen side is stymied. And what black really wants to be doing is just setting up a kind of a line, just open up a line in order to infiltrate with the pieces. So this is a bit weird for me, because normally I'd be advocating for grabbing that extra material and then holding on, clinging on for dear life, but I'm not going to be suggesting that here. Instead, I think that Jose Martinez, he's surprised. He's thinking how he react, and maybe I have to just think about it a little bit as well, because if black were to go A5, A4, A3, where is the line that is going to be opened?
Yeah, very good question. I think A5, A4, and then either B3 or A3, one of the two, just to try and open some lines. It has to be that, right, for black. What else? And just worth noting there that Jose Martinez, he's got 100% accuracy so far. So as black, that's never a bad sign normally after 15 moves, but it's one of those positions where the accuracy is almost guaranteed to tumble because there's so many options. Just to put your line on the board, probably taking feels bad, especially if the black rook moves, because now white just puts a pawn on g5, and I think this is just one sample variation to show that white's attack is way too strong with like g6, and I say that and the eval bar says not too impressed. This just looks like checkmate against the black king. White king will happily hide on the light squares, Okay, now it reacts. But Jovanka, maybe the idea is just to leave the tension and, like you said, a5, a4, and I don't know whether it's b3. This I think in my eyes is the critical position.
But this is the whole nice point about bishop sitting there on c4, because when b3 comes, you're not going to be capturing on b3 with the a pawn because that slides into black's plans. But what you're going to be doing is capturing with the c pawn, or even going, and then going a3, or bishop takes b3 even. I mean, you got your pick. Either way, black is not, okay, not that one because maybe c4, but a3, queen takes b3. I mean, I think I would just go a3 and then that was it. Play it safe.
Yeah, super safe, and white has the advantage. Queen takes b3 also. So yeah, we'll come back to this game, but I mean, I'm glad you picked it out, Jovanka. This was a great shout because the kings, they're both looking fine at the moment, but both probably a bit nervous. They see on the horizon that the enemy army is starting to get organized, starting to kind of eye up that attack, and we're almost guaranteed to see a pawn storm on, mutual pawn storm on opposite flanks, as Jose Martinez spending time for the first occasion in this game. And okay, our prediction game was on point. Grandelius, he actually brought his knight forward to d4, but the Arjun Erigaisi game, that's the memory test we talked about earlier, that should result in equality if Vokidov knows what he's doing, but spending a bit of time there. Jovanka, maybe we just go briefly into Robert Hovhannisyan against Pragnananda, because we see some back rank tricks, some tactics.
Yeah, let's head there. And both of these players actually played tie breaks. And Robert, though, played round 1. Do you think he's going to start feeling the tiredness whatsoever? Because yesterday felt like a really tense day. You know, so many heart-pounding moments. I mean, so much tension in the air and all the emotions as the players found themselves on the brink of being eliminated. And that has to be draining, right? And for Robert, he played in round 1. He's now in round 3, playing against Pragnananda, who also had a roller coaster of a day.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that, Jovanka, because they've both played 8 games up to this point, despite the fact that Robert has played 1 extra round compared to Prag. Prag had 8 games yesterday, or 8 games in his round 2 match against Kuibakorov. And Robert, across the 2 tie breaks he's played so far, 8 in total. And wow, I'm glad we jumped in here because that's a queen sack. That is our first queen sack of the day. We didn't have to wait long in the Hare Krishna game in round 2. I'll just backtrack 1 move because it looked like a just totally normal position 1 move ago. White played this cool move, flashy stuff, bishop to c7, due to the fact that queen takes bishop would get mated on the spot, back rank mate. And now I understand. I was looking at this game earlier. I was like, why did white use his a rook, not his f rook, to go to e1? It's because rook takes rook never ever comes with a check, which is maybe a bonus. And white would have time to take the black queen. But knight takes d3, Jovanka. Help me out with the counting, because that's a queen, that's a rook. White's taken a bishop already. This is a weird material imbalance that I'm struggling to comprehend.
Yes, I like the way that you said this is our first queen sacrifice of the day. So we expect 1 every single round. Thank you very much. And despite them being like gold dust normally, but yeah, okay, let's dive in. Let's have a look at what happens. Bishop takes queen, knight takes rook, and this is why Prag actually spent a lot of time thinking. How many times have you sacrificed your queen for a positional compensation? Or for like a material imbalance?
I've done it maybe a handful of times in my career, but never after just 8 minutes of thought. Normally it takes me like 30 minutes to pluck up the courage, and then I might go for it. Or normally I'm forced into it, otherwise I'm losing or worse. And I realize, it's got to be done. But here, like, this is wild. Like, I don't even know. White has queen g3, queen f4, queen back to d1. White has a lot of moves, and right now it's rook and bishop for a queen. So black's a bit of material down.
Yeah.
Wow. Queen d1.
Queen d1, I like that one. Hunt the knight. Rook takes bishop. Because... Yep. No, you don't... No, rook takes bishop is not possible, is it? Because what I was trying to think about was like, did black have ideas such as d4? But there's going to be issues with the back rank.
Yeah, let's show that. Like d4. There's no threat right now, I guess, because this pawn is pinned. So maybe just a3. And if the bishop goes back, then, like you said, problems with the back rank. Queen takes pawn, for example. Yeah, this type of idea. Maybe that's better for white along the way. But queen d1, maybe black's knight, since it's doomed, it's that kind of it's that kamikaze knight, right? Just give it up since the bishop is attacked anyway. Maybe knight takes g2.
Yes. Okay, so now
this is so complicated.
It's very complicated because I'm also tempted to save the bishop on d8 to go. Yes, this is exactly what I was thinking. And if you take on h3, then there's like king h2 or maybe queen h5 ideas, and or queen f3. Yes, queen f3 is also good enough.
Yeah. Therefore, black cannot take on h3. Black has to go like h6 or... Oh my god, this is so weird. And now if the bishop tries to move, then the black knight gets out. So bishop takes pawn, and the black knight probably runs. And no, actually probably the black knight doesn't run because of queen d4 ideas. But after pawn, like maybe take? Oh, what's black's move? I don't understand, Jovanka. It's so wild, and they haven't even spent that much time each. Is this preparation? I'm so confused.
This is weird. Is it something to do with bishop takes knight, maybe?
Bishop takes c3.
Yeah. No, there's not the answer either. I was seeing if you could kind of solidify with pawn takes bishop and just keep the black king stable, but
maybe rook e6. Oh my god.
But this is weird as well because of queen d4 ideas. No, that loses.
I mean, why it loses is beyond me. Maybe bishop f8 is one move, but probably not the best. Wow. Oh wait, maybe just bishop takes c3 actually.
Okay. Yes.
And and at the very end, black has bishop takes pawn.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting into the weeds here. We're getting into some crazy variations, but I mean, Pragg, he spent 8 minutes before giving up his queen. He's worked this all out, or it's preparation, I think, or maybe a mix of both. Maybe it's like old preparation. This opening's supposed to be just equal, boring. Like 4-night Scotch is supposed to have the most drawish reputation ever, but somehow it's come to life. The players have made it exciting for us.
They have, and just to kind of see, is white obliged to go bishop takes queen? Could you just go queen takes knight and just go, haha, no queen sacrifice for you?
Yeah.
Or maybe, I don't know whether you need to take with the queen, but yeah.
Yeah, maybe take with the pawn. I think the difference is the reason Pragg gave up his queen and felt obliged to give it up was because if the queen had moved, and white has ideas like bishop to f5, I don't know if you want to play this move, but to continue harassing the queen, black's knight probably has to throw itself in the way now. Otherwise, there are those back rank problems. So at least with knight takes bishop, pawn takes, at least the black queen can just move now, I guess. And black has the bishop pair long term. Eval Bar says tiny edge for white. I think this is the risk-free one for Robert, but if he takes the queen, we're in for some fun, some fireworks.
Yes.
It's gonna be...
And this is a question, maybe we can get Rakesh to ask Pragg if he manages to get an interview with him, So, Pragg, was this or was this not preparation? That's what we want to be knowing. Because who knows, there might be something else going on in the background, right? Maybe Pragg is like, I'm known as a positional player. Maybe I need to start playing a little bit more risky chess to become a completely universal player, and so he's making a conscious effort to play into that type of chess. Again, yesterday we saw him off the cuff freestyle a piece sacrifice, which did not work for him.
That's true. Yesterday, Pragg, he kept losing with white, right? He managed to save that one with a piece sacrifice, but then he lost with white a bit later, had to win with black. Maybe he's still in the mindset, like, I have to win with black, even though it's back to classical, back to a two-game match here. So maybe still in that risk-taking mindset. Nice to see, though. This is going to be a lot of fun to follow, this game.
Yes, I agree. I agree. Oh, we're going to keep our eyes on that, especially if white captures the queen. We are going to be following every single move. And back to the bird's eye view. And, well, going to the game of Grandelius and Mamajarov, I'm seeing that we kind of predicted it with queen coming to c5 and knight to d4. It's still cray-cray. It's totally wild. I don't think anyone other than the computer can give an objective assessment. So let's let that one brew for a little bit. And maybe we can cast our eyes on the game between Vincent Kaimer and Pranesh. And that one feels a lot more solid, David. A lot more certain.
Exactly. We've had enough of the opposite side castling, the queen sacks. Let's go to a more positional battle. Just to mention that Arjun Arigaisi as well against Vokidov. Vokidov improved with king to f8 over the Wei Yi game we mentioned earlier. So it looks like Vokidov knows what he's doing against Arjun. That should be level. We'll check back in later if Arjun can create any magic. In the meantime, this game, Jovanka, it's 11 moves, but I just want to point out, if we go back, very quick action replay, knight f3, d5. This is one of the most trendy lines in the reti as well. Rather than just let white play bishop g2, castles, and kind of play c4, d4, go into some kind of Catalan type idea. Knight c6 tries to build a center, forcing white's pawn to go on to d4, and it's the reverse Jabava London, with the knight and bishop coming out early. Bishop g2, e6, and this idea, knight b4. What do you make of this?
Do you know, I was just going to say, I literally had this position with just I play chess on my mobile phone, and I had this kind of situation with knight to c6 and d4, and instead of going bishop g2, I to my shame, I went bishop f4 instead. And when I went on the game review, it goes question mark, put your bishop on g2, and I was like, oh yeah. I did it to avoid any knight to b4 because I was tempted to go knight c3, but I was like, no, knight b4 is then very, very strong.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knight b4 here was met by knight to e1. There are some cool gambits, by the way, like c4 is still possible here. I was looking at this the other day and sacking the rook in the corner, and you go like takes, and it gets really wild. And yeah, this is fascinating stuff, but probably Vincent Kaimer wants to avoid chaos because Pranesh is a very, very tactical monster. And knight e1 instead. Knight a3 also possible to defend the c2 pawn, but yeah, it's a case of white going back in order to kick black back. The black knight retreats, and a couple moves later the white knight comes back where it came from, and it looks like they've kind of cancelled each other out in terms of knight moves, but the knights keep jumping. f6.
And you would never suspect anything untoward happened in the opening. Just looking at that pawn structure with c6, d5, e6, and the kind of Catalan, you'd think, yeah, well, it's a kind of normal position. But questions are now here where to go with the knight. And you're going to have to get into calculation mode, because if knight d3 occurs for white, well, then you're going to have to work out what happens after knight takes knight. And can black get greedy with pawn takes c4? Now, that's the first question that I always ask myself. And it might not be that big of a deal, because once black captures on c4, then they concede the center. But consequences, yeah. And here I'm thinking it's not a big deal. e4 is incoming and it's all good to go. So knight to d3 is the move that I would prefer to play, because first up, the knight has been on f3 one too many times, and and I feel the perfect square anyway for a knight in this particular pawn structure with d4, d5 is a knight on d3, and for black, d6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just very flexible square, right? Can play on both sides of the board. It would be funny, though, to see knight f3. That would be the third time he's played knight to f3 in the first 12 moves. So a quarter of his moves would have been knight f3, which probably isn't recommended in most openings. So yeah, I'm expecting knight to d3 as well. Maybe Vincent only spending time because he's away from the board. And I'm sure when he returns, he'll play that move in a heartbeat. And we'll catch up with developments there. I think f6 is quite a weakening move, quite a committal move. So Pranesh has to be very, very precise to justify it. And yeah, we'll see.
This is actually one very small weakness that I've detected. And I say it's a small weakness because it really is. And it's that the younger Indian generation, they have a tendency to find and go for active moves when the position doesn't demand it. Like, for instance, you don't need to go f6. You could have just castled and you could have just played a normal game and play around that knight. But f6, and if you're going to back that up with kind of aggression, then it gives the opponent a kind of clearer plan to play for. And it's just something I've noticed that, I noticed Giri started playing very innocuous systems against them, like, 1 d4, d5, e3, c3, some kind of things like that. And the temptation was always to play as aggressively as possible. And this was something that the top grandmasters were using, against them. They were encouraging them to burn up the time with these deep calculations, getting them to commit to positional weaknesses, but the pieces were active, and then they would win by neutralizing that activity. So I agree with you. f6 is very, very risky because I'm also worried about the bishop on f5. It doesn't have too many squares it can go to, and I just feel like it's a little bit vulnerable to attack at some point.
Yeah, I very much agree. Like, the Indian school of chess is to push pawns. Like, back in the day, I think there were other schools of chess, other kind of schools of thinking where you just keep your pawns nice and compact. You just keep them on the second rank, third rank. They're not weak. They later push forward only when your pieces are ready. But yeah, these top Indian players, they're throwing pawns forward. Like, yeah, it's very effective when it works. But occasionally it leaves weaknesses behind. So that, I think the only reason I would play knight f3 here, or maybe be tempted, is to go knight h4 to try and catch that bishop, like you said. But okay, Vincent, very positional player. I don't think he'll be allowing too much chaos in the near future. That Pranesh will probably embrace. He'll try and find a way to keep control with white, and at least according to the bar, he has a small advantage already. So we'll check back in here a bit later. Vincent, he was away from the board. He lost 3 minutes on the clock, but he's now deep in thought. And okay, Ivanka, we see not much happening on the Svana Gukesh board. Arjun Vokidov is still that memory test we talked about. We have a personal request from our beloved producer, shout out to Ryan, to go to the game Gladura against Wei Yi, and that's because White has spent a tempo very early in the game, and it's a move I've never seen before, Ivanka. If we backtrack, this is the live position, looks very level, but it was started as a d4 opening, and then now a3. What do we make of this? Clever or just slow?
It gets my approval, David. And I mean, a3 is a move that often is seen in a whole load of variations. I see it in the Slav as an idea for white. You want to be expanding with a3, b4, going for some kind of minority. You see it in the Queen's Gambit declined. Again, for pushing pawns, expanding on the Queen's side. And I don't think there's anything fundamentally wrong with it. So I agree with it. D5, I think, if you're going to go with that, it's a move that fits in very nice if Black responds with D5. The only question for me is what would have happened if Black had responded with C5 and gone for that kind of setup, because A3 is not necessarily that useful in that particular pawn structure. But then again, it's not the end of the world. So I kind of like the fact that it gets Wei Yi out of analysis and you get a nice game. So how did Wei Yi respond to A3?
Yeah, he played d5, and I thought it would get your stamp of approval for a different reason, Ivanka, because after takes, knight c3, we actually get a Caro-Kann with reverse colors. So the reason I say that is because if we go, okay, tangent here, sorry everyone at home, if we go back to e4, c6, the Caro-Kann, in the exchange variation, one of White's most popular moves, bishop d3 is probably the most trendy, but one of the most popular is knight to f3. And after knight to c6, one of white's main moves is bishop to b5. And we get the same position with colors reversed, except black would have had the a6 move stopping this. So if we go back to this position, after knight c3, it's the same thing. If black could play bishop b4, black has a exchange variation of the Caro-Kann with ideas of knight e4 coming in, but a3 is useful in that regard. So he's basically playing that exact pawn structure, that exact position, just with one extra tempo. Not the most useful, maybe, but it cuts out one of black's modes of development. And okay, any excuse to talk about the Caro-Kann. Sorry, Ivanka, I just love that opening.
Yeah. You remind me of the dad in my big fat Greek wedding. He links every word to a Greek word, and he goes, ah ha ha, and I think you'll find. No, but I actually. It's actually really pertinent. The Caro-Kann exchange variation is very much relevant to like the positions that you get as a result of the Queen's Gambit declined exchange variations, that kind of Carlsbad formation. And a3, I think, is a very useful move because you are threatening to go b4 and go for the what we call the minority attack, where two pawns, they start launching an attack and against black's four pawns. So it's a kind of like bravery there. So you go b4, b5, ahead, you start attacking c6, and the whole idea of this is just simply you just want to create a weakness on that side. You want to then start heading for that and trying to win. That's about it. You just want to. It's as simple as that, which makes it nice and d5 because I actually felt like it was a useful move on many levels. It is a little bit of a luxury move because white doesn't develop. But when the center is lacking in tension, you can afford such things.
Yeah, 100% agree. When the center's blocked, you can take tempi out to make nice luxury moves. And the minority attack, if the pawn gets to b5, you always guarantee the opponent gets at least one backward or isolated pawn. So it's just small gains. I think he's also playing against the type of opponent. Wei Yi, great calculator, very dynamic when he gets given the opportunity. This is very positional. And Benjamin Gladura, like he's playing on this modern strategy that Gukesh used against Ding as well last year. Like in that World Championship match that you and me were commentating in Singapore, Ivanka, like Gukesh played a3 a few times just out of the blue to surprise the opponent. He played like a quiet rookie one move sometimes to just surprise the opponent. You're basically giving the move back, but saying, I have an idea. And psychologically, that's tough. And Wei Yi, he's 36 minutes down on the clock already.
Yeah, and that's always good news because the time control is not that long. It's a classical one that is quite standard, but it does mean that the players will be playing under some pressure. And I do remember Wei Yi liking these really complicated dynamic positions. And was it Tata Steel this year where literally everyone locked in against him? They were like, no aggression for you. You want a wild position? No, not happening. You're going to play every boring line under the sun. Thank you very much. And it's happening here. I got to say, it also really fits in with Gladura's style. He's a technical player and he's going to be enjoying this type of position where he has a comfortable plan of going b4 minority attack. He's also got a nice plan of advancing or on the right side of the board as well. If he chooses to do that, he can play on both sides, whereas black is the one who has to do some maneuvering to get the pieces into their best squares.
Yeah, Hungarian school of chess, very positional, and Chinese chess, much more dynamic. So they're kind of playing to type there. And we'll check back in on this game a bit later. We'll go out to the bird's eye view. This is a very strategic battle ahead.
Yes. And we can ignore something, David. I just wanted to say on the top right game between Pragnananda of Hanesian, Prag has not just blundered his queen with queen to e8. That's not the move that was played. Queen takes rook, expect that one, and then you're going to see an equal evaluation bar as the cameras confirm. But one thing to note is that we're not going to be seeing a queen sacrifice. Of Anisian decided to take on d3 with a pawn, and sad for us, but Prag is not being forced to play with his queen missing.
Yeah, that would have been a lot of fun to witness the queen sacrifice. It would have been queen versus rook and bishop, but black maybe with a pawn, maybe with initiative. I think Robert Hovhannisyan, he was a bit scared of the of the preparation. It was that sweet spot for Pragg. He'd spent 8 minutes, but he kind of played quickly enough to make it look like probably he still knew what was going on. I think Robert smelt a rat and decided, okay, I don't want any of that with white. I can't risk it. Like you can't lose with white in these kind of mini knockout matches, especially in classical chess. So we'll see the game go on much more quiet and typical now. Black with the 2 bishops, but white with a bit of activity. And okay, Robert about to move his queen, I think. Queen to f4. Yeah, we'll go back to that game later once we get the PGN sorted. once we see a few more developments. But stuff is happening elsewhere, and yeah, it's fascinating. Especially, I'm going to say, on some of the other boards that we kind of want to talk about underdogs here, Jovanka. One side of the draw has opened up. That is this side where Titus Stremavicius has knocked out Wesley So, giving a chance to some of the lower-rated players in this side of the bracket.
Yep, and Magnus said, it's always really enjoyable when we see an upset and everything becomes suddenly unpredictable because, last 2023 World Cup, we had Nijat Abbasov, who was there just knocking out a lot of the favorites, ended up on 4th points, and now Buddy Pranav, a very tactical player, as Magnus told us, that is excellent at calculation, excellent with dynamism, but not excellent at controlling the game. Isn't able to kind of play in a safe and solid way. And talking about safe and solid, this is not one of those positions which is at all safe and solid for either side.
Yeah, it's his greatest strength, but maybe also a bit of a weakness. It's that kind of two-edged, the kind of double-edged sword, right? Like, it's that mindset. He's so ambitious, Pranav, so aggressive, but sometimes you need to be a bit more pragmatic. You need to have different gears. And here he's taken on massive risks. Both sides have spent a lot of time on the clock. We'll do a quick action replay. Like, it was a French defense, and one that probably is being celebrated by adherents of the black pieces, because after knight to d2, knight f3, taking on d4, takes knight f6. By far the main move is e takes d5. It's kind of frowned upon now to go e5 because it's actually hard to defend this pawn in the center. I once blundered here, Jovanka. I once played f4. I think I was already grandmaster at the time, so this was really embarrassing. My opponent played knight takes e5, and I just sat there being like, wait, I've blundered a pawn. This was in a World Junior Championship. I was one of the top seeds. I was like, what's just happened? F takes e5, queen h4 check. And I had to fight the urge to resign. I ended up losing very badly anyway. But it's a knight to f3. And the reason this is awkward is because after bishop to f4, I don't know, this bishop is a bit of a target, as we see. Bishop to e7. And g5 just ignored as a threat. g5. And I'm really worried for white. h5 is coming, g4 is coming, and this pawn on d4 is... pawn on e5 even is very vulnerable. Queen to b6 is the choice of Titus instead.
Very French-like move, right? Put the queen on b6, target b2, and again, ask the questions. It's really problematic, because they're often suddenly threatening, like knight takes knight, and you're unable to capture with a c-pawn because of the bishop checks on b4. That's always in the air. And as you mentioned, this bishop on g3 is going to get hounded, h5. Also g4, I just want to highlight that one as well as a possibility, if you want to be super greedy and just go for the pawn. And with great space, I remember this words, it comes great responsibility. David Howe, Champions Chess Tour 2022. And it's a really good expression. And what I was going to say, you're going to have to defend e5, but it's not going to be simple, and it's not going to be easy to get that counterplay to fight it either, because the bishop, if on f1, if it didn't exist, then somehow you'd have castle kingside, you'd be perhaps ready with some f4, f5, but with the bishop on the board, if you put it on d3, it's going to be a target for a piece. If you put it on e2, it's going to be in the way of a potential pawn roller. So I'm not satisfied here with white's position. And I'm completely ignoring the fact that there's an immediate threat at bay. You know, you have to defend queen against queen takes b2.
Yeah, and he does defend against that move. He plays rook to b1, but that's a bit of a sad kind of loss of tempo. The rook is never really useful on b1, unless black castles queenside, and then maybe you'll push the b pawn forward. But yeah, he's very much desperately now trying to keep control, Pranav. And yeah, maybe Magnus Carlsen will be right. Maybe it's just that lack of control that cost him here. The eval bar saying that black is already a bit better after just 10 moves. Or maybe he'll be able to use his just world-class tactical skills, Pranav, also said by Magnus, one of the world's best tacticians. Maybe he'll be able to use those later once the position explodes, which it probably will at some point. For now, I'm expecting a move like h5 or g4, as you indicated, just to add extra pressure to white's center. And once g4 does land, it will force white to kind of take this knight, improve the black pawn structure, just to avoid losing this pawn in the center.
Oh, it's a fight, and it's this one's really interesting, but it does feel, if we go back to the bird's eye view, that there is a brawl happening on the bottom right between Abdusattorov against Martinez. It is going just as we expected, and actually Martinez did capture the rook. He said, hey, if we're gonna have a fight on the board, well then I want to have both sets of rooks. And what do we make of this one?
Yeah, I mean, I see the eval bar. I think I was biased from move one. Well, I say move one. As soon as the exchange sacrifice was offered, I was a bit biased towards white's chances, just because I love the idea. And white's bishop definitely as strong as any rook right now, any piece on the board. So I think rook takes bishop is the idea for Jose Martinez. It looks like his pawns are marching through, but like you said, Jovanka, white will just ignore or block as soon as the black pawns move. But rook takes bishop is potentially coming next. I don't know whether white takes a timeout to defend that bishop with his rook, or whether white just motors on h5, g6. Either way, it looks like Martinez in a bit of trouble. He's been hit by an opening bomb, and yeah, it just it feels like he's on the slower side of things. White with more centralization here.
Because there's a real gunfight happening here in this position, can we just have a look at h5? Because I just want to know what happens if white goes for blood immediately. Like, what direction to go in? Because rook takes bishop is a possibility, but I mean, could you do something else? No, okay, you can't take rook takes bishop because of queen takes e7. So let's just have a look at maybe going... I mean, what is the move? Can you go c3 or b3, or what is the response?
Yeah, like, I think I would be tempted to look at b3. Like c3, I think the downside is that white will always just ignore, not touch anything. White will not play, for example, like this, and allow some mating ideas. Crazy, Jovanka, that white's still apparently fine after queen c1. But yeah, I think white just goes on g6, right? And this pawn on b2 always just acts as a shield for the white king. So black's not really got any threats. So I like your other idea, though. b3. What?
b3.
Oh, sorry. In this position after h5, b3.
Yes. And not approved by the computer. And already saying that, no, this is not the way forward. So I guess you go a b3 and then maybe go bishop takes b3. And no way in. Oh, no. The evaluation bar suddenly going, no, you lost control. Okay, maybe you can just go c takes b3 then. Or queen takes b3.
Maybe c takes, yeah. I like your first suggestion there. Now, I think this might happen, you know. I think Martinez will at least believe that the white king is a bit more open. We see the eval bar, which tells us that there's no mate. There's no concrete threats against the white king, but at least it looks like black's queen and rook have more space. The problem is g6 is going to land so powerfully, like next move due to the pin. Just looks fantastic for white.
Literally any time now. Okay, but if black were to double on the c line, And the whole idea is to take a leaf out of white's book so that when g6 occurs, you just ignore it. You go bishop f6. Can you do that? And I'm just kind of hoping that rook c2 is going to be okay. Oh no, but pawn takes and yeah, king h8.
Maybe, I'm a bit scared of your idea. Oh wait, it's not a threat, rook c2.
Yeah.
I can queen
Yeah,
and
rook
take
c2.
that rook.
Yep, that doesn't work, David. So, uh-oh.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Martinez in trouble. Nodebek. This is one of the best kind of opening prep ideas I've seen so far this round, I've got to say. This exchange sacrifice and just full on attack. Just looks like white, because white starts the game first. He's just one tempo up in every variation.
I have one other idea, David, before we put this position to bed. What about queen h4?
Okay, so in this
So
position.
h5, queen h4. That's what they do. No, and that's a terrible move. Because I guess the king just puts its running shoes on.
I didn't find the refutation. I wonder what I take here. But,
Yeah, you probably do. You probably do, and you'll give an evil laugh and say, what attack? In fact, it doesn't threaten anything, David, because rook a5 is going to be met by bishop takes pawn. So, sad face.
maybe queen d4 or something similar.
Yeah.
And yeah, this pawn will drop, defending a2. And Nodebek actually makes this move first. He does defend his bishop. Not the best according to the eval bar, but still enough for a sizable advantage. And yeah, John, it looks like a great start to this round for the Uzbek #1.
Look, I'm going to admit it. I was completely and utterly wrong. The action that we're seeing on the chessboard, basically in the second hour of play, has been absolutely incredible. So I'm going to change my tack a little bit. I've got a new theory. I think the players who are playing today saw Ralph Mamedov and Rasmus Fane yesterday and went, oh my goodness, I do not want to be part of tie breaks. Forget waiting until the last minute of the second round. Forget waiting until day 3 of the round to try and squeeze through. I need to absolutely give it everything I've got right now. And I feel like all the players in the hall had that thought at the same time. How many sacrifices we've had so far? I can't even count. It's just the one queen sack. I can count to 1. But there has been so much action all throughout the playing hall. I am very, very happy to report that only more of it is going to be coming. Go ahead and grab yourselves another drink, folks, because it's gotten hairy so far. But now it's going to get even hairier as we start to increase the pressure and put more complications into these middle games. See you in a second.
Can you handle it? Where grandmasters don't just move pieces, they cast spells.
Oh boy, didn't see that one coming.
Victory doesn't come easy.
Wait, queen time?
Oh shoot, I just lost its piece. Yeah, but I got no mana.
This isn't your classic chessboard.
The thing about the imposter is that if you swap it like...
It's not just a game, it's a battleground of minds.
Let's have some fun, you know? Let's have some fun.
When the greatest minds meet magic, anything can happen. On chess. Cast that spell, play for free.
Okay, we're here with Grandmaster Prague, and you can see you don't have an opponent. We're going to give ChatGPT as your opponent, but don't be too intimidated. We're rooting for the human being, but we want to make it a little bit interesting, so we're going to have you play blindfolded. Are you cool with that?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, and you've never played ChatGPT before, right?
No.
Okay, this is going to be fun. So we gave you a swivel chair. If you could just do a little spin-a-roo there.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, we'll just pretend that you shook hands with your Silicon opponent. And Prague, what would you like your first move to be?
E4.
Okay, E4 on the board. And then we're waiting for ChatGPT to respond. And ChatGPT has played one C5 and announced that it's the Sicilian defense. So ChatGPT knows the opening at least.
Knight F3.
Okay, ChatGPT has announced that it knows you're attacking the E5 square. It has played D6.
Okay. Let's say C3.
Okay, C3. I have a little delayed elephant here, but what does ChatGPT say? ChatGPT likes to explain your move. ChatGPT says that you're preparing D4 and aiming to go a strong center, and it has announced it's the elephant. ChatGPT plays Knight F6.
Bishop E2. Let's try to trick ChatGPT. Yeah.
I could definitely say you are faster than ChatGPT. You've set a little trap. Let's see if ChatGPT falls into this very famous elephant trap. Prague, it's announcing you made a flexible move and plays Knight C6.
Oh, it doesn't fall for it.
Does not fall for Knight takes E4, Queen A5 check. Okay.
D4. Let's keep trying.
Okay, offering the pawn on E4 a second time. ChatGPT notices that you're striking in the center, which I don't know if you know this, Prague, it's a key thematic idea in elephant according to ChatGPT. C takes D4 is the response.
Yeah, CD4.
ChatGPT plays Bishop G4. It actually announces that it's pinning your knight. I'm going to take a little bit of exception to the fact that that's a pin in ChatGPT's world.
Yeah, Knight C3.
Okay, ChatGPT is actually getting a little faster and playing E6. Although again, let's talk about the logic here. ChatGPT claims that this move solidifies my D6 pawn. Seems like it makes the D6 pawn a little weaker.
Okay, let's try to go for a D5.
Okay, advancing to center. E takes D5, instant in ChatGPT's world.
ED5.
I want to congratulate ChatGPT for not making any illegal moves so far. Knight B4. Okay. Although, before you respond, I just want to talk about that the computer ChatGPT has announced that it's attacking your C2 pawn.
Huh?
Suspicious.
C2 pawn. Okay, Queen A4.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup in Goa. We are live from the playing hall now as the players are locked in thinking about what's going on their boards, and there is a lot to think about. I'm tempted to say way more than normal as we've had multiple sacrifices go on already. I suspect the freeze frame is slightly frozen at the moment. That, or everyone's thinking so hard, they're just rooted in one place. I don't know. But all of these boards have been absolutely on fire. Javanka, David, I'm tempted to say that since the start of this event, today has given us the most to talk about, has given us the biggest treats in the first hour, 2 hours of play. I cannot wait to see where these go next.
Yeah, absolutely, John. Today has been a delight. We saw a near queen sacrifice from Prague, perhaps taking inspiration from his countryman Hari Krishna's queen sacrifice in round two, but it wasn't accepted. And what we're seeing is a completely different strategical battle there in the top right in the games of Pragnananda and of Anisian. And we're also seeing a full-on street fight happening between Abdusatorov against Jose Martinez. That game has us very excited there in the bottom right. And also the game between Grandelius and Mamedyarov, where it seemed like there was some mind games going on, some deep preparation. And again, we have a wild position. But it's a balance, though, David. We have some very quiet games, but we also have some barn burners. And I can't help being distracted by the craziness, but perhaps we should pay some attention to those games that are a little bit calmer in nature.
Yeah, the calmer games. Yeah, I'm struggling to find those, Jovanka, because there aren't so many this round, which is nice to see in a way. I'm going to maybe bring us over to a game that isn't quite at the top right now, but one where apparently one side has a decisive advantage already. That's a game between Jeffrey Zhong and Liam Le. You said Karma. I saw the queens off. I was hoping it would be Karma, but no. Apparently White's in huge trouble here. Jeffrey Zhong, American Grandmaster, just caught out in the open with his king looking very embarrassed here in the center on the e-file. What do you make of this? Looks like a bit of destruction here by Liam Le.
Yes. And there's really not that much to be complimentary about for White, because the king, as you mentioned, in the open, the bishop on h2 locked out of the game. And with the bishop on c4 just cutting off f1 as a safety square, rook is going to slam down onto e8, and there's going to be problems to protecting f2. And my initial impression is I'm already struggling to come up with a decent move here to even deal with this threat. I mean, is White really going to be going bishop to g1 and then coughing and going king to d2, and I don't know, trying to get the king to the queen side, you know, some kind of thing? Because even if you were to go f3 concedes like the e3 square for the knight. And David, you kind of saddled me with maybe I don't know, maybe knight to, oh my goodness me. And if I'm like struggling big time and I have the evaluation bar as well, then I'm thinking that Jeffrey Zhong will also be thinking here, how on earth is he going to be surviving this? Maybe he just has to go king to d2, give up material, and hope for the best.
Yeah, I think hope is the key word there, as you say, Jovanka. Like bishop g1 was also my instinct, but it's just such a sad move to play. Like bishop g1, just a couple of sample variations, check. King walks out into the center. Probably the rook just comes across, threatening another pawn. White tries to defend it, but that bone-crunching move you mentioned, knight to e3, and yeah, I mean, it's an endgame, but Black's got a huge attack. Black's got all the activity, the squares. White's rooks are kind of cut and just separated. Yeah, I think he'll lose at least one pawn back, so level material, but yeah, Jeffrey just needs to go into survival mode. Like, I just want to highlight as well, really classy move just a few turns ago. It looked very normal, the position, but this was where Liam Le blew open the center. d4, boom, pawn sacrifice, queen trade, boom, f4, locking in the bishop in a cage. Bishop c4. Liam Le winning with Black would be huge for him here.
Absolutely massive, right? Because tomorrow it would mean he'd have the white pieces. He can determine the nature of the game. He's going to keep it locked. He's also got the ability to play solid chess when he wants to. And I remember a good friend of mine, of ours actually, Irene Sikanda, she was telling us that the South Asian players in general have a very aggressive style. And that's something that you can guarantee them to do. You can guarantee that if they even smell an attack against the enemy king, that's the direction they're going to be heading.
Yeah, and especially Liam Le, I've known him for 25 years, and he kind of marries that kind of instinct for the attack to just kind of really precise, really measured kind of preparation, just that approach, the build-up. It's all really kind of industrious and then the attack comes, and suddenly it just all looks so smooth when he's playing well. Very, very classy player. So Jeffrey, also a classy player, but unfortunately suffering in this position. Let's go over to another game. Before we go back to the top boards, let's check out those top boards again. But I have my eyes on a couple of others, Jovanka. I was curious about how the candidate, Matthias Bluebaum, is getting on. And if I can find that game again, it looked like some stuff was happening in that game, which was a little bit crazy. And I'm having to scroll. Here we go. Let's jump in, because I see a disparity in number of pawns. He's black. He's a pawn down. All the Queen's Gambit declines. Like, they're normally super stable and solid, Jovanka, but they've gone crazy today, all of them.
Yeah, and this one is very wild. And just to note that Bluebaum's opponent, Ivan Semlyansky, is the second youngest participant in this event, just 15 years old. I think he was the youngest ever Russian to become Grandmaster. So, a big, big talent as well. Also played round one, won that one, defeated Ray Robson in round two. And our cameras are zooming in on this. And you can see that Bluebaum is fully in and fully focused, because, as you mentioned, David, this position is crazy because white hasn't castled the king. Also, black's king is a little bit vulnerable on the semi-open G line. But it also feels that there's so much risk here for white. White has to be precise because black fundamentally hasn't done anything wrong. And if black is able to be solid for the next few moves and then go on the counterattack, the white king with no protection, no pawn protection to kind of call home, then is going to be problems. So knight df6. And I always get the impression with Matthias, I don't know if you get the same, that he's the kind of person who will sit down and just crunch the numbers.
Yeah, another professor of chess. I played him a couple of times, Matthias, and anytime I play him in online blitz, there's always the same pattern. It's always kind of really messy for a while, and as soon as he gets the hint of an advantage, it becomes very measured and calculated, and it's all very precise. I must admit as well, talking of precise, I was imprecise in this game. I thought white was a pawn up. If we just backtrack just one move, I saw white took a pawn on d5. I thought, oh, wait, this just looks like a big advantage. I thought there was a pawn on g2, but that pawn on g2 is gone. And it actually advanced up the board earlier and was just taken to deflect the black knight. So, it does look like, since it's level material, black has fantastic play here with that king. I think the key factor you mentioned there, no matter which piece white's knight takes now, it's just going to be huge trouble in the center. Either a knight will jump forward to e4 if that knight survives, or the bishop will come forward with some nasty checks if that piece survives. I do fear for the youngster down 20 minutes and with a vulnerable king.
I fear for knight to e4, actually. So that's why I would be advocating either you backpedal furiously with a knight or you capture. And I'm in favor of the trade. And then, I mean, white does have a rock solid pawn formation for now. So you have to be as accurate as possible. And maybe we can just play out this position just a little bit more and see how white should respond. So maybe knight takes knight. Let's not lose any momentum. And that's going to be met by, I would say bishop takes, because the knight on g4 is a nice wedge on the G line. But okay, that was imprecise. That was not the way to capture. You needed to capture with a knight. Okay, interesting.
Yeah, I quite like having this threat just to slow white down slightly. I think the white, I agree, like it's a 50-50, like it's a matter of taste. I also quite like the knight though on these two squares. Maybe it's nice to kind of put the bishop on g4 in some variations as well. Replace the knight there. And if white doesn't have time to play a3. We talked about that in another game, but that was far more blocked in the center, stopping bishop b4. But if white plays like bishop d3 here, probably black just pins and queen coming to d5 to double down. Check in the air.
Something that I was thinking was queen b3, and just to kind of get out of those potential pins.
In this position, queen to b3.
Yeah, but okay, that doesn't. Yeah. Ooh, now you said another one, bishop e4, and c5 is coming. This is what the whole thing I wanted to illustrate. And white hasn't really gotten ready with anything happening on the king side at all.
Yeah, white's king has no safe haven, right? Castle's king side, you regret pushing the g pawn. Castle's queen side, you're just walking into a ready-made attack. So difficult times for Ivan Zemlyansky here. Looks like big trouble ahead.
Yep. Okay. Let's keep an eye on this one. And maybe when it came to the quieter games, the ones that I was thinking of, David, was the one right on the top left between Rasmus Svana and Gukash. I thought that one, okay, there's a piece in balance. It's a bishop and knight. I was thinking that one was less dramatic than some of the others.
Right, said Frederick Svana. Let's jump into this game. Double pawns. Yeah, I do wonder how deep the preparation went, because it looks like he surprised his opponent and then he spent 15 minutes on one move, 13 minutes on another, Frederick, just to give these double pawns. And what do you prefer, Jovanka? 2 bishops or a nice pawn structure, if you had to choose?
Pawns are the soul of chess, so I'm going to say a nice pawn structure. I don't know. I find that when my opponent has a weak pawn structure, I'm in my element. Don't ask me why, but it's just like, aha, I have a fixed target. I have a relatively clear plan. I can be as sophisticated as I like. And it just gives me a lot of hope. What about you, David?
Yeah, I talk about myself as a bishop pair man, but I don't know. It depends how ugly the pawns are. I can live with doubled pawns, but when they're isolated as well, when they probably just drop off, oh, it's tough. I'll probably say bishop pair, but not in this position. That's a bit fickle, I know, but yeah, I think the pressure's on Gukesh essentially. Like if he gets his bishops really reactive, gets his rooks to the open files, probably he gets enough counterplay to hold the balance. But it's hard to imagine black being better here unless Frederick takes some big risks. I think white's knight is just the MVP right now. This one on c4, holding everything together, hard to get rid of. Bishop f4 in the air, queen out to one of these squares. It definitely feels a nice position for white to try and play.
Yeah. And the thing is as well, to dislodge that knight on c4, you're going to have to give up the bishop. And it's the only unchallenged piece, right? So I don't necessarily approve of that. But as you say, there's no way to kind of break these beautiful coordination that the two knights have. They don't do that much, I'll be honest with you. But they act as disruptors.
Yeah.
Maybe you need to go knight d7. Maybe that's the way to do it.
And just to put a couple of moves on the board, knight to d7 is definitely on Gukesh's radar, but I guess white will... Oh, actually, maybe I was going to say take, but maybe bishop f4 though.
Yeah.
And I think this is, it's not necessarily a blunder. Just I think this strategically, this just shows the point. Like suddenly, if black is forced to part with the bishop pair, it's just a pure pawn structure advantage for white, probably winning a pawn in the near future. So it's all about the dark square bishops. I think if whites can get active or even trade off for black's bishop later, those two pieces disappear, then white's just winning. But still some ways to go before that. Maybe knight to d5.
Yeah, that makes a lot more sense. And you could just see there, as soon as black loses the bishop pair, white is going to be taking over with poking at those weak pawns. So knight d5 is nice, and then try to do kind of like some fight back against this knight on e5, drive them backwards. No, I like this. I like this a lot. So how should white respond? Should white just go for... kind of want to get immediately at those pawns on Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Queen a4, and then maybe queen a5.
Mm-hmm. Queen a5. Yeah, very nice move. Trying to trade queens, trying to take a pawn. I think this is what Gukesh is scared of. Actually, I'd bet a lot of money that he's scared of this exact variation. And queen trade, obviously, very bad for black with bad pawns. Yeah, it's tough. It's tough. Queen a4. Maybe there's something special here with, I don't know, I'm trying to make knight b6 work or something along those lines. I don't really see it at the moment. f6 just loses a pawn. Maybe this is, yeah, it doesn't quite work. White's queen will just take here. Gukesh, I don't think he likes his position. Look at the clock time. He's nearly 15 minutes behind Jovanka. I think he's regretting allowing these double pawns.
Yeah, he's he's down on the clock, and yes, I do suspect. I agree with you. He's uncomfortable. I mean, we already see that black has to be super accurate here. I mean, I've already messed up with knight d7, knight to d5 didn't seem that comfortable either because of this queen a4 business. And so what else? I mean, are you going to go rook to d8? I mean, how are you going to coordinate the pieces and give yourself a plan? And I think that that's actually a very uncomfortable thing, to have a position where there's no clear-cut plan.
Mm-hmm. Agree. And I'm just checking with the engine. Black has to be very precise not to end up significantly worse here. I think knight to d5 is probably the best first move, but after queen out to a4, bishop to f5, pretty much the only move to hold the balance. Just to remind white that white also has a slight weakness, the d3 pawn. That might be the key idea that Gukesh has to find in order to maintain equality in this opening. So Jovanka, maybe we check back in later. Gukesh has been thinking 14 minutes. Once he makes a decision, we'll find out more about how the game is going to develop.
And that looked like an optically, for me, calm game. Oh, and then now we kind of like went into it. It's like, no, anything but. So now I feel like a point of pride. I have to find a calm game within our bird's eye view. And well, what about this one? The Grandelius Mamadjarov game. It was really wild. I did not have that one on my radar as being calm at all. But there has been a lot of developments. The queens have come off and there's no longer any danger. But is that the case?
Yeah, the eval bar says there is danger in this game. So let's jump in. And I think just a very quick action replay as well of the last few moves, because I did predict this would be one of the first games to finish. We're at move 29. The players still have a chunk of time on their clock, Mamadjarov especially, over 1 hour left. But if we just rewind a few moves, we saw a position here. We actually only left it 7 8 moves ago, but we saw a position here where Niels landed a nice tactic. Knight takes c6, taking a pawn in order to destabilize the black knight, so winning a pawn in the process. This is how we saw everything traded off. And Jovanka, it is 3 versus 2. It's not the best 3 pawns I've ever seen. Isolated, doubled. But numbers, the strength in numbers, right? I believe in having more pawns in rook endgames. It's a 2-result game. Only Niels can win. Mamadjarov's only playing for a draw. I think probably a draw is the most likely result, but Niels is going to try and risk-free.
Yeah. Well, how risk-free is it, though? Because one thing I do notice is that there's no way for white to create a passed pawn, right? So you can, as black, you can go rook h6, rook c6, trying to come into c2 and start sniffing around the queen side there. Obviously, there are 2 people playing the game, and white is also not without a plan. But that's something that I'm seeing, that this rook on h8 could be activated.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a very nice plan. I was wondering how you get a rook to c2, because one rook is always tied down to f7, but I didn't see this idea of using the other rook to get there. In the meantime, thinking of white's ideas, I was tempted to play g5 just to play g6, give up the extra pawn just to try and run through with Eddie the e pawn here, but that's not so easy. You kind of want your king centralized, but not easy to step it forward without getting checked. Although maybe that's possible.
Maybe that's possible, David. You step up because there's always that counter strike against f7. So now you go rook c2 and you're like, aha, check. And then you go, aha, king e3.
Somewhere,
Or
yeah.
king g3.
Maybe,
Okay. Somewhere.
yeah, defend this pawn.
Yes.
Suddenly.
Okay. Yes.
Wow. Suddenly white's winning, apparently, according to the eval bar. Rook takes pawn, and white's attack is fastest. White's pawn is the best of them all. So, okay, maybe king f2. Not so easy for Niels, but computer's giving +1 for white. I'm very surprised it's that high. King f2 is the best move. Wow, we did it, Jovanka. We got there.
Well, you got there, David.
Yeah.
I was feeling very hopeful for black. And you know who's also feeling quite hopeful? Shaq. He's a very good, despite being one of the world's best attackers, he's not weak in the endgame. He's exceptionally strong there, and he's sat back and he's pretty confident. He's like, yeah, it's just a double, just an extra pawn in name, but the computer is actually not on his side. So king f2, very dangerous. Actually, a really difficult move to spot because you are voluntarily allowing rook c2, targeting b2, but I love it. King f2. King will sidle up to e3 or g3 if allowed. And yeah, suddenly white's forces are looking very, very coordinated. So Niels Grandelius, if he finds king f2, is that the only way to get a big advantage, David?
I'll just turn on Mr. Engine again. No, apparently everything is quite nice. Rook to d1, I think, is probably the most natural move. b3 is another one, just to stop any rook c4 ideas. King f2, I only got there because I try and improve the worst placed piece in any endgame. Like, the way I look at chess is I figure out what I want and then I calculate. A lot of people do it the other way around. But yeah, I think Niels is going to sit on this position either way. And the one thing, Jovanka, I will point out, like Shakriyar's, his body language, I've played him many times over the board, and he always, when he wants a draw or when he knows he's winning, when he just wants to get out of the tournament hall, he always sits there like you're wasting his time. He's like chewing on the bottle. He's like, oh, come on, let's just agree a draw. Let's get out of here. Let's go rest. Like, multiple times I've had winning positions against him, and his body language tells me otherwise. And then I'm just thinking, like, what am I not understanding? I'm 2 pawns up. How am I not winning? He's acting like he's winning. And I do remember a famous case of Anand blundering against Mamajarov because he thought he was worse, because Mamajarov's body language was so kind of positive. And actually, it was the other way around. Anand was doing quite well before the blunder. So it's just, yeah, there we go. He gets up. He's like, yeah, I've still got an hour and 10 minutes on my clock. just agree a draw already.
And such things can actually work, right? Because you kind of double check yourself and you think, well, why is my opponent doing this? And you use a lot more time than you would normally do. So I also remember one of my friends used to do this. You know, he would just say to his opponent when he was losing, he would just goes, oh yeah, all right, I'll give you a draw then. And he said, like 50% of the time, this would work because people were like, oh, you're so confident about the position, you must know something. And they would agree a draw. And he would be like, oh. Well, okay, that looked like I was really rude on the camera. That was not the action I did. I was actually going, yes.
Nobody
Oh
thinks
my
you're being
goodness
rude,
me.
Jovanka. Nobody
Oh
thinks
my
you're being
goodness
rude.
me. No.
Positive body language is a strength in chess. It's an important skill. Scares the opponents. Helps with the bluffs.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Oh my goodness me. Okay, let's move on from this game and let's quickly go to the bird's eye view. And I asked for a calm, easy game, and our producer was like, "Yep, they want to help me out." And they're telling me that the game between Lodici, who yesterday defeated Hans Niemann, and Mickey Adams is a pretty calm game. So let's head there. And also, I'm interested in this game because I'm a huge Mickey fan. He's an absolute legend of English chess. And I really, really like the way that he plays. It feels like it's so simple and so natural and so utterly deep as well.
Yeah, it's definitely the hardest thing in chess is to make chess look easy, and Adams has that skill. The current position, it did come from a Gyokyo piano. It came from an Italian, one of those Italians where it's not so slow, actually, with a quick d4. And here we are with white having a very nice knight on e5. White having a bit more pawn shelter for his king. But I do like black's long-term chances, Jovanka. Like this d4 pawn, potentially a target. It is isolated. Maybe the black queen launching some attacks, combining with its knight. Bishop to a5. Adams has just opened up this new angle as well, with pushing his pawn to a4, somewhat disconnecting the b5 pawn from the rest of white's army. I see a lot of long-term things that are on black's side, but short-term probably Lodici has everything covered. What do you make of the chances in the middle game here?
Yeah, this is a Mickey type position, no doubt. I thought this was going to be a quiet game where there was nothing happening, and you're determined to prove me wrong, David, aren't you? You're saying, hang on a second, but hang on. There's some long-term compensation here. There's a play against the weak B pawn. Yeah, I agree. And I can also see that the pawn on a3 is a liability as well, because, once the queen posts up to d6, it's the queen on c3 that's going to have to kind of keep an eye on that point. Also the knights, the white knights, how can they even get motoring?
Yeah, I'm expecting one of them eventually to land on f3, but that's not possible right now due to this bishop a5 skewer on the diagonal. So probably have to get the rook and or the queen out the way in the near future. Rook e3, queen b2. Not many safe squares for those pieces.
No, not at all. So if you go rook e3, even moves like queen to g5 suddenly asks the question, right? How are you going to defend against checkmate? You can't go rook g3, knight e2, thank you very much. And that's the end of that one. So you're going to have to go g3, but then if you go g3, it just feels like,
something feels wrong or loose.
Yes. I mean, you don't even need to move that knight.
Wait, tactics. I'm trying to work them out. Bishop a5 hits the queen if the queen moves. Now, how about this, Jovanka? Knight h3 check. And beautiful. I want to take here. Maybe rook takes, actually. Rook takes. Rook takes.
Rook takes, and then again, queen takes. And that's game over. Okay, so we literally not a quiet position at all, because rook e3 blunders already. So maybe you can't post any.
I mean, process of elimination. The queen has to go. The queen has to defend the d4 pawn, so there's only a couple of safe squares. Queen b4 doesn't help, like bishop a5. Maybe queen e3 or queen b2. Queen a1.
No. The queen b2 feels really shaky. Queen b2 just feels really shaky. Like there's potential happening against the white king, and the queen posting up to b2 just makes the connection even longer. So
I'm going to predict that Adams wins this. I've seen him win these positions so often, and his opponent's been thinking 22 and a half minutes. Long think, wrong think, maybe we will see a mistake at the end of this. No obvious moves.
David.
Yeah.
Queen a1 is a mistake.
Queen
because
a1.
you can go knight h3 check. Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't play queen a1 anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, you just wouldn't. You can go bishop a5. You can go queen g5. I mean, but it's a mistake because the knight on d2 is loose.
Oof. And this drops.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
And this will drop next, and this will drop next. Ouch. Yeah, I'm going to predict Adams wins this, despite the eval bar saying level. Like body language as well, Lodici looks like he's suffering. I think in his mind, he's a lot worse with white. He's like, something's gone wrong. I have a feeling he might retreat this knight to f3 in the near future, just to try and cover some squares. But yeah, it looks level on the surface. Eval bar says 0.0, but it's an Adams type of position. The spider spinning that web again.
Yeah. So far, I have absolutely failed to find a safe position where both sides have not that much. So I agree with you. Let's go back to the bird's eye view. And can we check in on a game that we actually haven't seen before between Anish Giri and Alexander Donchenko? And I'm heading there. It's there on the bottom left. So we're seeing a situation where the Black Queen has just posted up to G4, attacking G2. So there's a little bit of drama there.
I think you've done a good job though, Ivanka. You found probably the least exciting game right now, but probably it's exciting for Anish. At least it's his type of position. Yeah, very slow, no risk. You try and grind it out against the weak pawns.
Yeah, it's uncomfortable, right, for Black, because C6 is always something that Black will always have to defend. So, not. Are you going to cast? No.
No? Castle Queenside?
No, because didn't he just play post up? Rook D1 happened.
Oh, he played Rook D1. Sorry.
Yeah,
my misclick.
I was looking at the future. Sorry about that, David. Yeah, Rook D1.
All good. He's going to castle. I just chose the wrong way. Yeah. I mean, it's if the queens come off, maybe Black can hold, but probably White is a big favorite just due to the weak pawns. With the queens on the board, probably Black has enough counterplay resources to be active and keep creating threats before the pawns are captured. Donchenko, I don't think will be comfortable though. He quite likes his positional trumps. So we'll see. Anish probably castling his king. There we go, reaching for it. Anish, he's definitely evolved this year into taking fewer risks than ever, but the rewards are somehow stacking up. Like Grand Swiss, he was playing such positional chess, like pure grindmaster chess, and it was working, Ivanka. He was kept getting these slightly better endgames and turning them into full points. He was doing a Magnus, he was doing an Ulf Anderson.
Yeah. No, it just seems to have worked for him in the latter part of the year. FIDE Grand Swiss, he played fantastic chess. Really technically so precise, and his game against Hans Niemann there at the end was just absolutely fantastic. And also another game that he had against Oparin, which was absolutely model-like, one to study. And here he's going to be in his element. So he's got a point to attack. He can attack C6. He's got control of the D line. He's got everything he could wish for. So it's looking good for Anish. No dead drawn positions as of yet. No side comfortably equal. And I'm going to take us back to the to the bird's eye view, because I want to head to a wild game that is there in the top middle between Arjun, Erigaisi against Vohidov. So when we left it, it was the beginnings of a memory test. And we got to look at it because the Black King sitting there on F8, this is the route that we expected the game to go. It's happened, but it does seem like Arjun has come armed and ready to this one.
Yeah, Arjun, he uses opening preparation so cleverly. He changes constantly. He's a moving target himself, so he very rarely gets hit directly, Arjun, by opening prep. And he always pinpoints his opponent's weaknesses so well. And I just want to point out 3 moves ago, actually, let's rewind 5 moves back, because we saw this position with a check earlier. We predicted it, Ivanka. I think we deserve, especially you, for pointing out the Wei Yi game. You deserve a pat on the back for remembering this memory test. And King F8 was the correct square. But after Queen to D2, the Black Queen jumping back, F4, it felt like Vohidov's, his memory failed him, or he hadn't looked deeply enough into this variation, because he started to go a bit wrong, and he'd already consumed half of his time or more before this point. So queen to b4 was played, e5, and now g5, only move according to the blue arrow here. That is difficult without prior analysis, especially when you're already down at half an hour. And f6 was the big mistake. Just one mistake enough to give white a big advantage. White develops, take, and white's going to castle with a check. That looks deadly. That looks fatal.
Yeah, and the rook on h8, it's going to be just caged in for the rest of the game. And that's what is going to be absolutely fatal. I mean, if that rook could somehow go to f8 and the king could go to g8, you know, castle by normal means, we're talking about a completely different position. But as it stands, castle's incoming and king safety, it's everything. And wow, f4. I'm wondering whether that's a new move by Arjun. It must have been, actually. But this is the thing. If you walk into these really sharp lines, you have to know every single nuance there is to know about this. And let's kind of like see, is there like an immediate kind of blow for white that is going to give him some concrete returns? So I'm just thinking black goes, I mean, I'm struggling to come up with a move for black because, yeah, okay, take the pawn.
When in doubt, get greedy. That's the most consistent move.
Well, I was stressing about king safety, so I was like, get the king out of trouble. But okay, let's castle, king side. Check.
King runs.
Okay.
Where's the mate?
Should you, for artistic license, should you announce the check? And then we've kind of, when you get to a certain stage, it's kind of somehow rude to announce the check. And we're going to see this, David, because it's actually happened. Knight takes pawn.
I mean, it was his plan, right? He played f6. He wanted to win a pawn, but it's given a question mark. And now Arjun Erigaisi has a +4 advantage. And he's going to castle with check, one of the coolest possible moves in chess. Only move, according to the blue arrow, to get the winning position, but also the most natural move. It's the one he's been setting up himself. And it's just about where the checkmate is. I haven't seen it yet, Ivanka, but it does feel very, very strong for white. Just knowing that you're going to get a free attack, all of your pieces in play. I think we have to knuckle down and calculate just like Arjun does to try and find the win.
Yes, I agree. So let's just go into castles. You announce a check just to trigger your opponent. King goes to g8. Sometimes I'm mean, David. Sometimes I'm not a very nice person. So, and now here is where we stop and think. And so some first things, that the rook on d8 is loose, and you've indicated, wow, rook c8. That's flashy. Okay, but you have queen takes knight.
Queen takes knight doesn't work, I think, because after queen takes knight, oh, maybe it does actually work. I was going to say the even easier is queen to b6 check, probably. And then you can take the rook next move.
Yeah.
Also, your queen takes knight. I thought it didn't work because I could take and bishop takes h7, but I forgot that the king can move out the way and defend the queen. Yeah, rook c8 doesn't work. Yeah, still a draw apparently after rook c8 somehow. But how about similar idea? I just want to get out the way. Bishop f5.
Yeah.
I want to use the queen.
Love it. Love it, love it, love it. Because I was going to point out that the rook on d8 is loose. The knight on e5 is also loose. And you got back rank issues. So you cannot take the knight. That's going to fall foul of many, many moves, you know.
Yeah, that would be checkmate. Arjun does castle, just to confirm live position is this one. And I think you have to move the king, simply. There we go. He's already moved it. Just to point out, there was blue arrow appears. Bishop f5 is the only winning move, but knight f7 wasn't possible for a few reasons. But at the very minimum, I think white can now take this tactic I mentioned, just getting the white rook out the way with a check in order to win the black queen. So Ivanka, do you think he's going to find it? Bishop f5.
Well, yes. I do think he's going to find it. You found it, and you're incredibly strong. And I mean, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. You're incredibly strong, and you saw
If
it.
I can,
That's what I'm
anyone
trying to
can.
say. Is like you saw it quickly. No, 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 no. That's not the way I'm. That's not the direction I'm going in, David. I was just saying, but Arjun is like, look, Arjun's like a wizard, and so he's just as good as you. So for me,
He's
it
better.
was a little bit tougher. But he's gone for it. Bishop to f5.
Yeah, sorry, Ivanka, I was teasing. I know what you meant. He'll find it. It's his type of position, right? It's his type of move.
Yes. Yeah. I knew when I said it, I was like, oh my God, this is not going to, oh my God, this isn't my day for making bloopers. But a beautiful blow. Bishop to f5. You cannot take on d6 because of back rank issues. And what else? I mean, how to even save this one or prolong the game. Oh, okay. Bishop f7 comes instantly.
Yeah, he doesn't have too much time. He's down at under 25 minutes now, Vokidov. Just to point out for everyone at home again, bishop takes bishop. That would have been a devastating queen check. The king vulnerable on the back rank and on the diagonals. The king moves, rook takes bishop, and yeah, it's just checkmate within a few moves. Knight dropping as well. And as Ivanka said, he had to go back because otherwise the back rank would have proved his downfall. With some other checkmates, so bishop f7 played. I'm just looking for queen sacks now. We've had one today. John called that one earlier, the queen sacrifice. It feels like we're always due at least one. The queen sack earlier in the Prague game was rejected, so I really want to play knight takes bishop. But...
Yeah, me too. Me too. I was also looking that direction as well, because the back rank issues are so tough. Okay, but what other moves? You also have your... No, this queen b6 idea is pretty annoying.
Maybe still, though.
Maybe still.
Queen sack. Just give me a queen sack. How about rook c8? Yeah.
Yeah.
Because this is checkmate. Nice, pretty mate here. But
yeah.
But you said queen b6 correctly. Only move, I think.
Yes.
Gain a tempo. King moves.
King h1.
White's threatening all sorts of things like knight c4 getting out the way to win the black rook or the black queen. Knight takes knight sometimes.
What happens if...
sorry, knight takes bishop.
Rook takes rook? And what happens if we try to go the exchange? Oh.
Oh, maybe bishop takes was even better for some reason, but knight takes looked good to me.
Mm-hmm. And then the queen moves, queen c7, let's just say.
Yeah. And I really want a queen sack. Oh.
Me too. I want some kind of bishop e6 business, And then you queen c3 or queen c2 or something.
Yeah. Just to show it doesn't work here, but this was the idea we want in some kind of order. Checkmate. But here, black takes the knight. So apparently, according to the bar, like knight takes rook would be a slight mistake. So maybe bishop takes is the way. And it's just the fact that black rook's out the game. Like knight takes bishop and then some kind of attack following. Looks like the way.
Yeah. Yeah, because after all, the knight is actually stranded there on f7 because you can't ever go h6, king h7 and I try to... This is it. This is what I wanted.
Yeah. So it's actually a slow play.
Rook c8.
Ooh, let's follow the camera. What's Arjun going to play? The move will appear.
It's coming.
Oh, rook c8, winning move. Kind of a queen sack, but not quite. You can't take the queen. You get mated. Double exclamation mark. It is brilliant, though. Forcing black to drop back to b6 with a check. Oh, how does he keep doing this? Arjun keeps playing this exact same variation and none of his opponents are prepared. He keeps winning.
Absolutely. absolutely magnificent, right? Because this is a heavily analyzed position, and Arjun here manages to magic something completely special, forcing his opponent to find the most precise moves. And it was just one mistake that completely just toppled the house. F6, losing move, just like that. And King H1. And I'm glad that we got to see, like, there might have been a sham queen sacrifice, but I'm glad to see that we got in our second offer of a queen sacrifice.
A sham queen sacrifice or a Shamsidin queen sacrifice?
Very good. I was admiring the name Shamsidin. I thought this is a really powerful name. Like you can imagine a ruler being called that, Shamsidin. Maybe there is a ruler, Shamsidin the Great.
Like Aladdin's cousin. Shamsidin. Yeah, this is just winning now for Arjun, who's going to move his king. Just one-sided attack. Yeah, not much to say about this position anymore. I think we'll check in on the finishing blows. Arjun's got so much time on the clock, 1 hour left to find the winning moves, and it's a slow play attack. Jovanka, I think the old adage that you can get away with playing the same opening idea 3 times, but not more than that. I think that's coming into fruition now. He's played this same idea twice. He's beaten Wei Yi a few months ago in Norway Chess. He's about to win again with the same exact line.
Yep. It's looking very, very, very promising. Well, actually, it's winning for Arjun there, coming up with a great idea of going F4, just putting the pressure on Vohidov. And now he's going to reap the rewards on his way to picking up a full point, which puts him in a great position to advance to round 4. We'll be tracking that one. Going back to our bird's eye view, I'm looking around, trying to find where things are unconventional, and my eyes are drawn to the pawn structure in the game of Vincent Keimer against Pranesh. That looks very unusual, especially for black there, with pawns on f5, h5. Again, very, very tense, because if black manages to hold that position together on the king side, then he does have a natural target of going rook a8 to attack the pawn on c3, which is backward. That catches my eye. Again, it is also the bottom right in the game of Abdusattorov against Martinez, because now at least the material is level, but both sides are attacking furiously. So, David, I'm going to put it to you. Where do you want to go? Do you want to go to the middle, top, middle, or bottom?
Dilemma, where to go next. Lots of fun games. I'm actually going to take us to the bottom left, if I can quickly find that game. It is Pentala Harikrishna, one of the players of the second round, I believe, who landed a nice queen sacrifice. I'm forcing our producers here to do some last-minute wizardry. Sorry, everyone, with the camera. They're in this picture. They're in this image, I promise. And Pentala Harikrishna with white looks like he's got another dream opening. And there we go. They're second to the top right of your cameras, ladies and gentlemen. As Harikrishna just taking a sip of water there, putting the bottle down, testing your eyesight. This is just making sure you're all fully locked in, fully focused at home. But yeah, this is a dream, Jovanka. The Sicilian gone wrong for black. No activity, passive bishops. I said bishop pair earlier. I'm not taking the bishop pair here. The king, though, is the biggest issue.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the king is not happy customer there. Just got no safe place to go. And this is actually why one prefers the pawn structure, because ultimately I feel very unhappy if my king is out there in the elements. And okay, well, I guess Daniel just has to go into kind of repair mode and go rook to d8 and try to hold the d5 point, because I feel like if you concede, if you give ground with dc4 or de4, actually you might have to do that, then the queen just infiltrates with queen to d7, and that's very, very scary. So Okay, can black get away with just holding firm with rook to d8?
Yeah, it's possible. I wonder whether he's thinking of castle and queenside. We've seen a lot of castle and queenside in this round in particular, but that just looks way too open for the black king. So rook d8, your move, Jovanka. Let's put it on the board. Daniel Dada, very resourceful, Belgian grandmaster. The bar, wow. Surprised to react to that much. There must be something direct, therefore. Let's say white takes. Oh, maybe not taking that second one. But taking here. Yeah, suddenly black is fine. Just to show your point, the idea is to hold the fort, hold the center. I wonder whether, just because I saw the moment the bar moved, whether it's just something like this. Knight c3. With the idea of checking this black king into oblivion.
And if I take the pawn on e4, I just wanted to show why one should not touch this one with a barge pole. King, and then the queen comes over to h6, and oh dear, it's problems.
Now probably I'll take, and I'll slide up. And
yeah,
I still haven't seen the mate after bishop c7, but I know it's there somewhere. Maybe just knight takes. Oh, there must be a mate, right?
You'd think that, right? You think that there's queen takes pawn at the very least.
Oh, that's boring. Why is there no mate?
No, but I have bishop e8. That's my idea. Bishop e8, and I got my mate on f7.
Yeah, I mean it's good enough.
Okay, well,
it's good enough.
no, it is not checkmate.
Knight takes e4, maybe threatening this mate. Knight has to be removed.
Yeah.
I take, threaten this mate, f5.
5.
And now.
And now.
I'm getting carried away in this variation, but it is, it was all forced, basically, if black plays rook d8, so. Can I take here?
Oh, that's a beautiful one. And then you're going to go get the bishop into...
And then I blundered.
Bishop in. And then you get the balestra. Oh, no, the other... Oh.
Bishop b3?
As well.
What was wrong with bishop d7? I'm surprised that this one. Oh, Jovanka, we got there with the help of the bar. Sorry, everyone at home, for my blunders. That was me.
No. I'm. But there's a bit of a mystery, right? Why bishop to d7 was like equality, whereas bishop to b3. King to f7. It was okay.
Yeah. And I think the idea is that here, like, we need a bishop check, but bishop e8, the rook can take. And I would never have worked this out without the bar, but yeah, white lacks a killer blow here. But the other variation, bishop to b3, king out to f7. I think this just ends in checkmate anyway. You take with the queen this time, check, and mate. The balestra, that's what you called it, right? I didn't know that name.
The balestra. Yes, you did know. You did know the name because you got it right in a quiz question.
Oh, maybe I used to know it. Checkmates, they're like, yeah. I know Bowden's mate.
Exactly, no one knows the name of them. Exactly, but there's some of them which are like the triangle mate, and that's like really boring. It's just like a queen, a king, and a rook. They're all together in a little triangle. That's simple is as simple does. So your rook. Oh, David!
Wow,
did rook to d8 happen?
He's played rook d8. That's the most natural move, Jovanka. You mentioned it. Like, I would play it too. Like, in a blitz game, rapid game, for sure I would play that move in a heartbeat. Like, I don't blame Dada at all, but it is a long variation. Hare Krishna has a forced win now. So what we spoke about was all relevant. Like, I thought it was just a random tangent, but it's actually all very likely now.
You know, David, we have an uncanny sixth sense, you and me together, you know. When there's a blunder on the board, I can smell it out and we can suggest what's going to be continuing. So absolutely relevant. And just to kind of recap, the whole point is, and we were assisted by the evaluation bot actually, was that white can take once, and then you got to critically, and this is really critically, you go knight to c3. You want to be going bishop to a4 check. And okay, we were like diving in and having fun after pawn takes pawn and saying, no, this is why black loses. But pawn takes pawn actually isn't necessary, but there is a lot of pressure against d5. So it's going to be problems for the black king.
Yeah, he's either losing a pawn with a hopeless position or he's getting checkmated. It's as simple as that. And we'll wait to see whether Hare Krishna sees this very long, very difficult variation. It is not obvious. It's not easy, but he has 38 minutes. In the meantime, John, it's everything you wanted, everything you expected, and more this round.
It absolutely is, David. I didn't think it would come this early, if I'm honest. I was genuinely more expecting this to be tomorrow, but we have fireworks all over the playing hall, and usually when that happens, you might see a couple of miniatures, you might see a couple of games finish quickly. We haven't seen that today at all, so everybody is fighting through and trying to wade their way through these middle games. I am absolutely here for it. So thank you very much for joining us with the broadcast so far. We are about to go into a break, but as we go into that break, don't forget, now that Bonfire Night is over anyway, it is absolutely time to celebrate the holiday season, and ChessUp's annual sale starts now with $100 off your Chess Up 2 if you use the promo code CHESS. It's a physical electronic board and it syncs directly to your chess.com rated games, and you can save them and analyze them on chess.com itself. It's got built-in Wi-Fi, touch-sensitive pieces, and a touch screen for players of all levels. So if you fancy using !ChessUp in chat, that unlocks $100 off until December the 1st, which is going to be the lowest price of their holiday season. So, exciting time so far here at the FIDE World Cup. Queen sacrifices being offered, crazy attacking variations, and dangerous mating attacks. And it seems like home heroes Prag, Arjun, and Pentala are celebrating Bonfire Night in Goa by trying to outdo each other in terms of fireworks. We see how their opponents navigate these amazing complications after the break.
You're a grandmaster and I'm a retired IM. So I'm gonna actually use this board to have the advantage. If I'm touching a piece, it's gonna show me whether it's a good move, a bad move, or a decent move.
Okay.
What if I touch this? Oh, taking is not a good idea. So what's a good idea?
It's ridiculous.
That's it.
This is ridiculous.
I know it.
A lot of people fall for that.
I know you want to flag me, but I'm just like, I'm gonna go sometimes with my intuition, sometimes with the magic of this board.
I think we need to try to bring the pieces back.
No way, Aman! Take that!
There's just no way this works.
I calculated it till the end.
I mean, I have to, out of respect for the move.
I got it. It's not a good move to take it. Is it queen h6? It's queen h6 first. Of course I knew it.
What? I don't know how I stop this. I got nothing here. I can't even move. Anna.
Thank you, Aman.
Good game.
What do you mean, good game?
Good game.
It's the best game of my life.
You are actually now 1-0 against me lifetime.
Yes. Does that make me a grandmaster?
I met Anatoly Karpov, I think, in 1992. That was the first tournament I played with him. I was not a big fan of his style, to tell you the truth, because he was very positional, very slow, so it was not so exciting for me. And the first game I played with him in '92, it was in Madrid. We made a draw because he played with the black pieces. He was not such a fighter with the black pieces. It was a short draw. He was very kind, very pleasant. He won the tournament. I became number 2. And after that, there were endless encounters with him. It was very difficult for me to win, because we had quite a few draws, especially when I was playing with the white pieces. When he played with white, he won a lot of games against me. It was always a huge battle. I had to learn, I had to grow up for that level and to understand and appreciate his style, which I did much later. And I think I won the first game against him in '98 in a rapid match, which I played in Budapest. And I won even not only a game, but also without losing any game. I won the match. And then later, in 2003, I believe, that was the breaking point when I started to win games with black and with white pieces as well. But I also got to know him more because he was visiting me at Nagymaros at our summer house for some time. And we had training sessions, which was very interesting seeing him already. Of course, he was doing many other things in his life, but how sharp he was still, how he was looking the positions, what vision he had. This is the most interesting with top players, that for them things are so natural, and then you say, wow. So I had these experiments with him when we were playing a lot of blitz, and we were talking a lot, analyzing some of the openings like Caro-Kann and also some other. So it was very interesting to be around him, to listen his stories from all times, also competing with him. He was always a player which he was fighting very much. He loves the game. He's so passionate about it that you feel this when you're around him. But he's not only passionate about chess, but he was also very passionate about card games or playing flipper. I saw him in Tilburg once and in many other places. So I can say that he was, of course, an amazing world champion for quite a long time. He's maybe the person who won the most amount of tournaments. So I appreciate a lot his chess and his career.
Welcome back to round 3 of the FIDE World Cup in Goa. All of these players doing admirable jobs of fighting on in the playing hall. We have a little bit of competition for whose board is the hottest at the moment, and certainly some very sharp positions attracting some rather sizable crowds on the top boards. So, Jovi, David, I'm not about to throw you something boring. There's not much of that going on right now. I totally agree with you. But where do we need to head first?
Oh, John, it has been quite the round. A lot of nail biters, a lot of electric play. I mean, we've seen checkmates, we've seen 2 potential queen sacrifices, and it has been absolutely stunning. A lot of people. And you know something, I was going to say, I have been looking for boring, and I have been struggling to find a boring position, but it looks like we're just in time to see a draw being agreed between Pragnananda and Robert Hovhannisyan, and that one ended up as an opposite color bishop endgame. That's as dull as it gets, David.
Yeah, there was one fascinating moment in this game. Prag tried to sacrifice his queen. He tried to explode the position, and this was where it ended. Opposite color bishops, nothing to be done. Pure blockade for both sides. There was just this one moment earlier where Prag, with his queen attacked, decided not to move her. She could have safely moved forward, but instead to offer her up. Knight takes bishop, and if Hovhannisyan wanted, if he was more in the mood for blood, maybe we would have seen bishop takes queen with a variation such as this one. Knight takes rook, hitting the white queen, queen moving, knight trying to sacrifice itself. And if the king takes, rook takes bishop. Here, black would have a rook, bishop, and a pawn for the queen. Probably ample compensation. So instead, Hovhannisyan didn't want any of that fun. Knight takes bishop was played, And after a recapture, we did see things start to fizzle out. We saw pieces exchanged here, and from here, it was pretty inevitable it would be a draw. So a lot of potential, but in the end, I think a very fair result and very well played game. 98.7% accuracy from both players.
Yep. Perfect chess leads to the perfect result, a draw. And look at that. I'm going to immediately take us to the top left because Hari Krishna, we were kind of leaving everyone on a cliffhanger. Will Hari Krishna find the way to proceed against Daniel Dada? And we were like, okay, only one move. Knight c3, you put pressure on the center. You threatened this beautiful check, bishop to a4. It's happened. Maybe we go there and see what's happening. Because is this a position that Daniel can even survive with the king out there about to be demolished? You know, everything is going.
Yeah, I have a feeling we're going to see a handshake here within the next 15, 20 minutes. Like, just Dada's clock is one story. He's down at 17 minutes, and it's hopeless. He's about to lose a pawn in the center unless he moves his d-pawn. We talked about capturing on e4 earlier. He could move it forward to d4. If he doesn't, if he tries to get castled, for example, run his king to safety. I mean, this is just such one-sided traffic. Pawn takes pawn here. And Black's going to have to play a move like e5. He's going to have a horrible king position on the light square, still getting attacked. And he's going to be a pawn down. I think if you go down, you might as well go down in flames. And Ivanka, we were talking about this one before the break, d takes e4. Maybe d4 is another option, but this also looks terrible.
It's the same problem, right? Keeps rearing its head. You just give a check. The king goes to f8. This is the solution. And now you can just slide up with the rook and give a devastating check on g3. And bishop to d6 doesn't save you because now you can block everything with e5.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this is going to end the game. Mate in 3 forced, announced by the computer here. Bishop takes, rook takes, and game over. And this is all happening. Wow. Actually, the other variation we mentioned, we've done so well with the prediction game today. D takes e4, check. King moves, check. King moves. We'll see a rook trade. And Jovanka, maybe you can walk us again through that variation that we concluded was totally winning for white.
Yeah, so we were looking at just rook takes rook and bishop takes rook. And here we were just looking at posting the rook up to e3. There might be even better moves. But that certainly looked pretty convincing. And once the bishop came to c7, I mean, this was absolutely stunning that you could go knight takes e4. Bishop takes knight. Has to be played, as David's indicating. Rook takes. I can't believe the players are actually going to be following this, David. And here there was this unbelievable point that f5, you could just simply play, and this is one to go boom. Rook takes e6, pawn takes rook. Bishop now only move is to drop it back to b3 because you want to be setting up a queen and bishop battery on this diagonal. And here it's either going to be checkmate with bishop takes e6, or if the king tries to run and if there tries to be some defense, then queen takes e6. And queen to f7, and it's going to be a beautiful checkmate. One for the books on this. I mean, I would be in absolute awe. You know, something that we were like analyzing as a joke. If I actually look at this, David. It's happening.
He's playing all of the right moves. And we predicted this like... Oh my gosh, Hari Krishna, moment of truth. His opponent has to play f5 now to stop rook g4. I did say earlier it was all forced, but to see it so quickly and to calculate it, Hari Krishna, he already played game of the tournament, like probably in round 2, or one of the candidates. He's trying to go up on himself. He's trying to beat his own previous best effort by playing an equally brilliant sacrifice. Rook takes e6, he plays
it's happened.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness
Hari
me.
Krishna.
You saw it here first, folks. We found this one by trial and error. Hari Krishna, boom, he just makes that move. Oh my goodness me, David. I think it's perhaps time for us to go and buy some Euro Millions tickets, because
Yeah.
this is just unbelievable on so many levels.
We're going to win the lottery. Pentala Harikrishna is going to win this game. He's going to be a huge favorite to get into round 4 now. And he's doing it in style. He's such a positional player. Positional Pentala, that's his name. But not this tournament. He is on fire, as our featured chat says. He's been maybe the most impressive player so far in the tournament. Just crazy attacking chess, one-dimensional, just killing his opponent's king. And I think we're seeing a result there. There we go.
He's resigned. Beautiful, beautiful game from Hari Krishna. He's determined to win the Brilliancy Prize in every round that he plays. Fantastic sacrifice in the end, setting up a beautiful bishop and queen checkmate. Artistry in motion there. Absolutely fantastic. And that's our first decisive result of the day. Hari Krishna moves on, has a point lead. And now the question is, will Daniel Dada strike back tomorrow? He's in a must-win situation with the white pieces. Whew. And after that excitement, let's go back to our bird's eye view and maybe check in on these characters, these fine gentlemen on our camera. It is Richard Report against young Yaz Khan Adomush, just 14 years old. Let's do a status update.
Wow. Yeah, I remember those days of status updates. This one, though, is not good news for Richard Rapport, who does look like he's just slightly worse with white. And it's kind of a risk-free advantage, I'm going to say, for the young Turkish prodigy. I just want to backtrack a few moves because he handled it so well. I saw it briefly around this moment and I thought, okay, he's in a bit of trouble. His queen is attacked. His knight is hanging in the air, a bit loose. But he realized that he could play this very simple knight takes knight, counterattacking against the white queen. And after a recapture, this brilliant counterattack. 2 pieces under fire. Not many ways to save this. Only move to stay in the game, but queen to a5. Hitting the white queen, forcing a queen trade. And when the dust is settled, Jovanka, rook b1 hits this pawn, but he's just played b6. And it's a bit like the Anish Giri game, just with roles reversed. White has 2 weaknesses, isolated pawns, and Black's rooks are going to come and stare at them.
Oh, yeah. And white is very much on the defensive, as you're pointing out. Not very fun times, for Richard, who is going to be forced to grovel here and just play passively and defend those weaknesses. It's not easy, but a very pleasant situation for the youngster. Okay. Whilst the position is relatively calm, no fireworks, so to speak, shall we go back to the bird's eye view and peek in on some of the other games? Because I'm looking at the game between Arjun and Vohidov there in the top middle, because we were expecting King H1 after that particular check, but Arjun has gone a different direction. He's blocked that check with the rook. And I'm also drawn to the game between Abdusatorov against Martinez. And I'm finally getting those technical equal positions, because it also looks like the game between Benjamin Gladura and Wei Yi is also headed into a balanced draw. And can we just, because it's so fire and the game between Arjun and Vohidov, can we just have a look at the consequences of rook to f2? Does that change things much?
Yeah, let's jump in, because Arjun did spend a fair amount of time on that move. He spent 27 minutes. We were here a good old while ago before the break, and we thought he could just shuffle his king into the corner to dodge the check. Very odd to self-pin. It's become trendy since Ding did it. Of course, self-pinning, blocking a check with a rook. But what is the big difference? I'm struggling with black nonetheless to find a move. Rook takes rook. We said earlier was maybe black's most natural try, but now bishop takes was the conclusion. And white is threatening to take this bishop. For example, something like this, and this is a deadly pin. maybe the idea, Jovanka, is that after queen to c7, bishop e6 wins quite quite straightforwardly, but rook takes f7 is maybe his idea here. Now that there are no back rank tricks, although there weren't anyway, because the white rook could have blocked with a discovered check.
Yeah.
Queen takes.
Yeah, that's a fine move. So that would be absolute, catastrophe for Khidov there. So you can't play that. I mean, can you go? Rook takes rook isn't maybe not a possibility. Maybe you can go like h6. I'm just going to throw in that move just because.
h6 makes sense. This knight c4 too flashy. Knight c4. Hit the queen, hit the rook. Double attack.
Okay. That was a disaster, so can't play that. And that more or less means that rook takes rook is forced, because otherwise knight c4 is incoming. And okay, can you go knight c6 maybe? I just don't know.
Yeah, knight takes here, I guess. I'm just hoping there's some good discovery against the black king if it pokes its head up.
Yeah. Rook takes rook, bishop takes rook, and then.
Oh, I want to.
Yeah, is okay. Hang on, we have a move from Vahidov. I don't have to struggle to find anything. Rook takes rook. It was the move that we predicted. It's happened, and here we concluded bishop takes rook, clearing the path for the white rook to start motoring is the most accurate. And it makes a lot of sense as well.
Not getting deflected, not getting distracted with the white knight, keeping it centralized, keeping it applying pressure to this black bishop. I've got to say, very professional, Jovanka, for Arjun, who had an hour to invest half of his time just double checking all the variations, just making sure he wasn't blundering, missing anything. He knew he was winning. He's done the hard work. This is a tip I give to so many people. Like, you do the hard work, you've got an extra pawn, you've got an extra piece, or you've got a winning attack. That's where you invest your time. And he's going to get the win now, surely, with that attention to detail.
Yeah, and you mentioned it there, attention to detail, winning attack. Well, earlier on, we saw Hari Krishna play an absolute stormer against Daniel Dada, and he's here with Rakesh, ready to share with us his thoughts.
Grandmaster Hari Krishna here, another white win with an attack on the king. What's special about it, Hari?
Oh, he let me, the opening he chose was double-edged. Of course, he wanted to have some unclear position with chances for him. And I don't think, that has obviously some pluses and minuses. And I felt his position was quite okay until some point. And he missed the trick with knight c3, I believe. And or else he wouldn't have gone into this whole d5 and queen a7 thing which has happened in the game. He had many interesting options. He could go long castle instead of queen c5, but I think he was already getting optimistic because he's getting d5 and long castle. So obviously if he gets in a good way, he's doing much better, and why not to play for advantage from black side, right? And then I, of course, got some chances, and then I did calculate the whole sequence of moves until rook e6, and then basically after f takes e6, bishop b3, and he has to give up the queen in order to not checkmate and not get checkmated there.
Then he resigned. You have 1 foot into round 4. But apart from that, what are your thoughts on the experience here, apart from the chessboard, the hotel, the food, and you have your parents as well?
Yeah, so all so far everything has been great for me, I don't know. I mean, everything is so far good for me, and I particularly like to play in front of the the fans and who are chess lovers who are coming to support all the Indians. And it has been such a long time since I played in India in front of everyone. So that's a nice feeling, and I'm quite happy that this tournament is taking place in India and in Goa, where I played in 2002. So it's a nice feeling.
And lastly, Ari, chat wants to know what's your favorite food, like or Indian dish that you really like.
I like it keeps changing, but something I really like is sambar and benkai fry, which probably translates to okra fry.
All right, thank you so much, and good luck for the next game.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rakesh. And it's so nice to see Hari Krishna. He's very relaxed, getting off to a dream start. Perfect game for him, and sharing with us his thoughts on his favorite Indian food. And it's nice that he's got a lot of support here from his parents and also from the home crowd cheering him. But going back to our bird's eye view, well, David, we are being spoiled with a lot of excitement, and I'm going to let you take the lead here. Like, what direction should we go? Because Abdusattorov Martinez catches my eye, but I don't know whether that's the only game that's super exciting.
Yeah, and there's plenty of other exciting games. We'll soon jump into Michael Adams, who, again, we got our predictions right in his encounter. But first, let's go to a game that is looking quite simplified and looks like it's deep into the end game. Not too long before the time control in this one either. It looks like they have made move 36 on the last go. This is the current position between Niels Grandelius and Shakhriyar Mamedyarov. Yavanka, we were earlier advocating running with the White King before any action on the Queen side. Niels looks like he's gone a bit wrong here. He's found his rook a bit trapped. And if he goes to g5, he might never get out. If he goes back, he will drop the e-pawn. What do you make of this? He's lost his advantage.
Yeah, it certainly looks that way as well. And, endgames are only easy if you stumble on the correct plan. And here, we were identifying a few moves earlier on that you had to run in with the king, as you mentioned, but also perhaps line up with the rooks and coordinate. But I can understand that Niels didn't necessarily want to move the rook. That was so beautifully placed on f1, just bearing down on f7, and went in a different direction. And you have to either just entrap your rook with rook to g5, which is really not something you take lightly. Or if you step back with the rook, drop it to f3, well, then you simply lose connection with the e5 pawn. That will fall, and with it, any hope of an advantage. So I think that Shak is going to be extremely happy with this outcome. I mean, it wasn't easy for him, but he will be relieved that Niels didn't actually make him sweat a little bit more over the board.
Yeah, and this is me being pedantic about endgames, but if we just go back a few moves, Niels down to 8 minutes, so he might be tempted to make some quick moves, shaking his head there. But in endgames, we talked about this king f2 idea a move before this. He played b3, but it's endgames, middle games, it's always the same. Touching pawns on the side your opponent is stronger very rarely works out. Like, I'm so surprised by this move a4. It's like, I'm not sure what this was exactly designed to achieve. Maybe he just wants some open lines for his rooks, but he's touching pawns on the side where the opponent has more pieces. The opponent has a king. And as we saw a few moves down the line, they repeated the position, but suddenly it's so much easier later for black to come and pick up this b3 pawn. Black takes this pawn. Black's got a ready-made pass pawn. And we saw this with some checks, with some captures. This is probably why he rushed, because now this pawn is just super weak. He spent a tempo weakening his own pawn. If he left a pawn on a2, it would take black 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves, 4 moves to go and win the a and b pawns. It would take black 4 moves rather than 2 to win, to create a pass pawn. So he lost 2 tempi and that's why he wasn't able to defend his e-pawn now. So it looks like he just maybe went for the wrong plan. But I think a good tip for everyone at home, just to remember. And there we go. He actually retreats his rook, giving back his material advantage. Grandelius, that to me looks like a bit of a acknowledgement that he's no longer better. He's pretty much saying, take the pawn back. This is just going to fizzle out towards a draw.
Yes, and it will fizzle out towards a draw because although white doesn't have perfect pawn structure on the king side, it is going to be white lining up the rooks on f7, and that is going to force more liquidation, or black will have to go on the passive. So I'm expecting this game to fizzle out quite quickly, and it really wasn't advisable, I think, to put the rook on g5. Did he offer a draw?
Oh,
no.
I think Nils offered a draw, and Mamedyarov might have said no. If there was definitely a word exchange between them. What else would it be other than a draw offer? Maybe Mamedyarov senses momentum's turning. Maybe he's going to try and play for a win now with his rook getting active.
Maybe. And I was kind of advocating for lining up both the rooks on the F line, just so that you could target F7. And you're so right, David, because it would have taken black a whole age to get a pass pawn on the queen side. And now it's like 2 moves away. And it's not just that, it's also the king. If the black king had advanced, it would... and we have a draw.
Oh, it was actually Mamedyarov who offered the draw, apparently, while he took that pawn, and it is a handshake. Yeah, Nils and Grandelius, maybe some small missed opportunities. I'm going to say it was a half chance. It wasn't a full chance. He was never winning. It was only a small advantage, but in the end, Mamedyarov's opening prep and his patience paid off defending that rook endgame. And I think Mamedyarov now has got to be the favorite with the white pieces tomorrow.
Yeah, he has to be. And in the tiebreaks yesterday, Mamedyarov was in brutal form. You know, he won a position very quickly, and he won the second game also in efficient manner. So Mamedyarov is also someone who's not afraid of being in tiebreaks. And going back to our bird's eye view, I'm also going to call it, David. I think we're going to be seeing a result very soon in the game of Gladura against Wei Yi. It's a knight endgame. They're tricky, but I suspect that one will also fizzle out soon.
Yeah, I love how we had too many exciting games, so now we're reduced to just trying to spot the most dull, most boring positions. We've had too much excitement over the last 24, 48 hours. And I agree. Gladura against Wei Yi, that one was very balanced. Gladura with a cool opening idea, but never really managed to make anything significant of it. And I just want to point out our prediction game, Jovanka. In the picture we see in front of us, the clash between the Hans Niemann Slayer Lodici and British legend Michael Adams. Here we predicted the whole sequence of moves again, and we were doing it without an engine. We were doing it just by trying to find the most human moves. So I think we've done a good job. And just a quick action replay as Lodici is about to reach out in a really difficult position for him. We left it just around, 9 moves ago in this position. We were saying difficult for white to find a move. Evalbar says 0.0, but rook e3, the most natural move, was a big mistake since bishop to a5, and everything comes with tempo. This move, exclam, queen g5, exclam, g3, knight h3. He keeps finding the best moves, Adams, and a brilliant rook sacrifice here. Rook takes f2, giving up his rook in order to take this piece on e3 now. Queen takes e3, and the knight cannot be captured as the rook drops off. Knight g4 was Lodici's idea, his deep calculation, but Adams had seen one move deeper. Queen back to e6, skewering this white knight, as we see in a moment. King takes h3, h5 played, and Adams here, he's not won a pawn. It's level material, but he's got total domination. King to f1, question mark. Adams gave him a bit of a stare down, Jovanka. That's not a good sign. It looks like a totally winning position for black now.
It looks like that. And with the evaluation bar going all the way in black's favor, that means that there might be something amidst, and we have to go on the hunt for this. So what could be the final blow in this particular position? Is there something immediately winning?
White is very tied down. Like the rook can't really move now. The rook has to shelter the white king from checks. If it moves across to e2, that looks like a deadly check. The queen can't move. It has to keep the black bishop pinned. The white knight doesn't really have any good squares without allowing some queen checks. So white is totally frozen. I just want to improve the worst place piece, this black rook, but I don't know if you can right now because the bishop is hanging. So I would be looking at like b6 ideas or...
Yeah.
Okay, we should always look at checks as well.
V6 feels like a little bit timid. That's like the move I would have in the back of my pocket. And I would be calculating queen to d3 check. And king will go to g2.
Yep.
I'm also
White is-
looking at something. Which
Okay.
don't laugh at me, David, but like rook a7, because I wanted to go bishop to b3.
I would never laugh at you, Ivanka. I would never. Never ever.
But
dream
rook
of it.
a7 is a move that you would laugh at. If it does not work, you'd be like, why did you put your rook on a7? What is it doing?
I've seen worse. I've played worse moves than that. It's probably not bad. Let's see. Rook a7. It's good
Or
enough
maybe
for an
b6.
advantage, but
Yeah. b6 is a bit annoying.
b6. Yeah, bishop takes and queen to d7, I guess.
Hmm.
With some counterplay against the black king.
Yes. Okay, so not rook a7. Don't do that at home, because it was just a one-trick pony. So what would be the
I like my
b6?
b6.
Okay, let's try b6. Let's just be lazy about it.
Lazy Dave. That's my nickname. b6. Okay, I've blown the advantage again. Like, it's slightly better for black still, but maybe white has a resource that I'm not seeing. Maybe it's something to do with queen to b3 now. Although queen to b3, black takes this
Queen
pawn and
c2.
defends. Queen c2.
Maybe queen c2.
That's a good idea. Yeah. Queen takes. Well, probably white can take now on c7. Oh, blundered again. Oh no, we can't take on c7 because bishop takes knight and the bishop drops back to block. Okay, so we're struggling at the moment, but probably it is a queen move then, process of elimination. We've tried the bishop moves, the pawn moves. I like queen d3. Stops your idea.
Yeah, queen d3. Yes, yes, yes. Centralize the queen.
Okay. Good.
Doesn't...
Somewhere.
And now...
Yeah. Adams, he probably knows he's winning, but just like we know he's winning, but finding the killer blow is hard.
No, it's not easy. Not easy at all.
Now b6.
Yes.
still,
Now b6.
It's okay this time. I just want to get the rook in. Just want to liberate the rook, protect the bishop.
And it's good enough, right? We don't need to go for the Brilliancy of the Year award. You can just simply go b6, overprotect, then go rook to e8, and then bishop will come into c3, and then it's no risk technical chess. I like it, David. Even if the computer says it's not precise. By the way, what does the computer say is the killer blow? And then let's judge whether it's human or whether we should have found it.
Yeah, Adams can't win the Brilliancy of the Year award. Hare Krishna, he's trying to lock that one up. So Adams, he's very, very kind of classy with his approach. It's very methodical, very like no risk, no fuss, no frills or spills. Queen to c3, Ivanka. I'm trying to understand it. Oh, just defend the bishop. Just defending the bishop, and the rook moves.
Oh.
Wow.
Do it in one.
And it stops this queen c2 move you found, this resource to get the queen back into the game. If queen to b3, black takes the pawn up, and it keeps the square. Yeah, it keeps the square vacant, which is important actually.
It's like the best of both worlds. You know, I was trying this stupid rook a7 because I was trying to get some bishop b6, and the queen c3 just does it in one, does absolutely everything, like a multi-dimensional move. And queen c3 is within the realms of Mickey finding it. It's not like massively complicated. He just has to not get seduced by the idea of giving checks or, you know, sacrificing a piece, because the rook and queen are not going to break through White's defenses. So
that's a Mickey move if I ever saw one. I think it's like, it's not easy, so I'm going to say it's like 50% chance he finds it, but I think it's like 10 times more likely he finds it than I would find it in a game. It's just his type of move. Control, cemento, like, and he would just be winning. Apparently it's the best by a mile as well, queen c3. Like queen d3 is the next best, and then b6 as we were advocating, but queen c3. So we found the second best. Sorry, queen c3 here. And White is paralyzed.
Paralyzed, and Mickey now in his element. Shall we leave this game and then come back and see whether Mickey found the most accurate way to press home his advantage? And well, this is the game that has us captivated. Arjun playing White against Shamsuddin Volkidov. It has been a dream opening for Arjun, as he found himself in a very, very good situation, attacking his opponent's king. Some fantastic ideas with f2, f4, which completely bamboozled his opponent. And now it's, as we said, David, our prediction game, spot on. It's all about the fact that the rook on h8 just is not going to get into the game, and the knight is just in a deadly pin.
Yeah, he's winning a piece. It's as simple as that. Arjun didn't even stop for the first 20 moves of this game. He didn't pause until move 21. This is just move 29, and he's about to win. So he's only played pretty much 9 moves on his own. But that's how strong his opening prep was. The black king moves, that's clever, since the black rook attacks the bishop. But once the black rook gets there, queen f5 check is going to be a double attack. So I'm expecting queen takes knight now. And yeah, there's queen f5 in the air if the rook does pick up the bishop. That looks deadly. That looks over. Arjun about to put the finishing touches on what's been a very impressive, very smooth win. Yeah, I need to learn openings the way he learns openings, clearly, because he's doing something right when he studies chess.
Yeah, and he's provoking those all-important mistakes. But for Volkidov, he needs to come back tomorrow. He needs to win on demand if he wants to take the match to tiebreaks. How does one defeat Arjun Erigaisi with the black pieces? Well, actually, Volkidov is playing with the white pieces tomorrow.
Yeah, he will get his chances. I think he just has to survive the opening. That's step number one. Volkidov, ideally something a bit quieter where it's not just pure tactics where Arjun thrives. He's one of the best in the world. I just also want to shout out Arjun. I found out the detail, Jovanka, why he played rook f2 all that time ago instead of king h1. He saw this whole line. He saw rook takes bishop. I'll just put this on the board. Queen check. And for example, queen to g6. And there we go. It's a resignation. There would have been a check on the back rank, but here rook to f1 blocks since the king is on g1. Arjun takes the win. There we go. The players aren't going to analyze. It must be heartbreaking, Volkidov, to lose without really ever getting into the game, just off the back of opening prep. But there we go. That's what happened, and big task ahead for him tomorrow.
Yeah, Volkidov has to come out swinging tomorrow. There is nothing for it. He's now in a must-win situations. But for Arjun, he's 1 foot in the door of round 4. Well, we're going to be following tomorrow's game very keenly as Volkidov finds himself in a must-win situation. Some impressive play there from Arjun Erigaisi, and the home crowd is there to back Arjun for every move that he makes. And we go back to our bird's eye view as we have a few decisive results under our belt. And let's check in on David. So I'm still drawn to the game there in the bottom right between Abdusattorov against Martinez. That one looks pretty exciting because the black king now walked up to f7, blockading the pawn on f6. Still fascinating. And by the way, I can also just update you all that bottom left, Mickey Adams did go for the second best move. That was queen to d3 check. That is also good enough. It just prevents white from getting the desired defense of queen to c2. And David, I just keep directing you to the corner. So can I head there?
Let's do it. I trust you. Let's steer over to the Nodibek Abdusattorov game where he has lost his advantage. And a lot has happened since we were last here. So maybe just a very quick action replay, because Nodibek landed a beautiful opening surprise, sacrificed the exchange, had a winning position when we left it. And it was all about this position where the rook hit the bishop. Nodibek, if he just ignored this and played pawn to h5, gone for g6, he would have likely won this game quite quickly. Instead, he reacted. He defended his bishop with his queen, reluctant to allow this sacrifice of rook for bishop. The black rook moved, h5, and now rook takes d5. And after a capture, bishop to f8. Martinez just bracing for impact, just getting his defenses in order. And here, Nodibek should have pushed the g-pawn. I'm very shocked he pushed the h-pawn, to be honest. Like, pushing this one just looks so clear-cut. Like, this just looks like a mating attack for white. Mm-hmm. I don't think Martinez would have survived more than a few moves here. This is checkmate already. But instead, he pushed the other pawn, h6. And after a queen trade offered, he found himself blocked up. And a few moves down the line, rook to e8. Already it's turning in black's favor. f5, a beautiful move, allowing en passant. But it's more important not to allow queen to f6 and in with a deadly mate, giving up a pawn and defending now the advance of that pawn. And if we catch up very quickly to the live position, we've just had a move. And Nodibek has also done what Martinez did. He's allowed en passant just to get his king a bit of breathing space. Jovanka, momentum-wise, I'm inclined to say black is the one who should be happiest.
I'm going to agree with you wholeheartedly. And I tell you what I'm also afraid in terms of the long game for Nodibek, because the white king is almost in a cage. He's not going to get out of that one. And all the black has to do, again, I'm just thinking about the end game, is just activate the bishop, and the pawns on f6 and h6 are just ripe for the taking. So I'm concerned. Oh, he took. Interesting. I was thinking that best to keep the king imprisoned and try to play to swap off queens. But instead, Martinez has got perhaps ideas of going h2, jettisoning the a-pawn in order to create those mating attacks against the white king. So I feel like this is still very finely balanced. Like, neither side can just play carelessly, because you always have to be thinking about potential checks that could come with great impact. So I'm thinking if the queen on g2 manages to find itself on b7, boom, that's game over for black. If the black queen also starts sniffing around the white king, also problems. So still very, very complicated.
Yeah, very complex. Neither king safe. Queen still on the board. That's the key. And this could go in any direction. Let's jump over to another game where it looks much more balanced, but it was one of the games we were most excited about heading into today. That is a clash between Richard Rapport and young Yaz Khan Edogmush. And Jovanka, earlier I said this was an advantage for black, risk-free. Still looks good for black. White has all the weak pawns in the world, but probably no breakthrough level material. What do you make of this? Who should be the happier of the two?
Yeah, this is an issue, right? Because here I'm also looking at the white pawn structure and going, could do better. But then it's the bishop on a5, which doesn't make the biggest impression either, because that's completely locked out of the game. It's not going to get in. Bishop to d2 is going to be met by a pin with rook to d1. And what we're seeing here is that white's going to be incredibly active with stepping up with the king and also going rook to b5 and then potentially c5 in the air. So the fact that the bishop is locked out of the game makes me think that white has enough counterplay to offset this terrible pawn structure.
Yeah, it feels like he's active enough. And if I compare this position to the one we were at earlier, where knights were still on the board, I would say that Richard Rapport's probably a bit less stressed now, a bit relieved that he's not going to come under more pressure, and he moves his king forward. Dogmush is probably going to do the same. The black king. Okay, nope, he moves his rook to attack the white pawn. Only move now. The blue arrow appears. The white king has to defend that weakling on c4.
Mm-hmm.
It does.
And Richard is almost offering a draw, right? He's saying, if you want to repeat by giving a check, I'm up for that. King goes back to e2.
Prediction game on point today, Ivanka. That is tempting fate, but I think it's quite a logical continuation before white is able to play that move rook b5, like you said, and c5, and it could turn in white's favor suddenly with the more active king. So Dogmush is trying to get out here and now, trying to bail with the draw. And the second time we've seen it. What do you think? Is this game over?
Yes, just by the way that they're playing and the eye contact has been made. It is a draw between Adamush and Reports, and that puts the 14-year-old Grandmaster Adamush in great position for tomorrow's game, where he'll be playing with the white pieces, where he'll be trying to press an advantage against the Hungarian Grandmaster. And we have to remind ourselves, Adamush, so young, just 14 years old, and it's amazing that he's here, round 3 World Cup, locking horns with a player of such caliber, such as Richard Report.
Yeah, it's super impressive. Like, he did it in the Grand Swiss. That was not just a flash in the pan. That was not a one-off. He's holding these very strong, very experienced 2700 players to easy draws. With black, painless. If anything, he was better. And it's just about whether he can beat these elite players or whether that will take him a few years of experience. Yeah, very impressive start to his career and very impressive start to this round against Report. Okay, let's go to another game. Ivanka, your pick. Your pick next.
Well, looking at our screens in front of us, can we head over to Anish Giri against Donchenko? Because that one, there's 2 rooks on the 7th, and obviously one of those rooks is going to be swapped off. You can't allow the dream for white.
I'm going to make a prediction of the future. I think this is going to be a rook endgame with white having an extra a pawn, and I think it's still a long way in the distance, but it's just a case of whether Donchenko can hold that, whether he can draw it. He looks a bit nervous, Donchenko, on the camera. Maybe because of the clock down at 8 minutes. He does look a bit stressed. Ivanka, I'm predicting, for example, one line, rook takes rook. Probably you don't want to rush into this as black, but something along these... Ooh, I just realized queen takes pawn. There's a rook c8 check. But okay, let's just pretend that this endgame is forced. This is the type of thing I envisage. Probably not that exact move order. And it's just a case of whether black can hold this one. And it's going to be difficult, I'm going to say. Like, it's not as easy as normal because there are more pawns on the board. Normally it's just 3 pawns or 2 pawns on one side. And black can't set up like pawns in the ideal formation where everything's protected. I think Giri is going to try and grind this out, as he's been doing a lot in recent months.
Yeah, of course, he's going to give this one his everything. Nice prediction. I also believe that you've got it spot on. I think that's the best that Donchenko can do. If he doesn't capture that rook, then he's literally allowing 2 amazing beasts there on the 7th rank, and they're just going to take control, and the c-pawn would fall. So Donchenko, his hands are more or less forced. David, can I pull out from this game and go back to the bird's eye view? Because I'm a little bit concerned in the game between Lorenzo Lodici against Michael Adams, and I just need your reassurance, because I'm a bit afraid that we're going to be seeing a repetition of some form.
Yeah, just a very quick peek in there. It looks like Adams did repeat the position once, but repeating again would be a shock to me. The blue arrow appears. Yeah. We actually mentioned this b6 move earlier. It wasn't the top computer choice this whole line, but just to point out, queen to e3 would be the 3rd time we reached that position. White would play king to f1. That would be a draw. Adams looked like he was about to move for us. I think b6 is risk-free. There's no reason to bail out here. You have full control. White is almost stuck. So I'm kind of predicting that he's repeated to get closer to move 40, Ivanka, and then he's going to play for a win. He's shown his opponent he has control. He knows he can bail out, but b6 is coming. And I'm going to bring in John to make a prediction as well. Do you think Adams, is he going to fight on? Is he going to play on as we reach the last few moves now before the time control?
Oh, that's a very double-edged question, David, because Mickey generally, he's so good at finding tiny, infinitesimal advantages and really pressing them for a win. So under normal circumstances, I would say, you know what? Actually, yeah, Mickey's going to grind this out. He also looked so comfortable in the tiebreaks yesterday, though, and that made me think, well, actually, if that doesn't faze Mickey, he probably wouldn't mind a draw. He is also the runner-up from, I think, 2004 or something like that. So one of the most decorated veterans, I would say, of the World Cup format. I won't sit on the fence because I think that's spoiling the stream. I am going to say Mickey's going to try and grind it out. Do I think he's going to sit here for 5 hours trying to do it? Maybe not, but he's certainly going to play on it a little longer to see if he can coax just a small positional mistake, I reckon.
Well, John, you came at the right time. You are a lucky charm, because when you came on, B6 was played. So we can all breathe a sigh of relief, and the game will continue.
So here we go, folks. Michael Adams going to continue to press and slowly try and see what advantage he can gather with the black pieces. A little bit of a quieter hour this time around, and you know what? That's okay. We've got an excellent breather in, potentially before the fireworks start again. We'll have to wait and see. Recharge your glasses, and we will see you in a couple of minutes.
The fastest, easiest way to improve your chess is now the most fun way to improve your chess. Chess.com's brand new puzzles now have loads of exciting features to make solving a joy. Earn points and race your friends across puzzle tiers from wood to bronze, all the way to legend. Rack up bonuses for streaks, for speed, for accuracy, for daily solving, difficulty, and more. And now, you can get feedback from Coach while solving puzzles. Coach lets you know what each puzzle's goal is and why a move doesn't actually work. And, as always, puzzles will be selected just for your level from our database of hundreds of thousands of high-quality, beautiful, brilliant, and instructive puzzles. So what are you waiting for? Try puzzles today on web, Android, or iOS, and have a blast leveling up your chess.
Vishy Anand. I met him for the first time in 1988 at the first Olympiad I was taking part. And he was also playing, representing India. And we got to meet him. Shortly after that, he visited to Hungary, to Budapest, to our home. And it was amazing. I've never seen somebody like that before, who was so addicted to chess. He was so much pulled in. All his thoughts were about chess, chess, chess. In his hand, it was always a chess magazine, because of course we had a lot of that too, or a chess informant, always telling stories, playing and analyzing in his head. We played a lot of blitz also. He was incredible fast. He was the speediest, fastest player at the time by far, who I knew. And then later on, I saw him in competition in Vacanze a year later or 2 years later. He was just blitzing his classical games. He was spending not more than 30 minutes for the whole game. So he was so much into the game, and he had so much passion, and he had so much dedication, and he was so young, and he was just so happy with playing chess. And then later on, tons of times we played together in different tournaments, not only because he was, of course, a great player at a very young age already, the first grandmaster from India, but also he moved to Spain, so he was more European for many years, I can say maybe for a decade or decade and a half. So he was very concentrated on his results. And he was always a person who was not looking for conflicts. He was very much avoiding conflicts or difficult moments. He was a very solid man all the time. At the same time, at the board, he was always extremely well prepared. And he had some incredible qualities. I remember a story when he played an extremely sharp position in Spain. I think in Dos Hermanas, we were playing in the same event. And it was like a huge, massive position. And I asked him, well, Wishy, isn't this game was so frightening? Everything is hanging, it's a mess, it's dangerous. He said, well, if you're training and you make the right preparation and you work on it, then it's not so dangerous at all. I mean, you make your preparation. So that's the guy he was, that he was ready to put into the game all this work and effort to reach his goals. So this was very special to see him. He's, I think, a great inspiration example for Indian chess. So he's one of the persons, I believe, who we can say that has the biggest influence, but definitely is a huge influence into the next generation. Because what I've seen him as a person who was dedicated for becoming world champion, he was a 5-time world champion, and now what he initiated in India, and he was the first grandmaster. Now there is 88 or 89 grandmasters. So that's an incredible journey, what he's been doing. And I'm pretty sure we are going to see him doing more activities where he can inspire and put very much himself into all these positive vibes and to make the chess world stable and better and enjoyable.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup 2025. You joining us after an hour where things have been a little bit less spicy than before, but that is because today absolutely exploded on so many boards, and now all of our players in the playing hall are navigating through what that means for their endgame. So we rejoin the fracas, I think it's worth saying, of the playing hall here, following Gukesh, the current world champion. David, Jovi, what's going on here?
And things are trading off pretty fast. We're going to be seeing some exchanges happen right now, and it's looking, as the evaluation bar is telling us, dead even.
Yep. A bit of a decision for Gukesh. If he wants to win this game, he has to make a massive decision. Does he take a pawn now? He's down a knight currently. Taking this pawn, I don't think it works out. I think black's just one move too slow. The problem is if you take this knight, it goes back to level material, everything liquidates, everything disappears on the queen side, and you can pretty much just shake hands. So I think this is the final moment. Gukesh doesn't want to risk it. The risk wouldn't have paid off. That would have been a big blunder according to the computer. Instead, he plays it safe. We'll see Frederick Svana now extend his hand and take out that a-pawn, that potential danger. Yeah, this one is... You couldn't get a more balanced endgame. Totally drawn now. Rook and bishop versus rook and bishop. Handshake imminent, surely.
Yes, and I'm expecting actually that after the bishop blocks that check, we're going to be seeing rook and 3 against rook and 3. And I think we saw a draw offer as the players put their king in the middle. I'm not quite sure what happened there. It seemed like a draw offer, and Gukesh said yes as he captured the piece. But nonetheless, it just means that everything is still all systems go, as Gukesh now will play with the white pieces in tomorrow's game. And it is Frederick Svana with the black pieces who will have to hold the world champion at bay. A calm game in the end, but it's so nice to see the players discuss, share their thoughts. You know, Frederick Svana coming up with a very interesting idea straight out of the opening e5. We saw this dynamic in the middle game where Gukesh had the bishop pair, but in an inferior pawn structure. And in the end, it just leveled out.
Yeah, I'm going to say great defense actually from Gukesh, because there were one or two moments where it looked like he was on the back foot after Frederick Savannah did surprise him in the opening, but Gukesh used his time wisely, was very, very calm. I think that was the main thing. Never needed to lash out, and a fair result. Very, very well played game. And it will be interesting to see whether Savannah can hold him tomorrow. It's not going to be easy.
It's not going to be easy. And, well, as we go back to our bird's eye view, David, can I just quickly direct your attention to a critical situation happening on the bottom right between Abdusattorov against Martinez? Because if the evaluation bar is to be believed, Abdusattorov is completely busted.
Wow, this game has turned so far in the wrong direction for Abdusattorov, but great play by Jose Martinez. He's turned it around. We talked about how Black's attack was so slow in all of these positions, but he looks like he's about to deliver checkmate, or at least force a big material concession. Nodebek's only now stopping to think. He's had 15 minutes. He's just blundered twice in a row, apparently. And not much to be done. You don't want to stick your king's head out like that. You will get checked. You will get mated. And just to do a quick action replay, the last few moves, it looked totally fine just 3 moves ago. He brought his rook up, though, and looks like the wrong direction. Not really sure what that move does. Pawn to a4, and he instantly replied by playing bishop takes pawn. He should have been trying to block with his rook. That maybe would have been the only way to keep the fight alive. After capture Jovanka, I think we just have to work out what happens after pawn takes pawn. If there's a solution for Black, then it's just game over.
Yeah. And the first things is the consequence, right? You go c takes b3. Well, this now allows the queen to park up to d3, attacking both the bishop and threatening rook to e2. What's the response to that? And I'm floundering here, David. I can't see anything. Can you?
No, it looks like resignation. I think he's just missed this simple double attack, Nodebek, and he stopped to think, but too late. Like, he's done this a few times in his career, especially in must-win situations, especially when he has white. Plays a bit too quickly, and it looks like he's lost control. I don't see it. I think you have to part with a bishop here, and obviously that's pretty much hopeless. If we check out the other candidate move after, in the live position, pawn takes pawn, instead of recapturing, maybe king takes, but that looks like it can't work. Queen d5 check. This just walks into... I mean, you have to move forward to get mated, or you have to block with your rook, but this just can't work out for white.
Yeah, well, then it almost feels like you can go rook c8 and then go a2, and maybe white can kind of huddle together in a little ball and just pray, but the bishop goes to a... What? I don't know. I didn't even know. King.
Yeah.
C3. I mean, this is not good. Don't think white is long for the world here.
Yeah, I still haven't found a mate. Maybe Black doesn't need to rush. But yeah, this can't be good with the king out. He's done it. He's going for this, Jovanka. It's that sad a position. Jose Martinez, this is a golden opportunity. 4.5 minutes. Great goal coming in here, and it was just that one moment where he kind of lost a move in his attack, and everything just kind of came to a stop, and it's gone even worse now for him.
Yeah, it was going in the wrong direction, right? Because an attack takes precision. You have to know which lines to open, how to just harmonize the pieces to make them most effective. And here what we're seeing is Black who crashed through, and it's white's king that is out there in the open with no close whatsoever. Queen d5 I loved. There's also another check, queen e6, which I don't know what difference the checks makes, but I think centralizing the queen actually is great for Black. We didn't see too much to keep white's hope alive, and that means that with a win with the Black pieces going into tomorrow's game, Jose Martinez stands in excellent shape to qualify into round 4. All he needs to do is draw.
Yeah, you mentioned it, though, kind of at the start of today's action, Jovanka, that Nodebek was worried about his own form. He knew that yesterday he was a bit shaky. In round 2 in general, he was a bit shaky, up and down, and one game he was significantly worse. missed some tactics. Today, dream opening, great prep, but he's about to go down. Rook check, played instead. And Jose Martinez, he's doing it in the other order. So now rook block will be met by the queen to d5 check, and the white rook can no longer fend off the threats. This is looking like it's game over.
It's looking absolutely catastrophic for white. I mean, where to go with the king? You take the pawn on a3. The king is on the verge of being checkmated. You try to hide on a2. There's going to be a check on the diagonal. It does look like blocking is perhaps the only reasonable attempt, rook to b4. But the evaluation bar tells us one story, and it's pretty one-sided.
Yeah.
David, we're going to be seeing an upset.
A big upset, and these 2700s, they're in danger. They're dropping like flies. In the meantime, we have had a result earlier in the day. It was Puya Idani who won a very important game against Andrei Sipenko, and he stopped by to give us a few words afterwards.
We have Grandmaster Idani Puya with us, who just won in round 3. Idani, talk us through the game.
Hi, thank you for having me. Yeah, it was a very nice game. I'm actually very proud of the style I played. I have to thank my second actually to pursue me to play today variation, which was a very attacking line with this G4 idea throughout this Lopez variation, which is usually you don't see it in this style. But of course it was played. It's not like it was a novelty. You can see the Ding Nipo game, actually.
From the World Champion?
No, actually from 2024 Tata Steel, I think. Okay. Which probably at some moment our game went to that game, like transposed to that game. When he played this bishop e6, rook e6. This was the moment that I was like, wait, is it g4 here or not? Or should I play slowly? And I was like, no, okay, come on, let's go for it. And then I played g4. And yeah, after some moves, I think I was better because compared to what I checked before the game, it felt like I have some improvement. And then when I played this rook g2, I was like, okay, I'm going with rook g1 and maybe take or something. And I think he didn't buy it. He went d5, d4. And in this moment, I was like, okay, should I take or bishop? I was like, no. Okay, you come this far, do or die. Like, let's go knight f7. And
you said you went all in.
Yes. Basically, I have to go all in already. I cannot play slowly. And actually, I was not sure. I think minimum, it's a fantastic compensation because knight f7 and king f7, rook g6, rook g8, and just cd, which I played. And ed4, I think, was the better move, and I was like, just bishop f4. And I won knight c4. It's not like I want to play really slowly. I have a loss of threats. His king is very weak. I have very active pieces, 2 pawn for the piece. I was like, that should be enough. And luckily for me, he played knight d4, bishop d4, queen d4. And this was, I think, the moment I wanted to play quickly knight c4 and just to attack the king. And then queen f5. I was like, wait, can I change the move order?
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, queen f5 and knight f3 and knight g5 is coming. And also, the problem is if he goes queen d6 somewhere, I even have sometimes d4, ed, e5.
Yeah.
And it's just crashing. And yeah, I'm very, very happy with this game. I just hope that tomorrow it will be another good day for me. So we will see.
You played a very long tie-break match yesterday, so
Yes.
maybe a nice win today.
Yes, yesterday. I mean, generally the match was extremely tough. First game, I had some preparation.
Thank you, Rakesh. And it's nice to hear the thoughts from Idani. I like the humor and the charisma as he talks us through those variations. David, maybe we can quickly pull them up, the position, and see what he was talking about whilst we're seeing Nordebek struggle on screen. And he mentioned there G4 being a beautiful idea, from an idea found by his second.
Yeah, this was the final position. We'll break it down in a moment. But if we backtrack to that moment, you mentioned, you mentioned G4. You mentioned G4, that very interesting idea in what looks like a normal position. And this is very similar to an idea that Jan Nepomniachtchi played against Ding Liren in their World Championship match. pawn to g4 due to the fact that the center is closed, going on the attack against the black king. Now that the light squared bishops have been traded off. G5, he mentioned, blowing open this side of the board, a knight landing on this square, and amazingly, from the g4 move till the end of the game, less than 15 moves passed, as the preparation clearly paid off really, really well. The white pieces just seem to flood towards the black king. The white king's super safe in the meantime. And if we fast forward just to the moment he mentioned the tactics, they started to arrive here after d4, trapping the white bishop. He actually could have taken on d4 first, slightly stronger, but he went in now and was rewarded. Knight takes f7, strong. Not the strongest, but knight takes f7, a scary move to face as black. Big attack now. King takes f7. The whole idea is to get in with the white rooks, doubling up on the bishop. The rook slid to g8. We saw a capture, and the decisive mistake now from Andrei Esipenko. He needed to take on the square with the pawn, but instead knight takes allowed a simple capture, a simple queen advance, and in the final position, without any big tactics, white forced resignation. Knight f3 from Idani, and there's just nothing to do with black. He mentioned it. The black queen is stuck if it takes this pawn. He mentioned rook to g2. And white is about to deliver a nasty blow with the knight once the queen retreats. If the queen goes another way, if it goes back, for example, then again, he mentioned a few moves, but pawn to d4, a very strong one, with e5 to come. And black's knight is next on the agenda. It's just a deadly attack, Ivanka. Very impressive win. 97% accuracy in this game.
And I like the fact that there was no respect for his 2700 rated plus opponent. He just simply said, I'm going to go for your king, I'm going to sacrifice everything, and I'm going to do it with flair. And someone else who is attacking with flair, it is Jose Martinez, as he is on the verge of winning against Nordebek Abdusattorov. The bishop actually snuck back down to f8, and we saw that the d5, d4 being played, and with the white king so out there in the open, the rook is pinned. It's all over, David.
It's all over, and Jose Martinez knows it. He leans back, he's looking away, he's looking very relaxed because he's only got one more move to make to the time control. Big exhale of breath there. He knows he's about to get one of the best wins of his career. He beats these players, these 2700s, regularly in Title Tuesday online, but over the board, this is his big break, Martinez. This would be a huge result for him. And like you said, he's doing it in style. The black bishop on the diagonal is the MVP right now. The white king is just doomed. Simple as that.
Yeah.
Jose Martinez turning on the style.
Yeah, and gotta say, Jospem, as he's known online, Jose Martinez, he's looking super excited. As you say, this is potentially a big break in his over-the-board chess career. He's fantastic at online chess, and now is moving that step closer to getting through to round 2. It has been a tense battle. It was really dynamic from Nordebek. He gave up an exchange. Jose Martinez had to play very precisely just to navigate the attack that was incoming, but he's done it, and it's the counterattack that is proving absolutely deadly. And Nordebek can barely move. He cannot capture the pawn on d4. The bishop on f8, it's a sleeper. It's headed towards capturing the rook on b4, and the white king has no shelter. It is all these factors that mean that Jose has a deadly, deadly position. And for Nordebek, he either prolongs the game for one more move. No, he decides to resign. It's a win for Jose Martinez. And with that win, Jose Martinez finds himself on the front foot. He goes in tomorrow knowing that a draw is enough to net him through into round 4. For Nordebek Abdusattorov, it means only one thing. He must now win on demand with the black pieces. No easy task indeed. And already we've seen the upsets, David. Wow, what a result there for Jose Martinez.
Huge. That was such a big win. Such an exciting game, packed full of twists and turns, from the opening surprise, the exchange sacrifice, to a complicated king hunt towards the end. And yeah, Martinez deserved it ultimately. But Abdusattorov, the form is worrying. It's not been his best year, and he'll be hoping to bounce back tomorrow to just survive further in this tournament, where he came in as one of the favorites. On the camera, in the meantime, we see Anish Giri, who didn't manage to win a pawn in his game. It looks like Donchenko, the German Grandmaster, is holding that one for now, although still a long, long fight ahead. Jovanka, still some eval bars that slightly optimistic in favor of certain players.
Yes, and I'm also, again, keeping a keen eye on the game between Lodici and Mickey Adams. They're now in a queen and pawn ending, which must come as a sigh of relief for Lodici, but still it looking like Mickey Adams is the one who is full in control. And maybe we check out our newcomer onto our grid, Peter Lecko, renowned commentator, player, and trainer of Vincent Keimer. He's got the white pieces against Kirill Alexienko, and it's looking good here for the Hungarian Grandmaster.
It's looking good if he finds rook to f4, the blue arrow move. Anything else, and he loses his advantage. Peter has under 2 minutes. He's got 5 moves to make to get to the time control, and he makes the move, rook to f4. There was never any real doubt, right? Jovanka, such a classy player. He's a pawn up, and this move preserves the extra pawn. Now the black rook, if it ever takes on d5, will lose sight of e4. And it looks like he has a big advantage now.
Yes, and it's all to do with actually the knight probably being superior to the bishop. The knight posted up very well on d4, and the weak pawns on a5. Also something that the knight can target. Yes, and there's going to be an interesting trade where black is probably going to capture the pawn on d5 and white will going to capture the pawn on e4. But and ultimately in this endgame, white is the one that's going to be able to actually like utilize the king, utilize the rook. And I'm very worried for the black position. I mean, not just for the evaluation, but because the plan is going to be quite clear. You know, white wants to target a5. It's as easy as that.
Yeah, white's next move, if black does nothing, it's maybe knight b3, like you said, force the black rook to commit, and then white takes the pawn on e4 anyway. And g6 was just played, so I don't think g5 will happen, but even if it does, white can slide the rook up to f5. Rook trade, white will win due to that target you mentioned, Jovanka. So, wow, he's getting close. He's playing a very strong opponent, Kirill Alexienko, who now represents Austria. But yeah, he was a candidate back in 2020, 2021, in that kind of COVID-affected candidates bouts there, that candidates tournament. And it looks like with black, he's going to be in big, big trouble. Peter, he did a course on the Roy Lopez on the Spanish Opening. Yeah, it's a risky one to take him on in his home turf. And king to g7 played. Peter apparently is totally winning now. Apparently he has a massive decisive advantage.
Wow. It's not as clear cut as the computer would have us believe. You know, computer's like, yeah, you know, it's massively won, but I don't think the players will be thinking that at all. They'll be just thinking, okay, well, white is probably better, but why so big? And I'm not quite seeing how white is going to be placing their pieces in the most effective way. I mean, what would you suggest here for white, David?
Yeah, I must admit, I was looking at knight to b3, first of all, but then I turned on the computer because I was curious. So I was going to say I've accidentally informed myself. G4 also makes a lot of sense, given a question mark, but I think it's actually a very good safety move, just because the pawn was slightly vulnerable on the diagonal to rook g5 ideas. Jovanka, just to point out, the reason this is given a question mark is because the computer thinks c4 was best. And obviously, black cannot tolerate the strong connected pawns now, so black should play en passant. But after a capture, before white plays c4, new threat, black has to take. And after rook takes e4, there's a bit of a problem for black with this rook. This rook cannot survive much longer on the 5th rank. And for example, rook c5 walks into a fork. Like if black just waits, then c4, and the rook might be forced to trade itself off, and this would be a hopeless endgame now for black. Bishop coming forward and extra pawn simply for white.
Yep, and that's something that sometimes I fail on in counting. And yeah, extra pawn for white. That's why the engine loves it so much. And yes, there is no activity as compensation for black. So h5 was the response, and not Yesipenko, Kirill Alexienko, he has on move 37. So not so many moves to make until they hit the time control.
Yeah, and the reason that move is given a question mark is because I think it's the same idea. I think he should try and force the issue now, Peter Leko. I think process of elimination, he'll probably get there. Like, you don't want to move the white rook. You don't want to touch any pawns. You don't want to weaken your king. We saw that with the Niels Grandelius game. You don't want to touch too many pawns in front of your own king or on the side where you're weaker. And here Black would love some counterplay with the rook. So I don't think he should move anything other than the pawns. Oh, he does take on h5. Apparently it's still fine. I trust Peter. He's one of the great strategists of all time. But okay, I thought this was a bit risky. That being said, maybe concretely it's fine. The rook has the g4 square. If g takes h5, then white will play rook up to f5 and trade off. So I should still be winning. He's getting closer to move 40. Alexenko looks stressed on the camera.
Yes, 17 moves and ticking down. And the decision, right, to make, do you capture with a rook? But if you capture with a pawn, you allow the f5 square for either a rook to post up or a knight. So you probably have to go rook takes h5. And the seconds tick down. Whew, he made that move with 5 seconds left on the clock. I think this was the correct one, but it does allow rook takes pawn, as David's indicating. And that's a second pawn to the good. So rook takes d5 must be played. That must be the response.
Mm-hmm. I'm really surprised he's hesitating, Kirill. Maybe he's going to give a check first to the white king, but the white king probably wants to step up the board anyway. So he should take on d5, and it will be the conversion stage where Peter will be a big favorite. That pawn does disappear. One move to move 40. And then I think we should go around and see whether there have been any mad time scrambles. It doesn't look like anything too crazy happening, Jovanka, on the other boards in the build-up to move 40.
No, it doesn't quite look that. The craziness that we got straight out of the openings is there. When it comes to the middle games, it seems like people are settled into some normality. But I'm also got my eyes on the game between Salem Saleh, but we're going to come back to one, and Levon Aronian. That one looks like it's quite fun, but we've been expecting a result for quite a while between Wei Yi and Gladura. That one has been relatively balanced. It's been a knight endgame, and now it's a king and pawn ending, and the players look like they are thoroughly done with the position, not even looking at the board. What is happening?
It looks like deadlock. It's the opposition. It's white to move, so the white king has to give way. The black king will mimic wherever the white king goes. If it goes this way, the black king just drops back, probably to a dark square. If it goes this way, the black king follows suit. Just looks like no progress, Jovanka, either side.
No, no progress. No victory for anyone. So going to be a dance of the kings. But so something seems to be happening, because when we joined them, both players were somehow as if looking around as if they were about to summon an arbiter just to kind of finish this game. But someone has to move. Benjamin is tucking his king. King.
They both look.
They
both look very philosophical, Jovanka.
Yeah, they do. They look like very calm people, and I was just wondering whether the players had repeated this position a few moves, and again, the king is going to come to c7.
Second time we've seen this position. Only move, of course. Black had to defend, and the problem for the white king is it's a bit far away. If you play the move a5, no real reason to risk it. I think we'll see more triangulation with the king. The king will walk back, and the black king will echo that. And looks like a fair game, Jovanka. No mistakes by either side. Very, very well played. 99.4% accuracy for white, 99.5% accuracy for black. Chess at its best is a draw. That's what they say.
Yeah, the chess has been worked out to a draw. That's what they are going to claim. And that is the proof. 99 point whatever it was accuracy. I mean, these are big numbers, David. So players thinking, keeping us guessing. No eye contact.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, chess players are stubborn. Neither one wants to be the one to offer the draw. Shows weakness. You want to be getting your opponent to beg for the draw, but I'm very surprised. I think either we'll see a repetition here and now, or we will see that awkward eye contact and the handshake. And yeah, Wei Yi, I think probably the happier of the two players, despite the fact it's been very level. Jovanka, he was hit by an opening surprise and he held it quite calmly, quite smoothly.
He held it. He was surprised with this A3 straight out of the opening. And the king takes a step back. Wei Yi has figured out the drawing mechanism, and it's something that we alluded to yesterday. You know, the kings have to maintain the eye contact. And finally, we have a draw, which means that as all systems go for tomorrow, Wei Yi will now be playing with the white pieces tomorrow. And it's up to Benjamin Gladura to see whether he can hold the defenses. And it's a game we're going to be eagerly anticipating. So let's go back to the bird's eye view, David, after that very calm and steady draw, and head to other games. And, well, we've had some games which look like they are headed to a draw. I'm seeing Artemiev against Vashir Legrave, their top middle. That one looks like black has to grovel a draw, but definitely within the reach. And also Diptai and Ghosh looking like he might be actually on his way to defeating Gabriel Sargsyan from Armenia there in the bottom right. And before I kind of head us to that direction, is there anything that you'd rather check out?
No, I think we go to that game quickly because there has just been a massive blunder by Gabriel Sargsyan in an endgame that he should probably have been drawing very comfortably. We've just seen the knight coming into e4. If we just backtrack one move, it's the infamous move 40. This is move 41 even. And Gabriel Sargsyan has made the time control, got an extra 30 minutes. His knight is attacked. He could have dropped it back in any other fashion. If he drops it to any of these three squares, it's a draw. This endgame should be very comfortable. The two pawns will probably trade off for the one pawn. And black's going to have a fortress despite the lack of exchange. And Sargsyan's standing up there. He doesn't realize he's blundered. Move 41, players relax a bit too soon, or they lose a bit of focus. Knight to e4 is a huge mistake because of rook b2. Jovanka, it's just trapping the knight. Rook b2 forces an exchange. And look at this. Knight takes bishop, only move. The bishop was trapped otherwise. He finds it. Sargsyan, will he have his head in his hands? The knight is disconnected from the rest of his army.
Yeah, I think it's going to slowly dawn on him that he's in trouble because he looked very confident and he's gone knight takes bishop. He has to play that rook takes. Bishop is going to be the response. I think that's one of the things is that you forget about the attacks. Because I'm pretty sure Sargsyan was just thinking about rook takes h5 and thinking, hey, that position is going to be absolutely fine. But here, knight to b3 is the only direction that I can see. You want to be centralizing the knight. You don't want to be saddling it out on the edge. So knight to b3 is what move that I'm going to be expecting. And the problem is that the knight is going to be driven right to the edge of the board, regardless.
Mm-hmm. And then the white king just walks forward to collect it. Like, there's no way out. That if the knight retreats, then the white king keeps the cage closed. Can't go back to d8 because of a pin. If I don't know what black even does. And here, I think you can probably win it by force. I don't see it yet. How to catch it. How do we catch this knight? This annoying knight. It's so jumpy.
You can...
It's probably going to happen, but this knight has to be lost, surely.
Right. like if rooks could move like knights, you'd put it on b5 and then knight is trapped.
Oh, maybe that's the idea.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, oh, I think you found the idea, Ivanka. Like rook c8, and then you go around this way. Like
Yeah.
the black knight only has one square, rook b8, and then you trap it.
Yes.
Good work, teamwork.
Well, I found the exit, but you just found the way around the labyrinth. So well done. Yeah, rook to b5. And you know what? I think it's starting to dawn on Sargsyan that his knight is not placed where it should be. It should be on the center. It should be there on the e5 square, anchored by a pawn. As it stands, it's going to be pushed to the sides of the board where both the king and the rook can coordinate together to trap it. Oh, that moment, David, when you realize that you've blundered, it's a horrible sensation.
And yeah, we talk about move 40 because players have no time. We saw Arian Tari, for example, blunder on move 40 with seconds left on his clock in a previous round. But move 41, there's the same kind of hoodoo over it. There's the same kind of jinx on move 41 somehow. Players move 40, go off to the bathroom, they go get some biscuits, they go get a cup of tea. They just lose focus. I've been there myself. Move 41, you come back, you rush the move, or you just totally forget your kind of line of thought. And the number of move 41 blunders compared to the number of move 40 blunders, I reckon they're both equally high. And yeah, this happens so many times. I've commentated on it before, and unfortunately it's going to cost Sargsyan the point. He's normally a very kind of confident player. He's got the very positive body language that we talked about earlier, but here we see him realizing, like you said.
Yes. And I recognize that look where you just stare off in the distance and you think, goodness, what has happened here? Because it's a shake as well. He can't quite believe it. He thought it was in the bag. I mean, he was standing so confidently thinking, yes, I reached move 40, my position is safe. And suddenly that knight is going to be forced to take a detour right there to the edge of the board where it's going to find itself imprisoned. Oh.
Yeah, this is tough. There's ways you can try and prolong the game, and Black's probably, I think he has to try what we showed there, at least force Ghosh to make some accurate moves, and then he's going to try and run the black pawns while the white king and rook are distracted, but he should be too slow in the race here. The black pawns are still on their starting squares. They haven't started sprinting yet, and the black king is really bad. So I think it's over, Ivanka.
Well, the best that Black can do is fingers crossed and hope for the best. And yeah, I agree with you. I like your idea, just running with the pawns, because if you're in a situation where white gets, just sidetracked by those pawns on the right side, I think we're going to be seeing the knight go to b3. It's the only logical move. You don't want to be putting it on b1 or f1 where it can simply be trapped immediately. And here, knight to b3, and unfortunately the knight is going to be driven to a5. But maybe it might be one of these like technical races, David, where the pawns and the king, although it is one for white will have to be precise in the ensuing race.
Yeah, and this would be a surprise. Sargsyan, these days he's rated 26-24, but he's known as one of the best team players of all time. Like, he's helped guide Armenia to multiple gold medals at Olympiads, multiple other medals, board medals, gold medalist. He's just such a solid player, nearly never loses. And for Ghosh beating Jan Nepomniachtchi in the previous round, I think this would be another upset, Ivanka. It would count as maybe not as big a shock as taking down Jan Nepomniachtchi, but it would also be kind of a point of pride for him.
Yeah, and we got to say congratulations to Tiptoe and Ghosh, because when he beat Nepomniachtchi, he did not put a foot wrong. Nepomniachtchi made one mistake, h3, and then Tiptoe was completely ruthless, did not give Nepomniachtchi a single chance. And here I'm expecting the same. So white is not going to rush this particular stage, because you do need to be careful. You need to do it in the correct order. You do have to find the correct patterns. But a player of Diptai and Ghosh's caliber, it's well within their means. Shall we go back to the bird's eye view, David, and check in on the other games? And it's still looking like a draw between Artemiev and Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. So I'm expecting that to finish in a draw anytime. Oh, I thought I saw some eye contact. I thought we'd just managed to catch it, but maybe we had there and see what's happening. So the king trying to snake its way towards the g6 square. Now, if it gets there, then black is going to be in huge trouble. But obviously, there are two people playing that game, and black is not going to let that king arrive at its destination.
Yeah, black can give a check now and keep the white king cut off along the g file if it ventures to the edge of the board. If you want to be extra cynical, maybe you can even bring the rook to h1, just stop the white king moving any further. It looks like, yeah, at this point it should be a draw. He's maneuvered around here for a good old while, Artemiev, without finding any way forward. So, yeah, I don't think this is going to go on too much longer. And the players, despite being low on time, do have that extra half hour that I don't think they've used. They have it in the bank for if the clocks hit 0. And it is a check from Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. The white king will go to the edge of the board. And yeah, the only trick, as you said, Jovanka, not to move the black rook off this g-file, just to wait is enough. And you have a fortress.
Yes. And the other point is that the black king needs to stay within connection of its f6 pawn. I mean, there's no reason why the king would ever move from that square, but just make sure that the pawn on f6 can be protected at the right time. And Artemiev just tapping away with his fingers. Do you think we're going to see a draw offer soon?
Yeah, it's likely. He plays on a few more moves. He'll just test Maxime Vachier-Lagrave a bit longer. The key is as well that there's no passed pawns. Black's 1 holds up the white 2. And yeah, there's just no way forward. The white rook is needed to cage the black king. The white king cannot inch its way in. And yeah, maybe 1 or 2 more moves. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, he's such a good endgame player for someone who's so good in other phases of the game as well. He's maybe the one who can match Magnus on a good day in some of these endgames. But it's the French school of suffering. That's what they joke about, right? Maxime always a pawn down when he has black, but always seems to hold it.
Always holding it. And they moved on to their second set of score sheets. I actually thought that if they were going to agree a draw, it would be done before so that you don't waste paper. But the players are giving us a wry smile, and that tells us one thing.
Save the planet. Save the trees. Don't use that extra score sheet if you don't need to. I've been there myself. I'm kind of the expert at going to 2 or even 3 score sheets sometimes. Those long games. But I think this one you can comfortably call a draw. Not much else to do. He's tried everything. Probably the game will end with some checks. The white rook giving the black king some checks. Yeah, he's shown that he knows how to hold this one. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Not much else to be said. He waits with his rook. Yeah, they're both trying to stifle smiles here, Jovanka. It's clear. They both know what's about to happen.
Yep. And rook waits once more. And I would say that actually this king coming to the right side was probably a last-ditch attempt. Because for sure, what you want to be doing with the king is actually going to the center and trying to get in via the e6 square. Because sometimes you're able to sacrifice the e-pawn, push it up to e5, and then use the black e-pawn as a cover for the king. And there we see that smile, the handshake. It is a draw. Nothing separates these two, Vladislav Artemiev against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Tomorrow, it's going to be Maxime's turn with the white pieces, and we will see what is going to be happening in that match. Will it head to tiebreaks tomorrow, or will it be decided in the classical? Let's go to our bird's eye view and see whether there are going to be any other decisive results in our midst, or are we going to be seeing more draws? And I was going to point to one direction and is in top right, David. And it's the game between Anish Giri and Alexander Donchenko. And the first intriguing thing is that the queen has moved to h1. And what's she doing around her own monarch? Aha, she wants to set up some perpetual ideas. I mean, where does she come from?
Yeah, what's your name? Where do you come from? The white queen came from c1, where it was attacked. And
okay.
yeah, I guess no other active squares. It's actually Anish who's like scrambling for a draw, despite the fact he was the one who was a bit better earlier. Very pragmatic move there from Donchenko, not allowing the white queen to go in and behind with the check. I'm expecting Anish now to bring his queen forward to e4. We're going to see these two A pawns eliminated, and then it's going to be total symmetry and a draw. He tried everything, but Donchenko is super solid in this game. Jovanka defended it very confidently.
Yep, and what you're saying just happened, queen e4, and with that, Anish manages to neutralize any danger, and the game is going to be had into a draw. And let's go and check in another game, because I've just caught wind that there's been a blunder on one of the other games. And David, maybe we can go there. Wow.
Wow. Okay. And Anish, that was a handshake. That was a draw. But wow to this one, because Salem Saleh has just blundered against Levon Aronian. And I'm trying to figure out exactly why this is a blunder. Is it just a capture in the center? This is one it's hard to kind of understand at first. I don't know why he's just given up this pawn in the center. He's going to be 2 pawns down now, Salem. And it's going to be 3 versus 1 on the king side. Slightly stuck, but 2 pawns are 2 pawns in rook endgames. If he can get the queens off now, Levon, he's just winning, surely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And that's happened, right? Queen takes, and as you mentioned, a lot of material up and no compensation. And that puts Levon Aronian, if he wins with black, that puts him in fantastic stead for tomorrow, where he's going to just need to win, or just hold the draw, rather, with the white pieces. So, yeah, the queens are obliged to come off. I don't see anything, because actually you either trade off queens, or there's a danger that the G pawn is going to be falling, and even more material is going to be leaving the board. So no, this is great news for Levon Aronian, but for Salem Saleh fans, then he's in problems. And indeed, we're seeing a trade of queens, and it's going to be very tough for Saleh to draw this with 2 pawns to the good.
Yeah, I think it's getting from bad to worse now for Salem Saleh. Like, rook takes queen. What he might have missed is that firstly, rook to c7, which he's been setting up. Black can just block the 7th rank. The black king has some squares to escape to, so no checks need to be worried about here. And likewise, if you go across the board, if you go with one of the rooks to the f-file, black does not take this pawn. Black does not even defend on the 7th. Black can play rook to f5, which is maybe the clincher. And the other rook comes to d5 if necessary, or black gets a protected pass pawn. A pawn on g6 will support the f-pawn, which will decide the game. It looks like Levon is totally winning. And just for those wondering, the reason that this move was such a blunder, rook to c4, is because he should have been going with this rook, which is very hard to see, and still better for black. But now it wouldn't be possible to trade off the queens. Rook takes, and at least white gets some counterplay. So this was the right way forward. But Salem blundering on move 41. I said it earlier. Another blunder on move 41. And this is where he stands now. Looks like a win for black.
It's looking great for Levon Aronian, as all he has to do is just solidify the position and then just enjoy the rook and pawn ending, 2 pawns to the good. Well, every game has reached the move 40, which means time has been added. And John, what have we seen so far? So much drama. Sorry. No time.
Yeah. It looks like John isn't with us right now. He'll be back very shortly, as will we, after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Afterwards, we'll be seeing whether Pidaleko can convert his advantage, whether any high seeds will continue falling, and whether those underdogs will keep thriving. So see you again in just a few minutes.
Hi, I'm Gukesh. I'm the world champion. Who is Gukesh's coach? Right now it's Grzegorz Gajewski. We've been working for a couple of years now. Before that it was GM Vishnu from India. Who is better, Gukesh or Prag? Gukesh. Who is Gukesh currently dating? Like Vishisa said.
Who do you go out on dates with? A chessboard?
Where was Gukesh born? I was born and brought up in Chennai. I still live there, and yeah, I'm in love with the city. How old is Gukesh? I'm 18 years and like 7 or 8 months, I think. But yeah, a lot of people don't believe it. Did Gukesh drop out of school? Yes, I did. Like fourth. I mean, I stopped going regularly from around 4th grade, and yeah, now I'm just not going to school. So.
Your favorite creator can now be your very own chess coach. Choose your favorite chess personality and they'll join you in game review, puzzles, lessons, and play coach. Pick up tips from Hikaru.
Oh my gosh, this is just taking material. Takes.
Test your tactics against Gotham chess. Or learn about the importance of queen safety with Andrea and Alex.
Got your queen!
Want to learn from the GOAT himself? We got you.
Hey, I'm Magnus Carlsen.
Explore which chess personality sharpens your game. Playing and learning chess has never been so exciting. Who are you picking?
Watch out! What you're about to witness is not just a chess game, it's an absolute massacre. I'm Grandmaster Pepe Cuenca, and if you don't like this attacking style, you clearly have no blood in your veins. Bashir and Nepo decide to throw hands in a theoretical slugfest in the Petrov defense at the Champions Chess Tour. After bishop to g4, the Frenchman plays bishop to d3. Unexpected, since the usual route is a3 followed by g4. After poking around on b7, White finally says, "Alright, time to party," and launches an attack on the king side. After d5, things get spicy. Black goes for the weak c3 pawn, and after king to g2, he commits his first mistake with rook a to d8. What he should have played was knight to c4, because rook takes d5 is never possible due to queen to c6, and suddenly White's rook sweats. Meanwhile, Bashir started to have fun on the queen side, getting ready to double the rooks on the a file. That a7 pawn is having a meltdown. Then comes knight to c4, and a rook swap happens, and suddenly we arrive at one of the most beautiful chess moments of recent years. Most of us would casually move the e6 rook here, but Bashir, possessed by the spirit of Mikhail Tal, popped up on Espresso and probably listening to heavy metal music, says nope, and plays knight g5. What? Madness! Hold my beer! Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta! If pawn takes e6, then queen takes g6 comes with mate. And if bishop e7, then knight takes f7 absolutely wrecks black. Nepo, probably regretting his life choices, plays rook to d6. And here comes another moment of pure chess poetry. Boom! Queen to g3. The queen is on the way to h4, ready to crush the party on h7. In a last desperate attempt, Nepo tries to sack his queen with queen to d8 in case of queen h4. But Bashir just says, "Nice try, buddy," and plays rook to e8, which is just chef's kiss. If queen takes g5, then queen takes d6 finishes the game. Nepo played queen to e8, and Bashir follows up with queen to h4, threatening mate on h7. At this point, the bully doesn't even bother taking on e4. One final move, king to g3, and black throws in the towel.
Welcome back to the FIDE World Cup 2025. We've had another couple of games finish, but a large number teetering towards conclusion, but not quite there. Will the trends in these games keep going the way they are, or are we going to see a potential twist in some of these evaluations flip on their head in the next hour? This is going to be pretty busy. I mean, look, David, we started the day absolutely explosive. It was only right that there was a bit of a lull. I have a feeling we're going to be picking up the pace again a bit now.
Yeah, almost guaranteed. We already see players back in their second bout of time trouble. They've used up their extra 30 minutes they got gifted at move 40, and it might not help some players. We also see some very active eval bars going up and down, endgames across the board, as Jovanka, maybe some surprises, but it does look like there are clear favorites in the remaining positions.
Yes, and one thing that you pointed out during the break, and I'd just like to draw your attention to it, is in the game between Gauche and Sargsyan, the evaluation bar back on level footing. And that probably means that Sargsyan is out of the woods for now. We'll come back to that game in a while, because I don't think it's necessarily the most exciting. I'm also seeing the evaluation bar in the game between Narayan and Yu Yangyi slap bang in the middle of the bottom row. That's also level, although White is going to have a lot of fun trying to squeeze out a victory there. And it's the game between Vincent Keimer and Pranash, which I feel is the most imbalanced one, because Vincent is a pawn up, but we have a situation where we have both sides having two double pawns.
Yeah, a bit of an odd structure. And just to confirm, Sargsyan's just played the only move, a very difficult one, but he found the only move to survive in his game and keep going against Gauche. Anything else, it was pretty much instant resignation. So he's fighting hard. You mentioned the Vincent Keimer game, Jovanka. I think we'll go there. Just to mention as well, Pranav with a winning advantage against Titus Stremavicius. That's in the top left corner. But let's follow your eyes here and talk about pawn structures. It's currently 1 pawn extra for Vincent Keimer, but I don't know if we can call it a pawn. Those two white pawns doubled, but also extremely well blockaded. And black's pawn's at least a bit more mobile, Jovanka, with f4 at least hovering in the air.
Yeah, and the knight on g2 doesn't really make a good impression at all. It doesn't have any active squares to jump to, barring e1, and not sure whether you want to go there. And at the same time, the knight is actually preventing the white king from stepping up and getting to where it wants to be. So I feel like black should be absolutely fine in this type of position by actually doing not that much. You just have to keep your rook active, keep the knight well posted on d5, and just making sure that everything is nicely balanced. And it's white to play. Maybe can you go knight to e1 right now and try to start the big unravel? No, he doesn't go. He goes rook to b5. Okay, this makes a lot more sense than my knight to e1, because it actually forces black to go on the defensive if you want to maintain that knight on d5.
Yeah, it's such a beautiful piece, right? That black knight. Like, it makes a lot of sense to just try and defend it. Other moves would be maybe kind of advancing the black knight forward, maybe just going back. I think the intention is to set up a trick, Jovanka. Like, I like your knight e1, but maybe before he starts shuffling with his pieces, after rook to d8, I wonder whether h4 is his idea. Hoping for g4.
Yeah, and you don't want to go g4 because immediately, and the evaluation bar jumps. Oh, rook takes knight. I didn't even see that one. I was just like, I wouldn't play g4 anyway on principles, because I wouldn't allow a knight to come to f4, but this is the cherry on top. This is why you don't do it. Knight to f4 and the king and rook are forked. So, oh dear. So here you just have to wait. And say you just kind of whistle a little bit and just go bishop to f8 and get knight to c3 from Pranesh.
I was gonna say it's not his type of move to just play rook d8. Like, he's not a passive player. He'll never ever defend like passively and just quietly unless he really has to. He's kind of the king of attacking. I've seen so many of his rapid games now. Every move is a threat. Every move has a direct plan behind it, which is really admirable. Super energetic as a player. Knight c3, threat met by threat. And now where to go? I'm assuming back here with a rook.
Yeah. And could you try to hold the fifth row? Because there is no immediate threat. Like, could you go, okay, rook to b3?
I think it was just hard to stay on the fifth rank, right? Like rook to a5, there would have been bishop to b4 and no more safe squares.
Yeah. Okay. I like this one. At least force the bishop all the way back.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's quite funny because I would put the bishop on f8 or e7, but somehow it doesn't feel very active doing that. And if Pranesh is an active player, then maybe he'll be looking for tactical solutions. Because you can go bishop c1. This is what I wanted to say. You can go bishop to c1, but I'm not sure whether this is a good idea. The bishop on e3 wasn't a great piece.
Yeah, this is Pranesh though. I know. Bishop takes, the idea is a check. And yeah, we'll take the bishop. Yeah, I would be very reluctant to play bishop c1, just like you, Ivanka. Like king f1, as you say, the bishop isn't great, so probably black doesn't really want to take this bishop and connect the white pawns, or maybe just improve the white knight. I'm not sure which one. Yeah, this feels wrong. Feels very wrong, but it is his type of move. Bishop e7, bishop f8. Maybe he'll be scared of h4 and white starts to make some progress on that flank, or at least tries to soften black up slightly.
Yeah. Yes. And if you're anticipating h4, you actually understand that the bishop is actually better placed on e7. Because then at least it's supporting that chink in the armor, the g5 point. See, bishop e7. And yeah, it's very unappealing, right? To kind of curl up into a little ball and just defend. What is he? Yeah, he goes bishop to d6.
Okay. I did check, and apparently bishop c1 was the best move, so that's why I struggle in these endgames. I defend so passively, but the best players, they always try and defend on the front foot. And bishop d6. I guess the idea, Ivanka, is to set up some type of f4 threats in conjunction with potential knight jumps, knight forks as well. Yeah. Very interesting move.
Yeah. And also has a kind of dynamic solution to black's problems as well. So I can see why Pranesh was attracted to that. But one thing for sure, it's Vincent Keimer. He loves to grind out an endgame. He is going to be playing this one out for 6 hours. He is always in for the long haul. And some games didn't make it to the long haul. Some games, they finished in spectacular attacks. And one of those players was Jose Martinez, who earlier on defeated Nordebek Abdusattorov with the black pieces. And our very own Rakesh caught up with him. And let's get ready to hear his thoughts.
Grandmaster Jose Martinez, your spam as we know him on Chess.com. Congratulations on a great win. Your thoughts on the game?
Yeah, it's maybe my best game, my best victory against Grandmaster, high-rated Grandmaster, in classical at least. Honestly, I didn't play a really good game. I tried to surprise my opponent with an interesting old Philidor as my preparation with the Grandmaster Pierre Basso, who is helping me. And did work well, but he Nordebek fine okay. I don't know if he has in mind or he just spot in moment the amazing exchange sacrifice. so leads to a position is uncomfortable to me to play. Actually, it's really difficult for me to find some idea and actually play bad. At some point in middle game, I was almost not losing, but with he has a decisive advantage, and he played h6 was the first mistake. He tried to mate me, and he forget the intermediate f5, and I then turn around the situation, and hopefully I put a lot of pressure, and I finally win the game. But yeah, for sure, I will never complain about winning games, but I will be celebrating in my best shape if I win like with amazing chess, not turning around like from the start to the end. But okay, this is chess. You can play well, but if you don't finish the game, finish the situation, okay, things can turn around.
And you flew in from a long way away. Tell us about that, and do you like the hotel, the food in India?
Yeah, I travel 40 hours at least. I came here 12 hours before the first round. I'm traveling a lot this year. I'm playing a lot of European tournaments. It's good for me, but I'm really tired when I travel. I'm feeling really well here. I'm not visiting a lot because I'm in my room every single day trying to prepare and do my best. I think everything is good here. It's a lot of hot weather, but in my room it's really normal because I have the air conditioner. So I'm enjoying this tournament. Unfortunately, no more Latin American players is in this round, so I'm the only Latin American player representing. And all my friends, we were like eating dinner, breakfast. I'm now eating alone. I'm actually ordering service room, so because I don't want to eat alone.
Okay.
It's.
Do you have any Indian favorite food?
Yeah, I try a lot of. I don't know how much type of curries there are, but some I enjoy a lot. When I came 2020, January 2020, I played 2 tournaments: the Chennai Open and the New Delhi, or I don't know what was the name. I was in Radisson Blu Hotel, or I don't know which hotel. But I was enjoying because they have a lot of variety of dishes. Yeah, I don't remember the names. I don't have good memory, but yeah, I was enjoying. And before pandemic, after pandemic, this is my first time in India. So, and I'm gonna play also other tournament on December here in Mumbai.
Yes, global chess.
Global chess. Yeah, I qualified.
And lastly, will you play Freestyle Friday today?
No, I will focus my whole energy. I want to take my opportunity. I think God gave me this opportunity to turn around the game, and I want to qualify to the next round. This is the dreaming situation. Winning with black, tomorrow with white. He will go all in. I don't know what I will expect, but I should do my best tomorrow to at least hold the game. No? So. It will be a nice day. If I qualify to next round, for me it's dreaming. My expectations were not high. Okay, I'm trying to be modest. I don't like to overhype myself, but a lot of people believe in me, so I'm trying to do my best every single game.
Congratulations and all the best. Muchas gracias, Jose Martinez.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rakesh, there for that interview. And it's great to hear Jose Martinez's thoughts here tomorrow. He's right. His opponent, Norderbeck, he's on the brink of being eliminated. He's going to go all in. And there are other players who are also just looking at victory and are in our cameras. We see Levon Aronian pacing around. He has a very comfortable position, but it's a knight and pawn endgame for Radoslav Wojciech against Vladimir Fedoseev, and 2 against 1 in a knight and pawn endgame. Quick maths tells me that actually that pawn on d3 is incredibly strong.
Yeah, this has been beautiful. Just the way that Wojciech has handled this. He entered a knight endgame, a pawn up, but they were doubled A pawns earlier. He's traded one of those off. I just want to take us back a few moves because there was a position around here where white still had very decent drawing chances, but played the move b3, given a question mark, and black's play ever since has been so accurate. A knight check, the king moves, d3, the best move, the king moves, and you have to keep this pawn alive. So he takes the other one first of all. Can't take on d3 as the b pawn can't be stopped suddenly. The knight covers the retreat square for the white king. That's very nice patterns there. Knight back to f3. He gives up the b pawn, the only winning move. King takes, and now the only winning move again. This is how difficult knight endgames are. Knight to f1, and he's clearing the path. The white knight, I guess, Jovanka, it's just so difficult to cover the promotion square on d1. Knights are notoriously bad at the kind of trying to cover squares diagonally like that. And king to c3, I'm guessing the black king just moves in, and the pawn is the hero of the day.
Yes, and if you do try to get to the d1 square with the king, well, then there's going to be another problem on the other side, and that's the king is going to go over to the a pawn and try to win that one, whereas the pawn on d3, it's simply untouchable. So it's big problems, and maybe you don't even need to bother with winning that pawn. Now I see that the position in front of me, maybe you can just go straight for the kill with king c3, d2, knight e3, and just force that pawn through.
Wow, not sure I've seen anything like this. It's perfect that black's pawn is far away as well, so white's king can't run towards it. This I've learned something new today. Like the knight on f1 totally covers any squares the knight on f3 wants to use to stop this pawn. It's like he's basically ruled these out of the equation. It's like maths. Like they simplify, they cancel each other out, and then the king just walks in to help its pawn forward. Beautiful endgame technique by the Polish grandmaster Wojciech, about to win with black against Fedoseev.
Yeah, and that would be a very impressive result. Again, putting him in good shape for tomorrow's encounter. Beautiful knight and pawn endgame. Excellent technique. Shall we go to the bird's eye view and check in on our top? And I wanted to pay some attention to the game between Lorenzo Lodici and Mickey Adams, because for a while I saw the evaluation bar was in the middle, and then it's now suddenly back in black's favor. Oh no, it's back in the middle again. Oi!
Oh no. Adams, we walked in at the worst possible moment. I'm really a bit confused about this check. It must be a long variation that maybe Adams has miscalculated. White only has one legal move. We'll see that very quickly. Like you said, just one move ago, it looked like white was fine after this very difficult move, king to d2, allowing a check with gain of tempo, and the white king goes back. I think the whole reason, Jovanka, is because the white queen needs to deliver checks to the black king, and the black queen's actually really perfectly placed. So after this blunder, queen to e5, Adams should have been running the king forward. According to the computer, this is very tough for a human. Run it forwards, and if the checks continue, then the king keeps marching, and it will kind of sneak its way, or maybe not this square, but it will sneak its way in. Actually, there is a cross check here, forcing the queens off the board. Instead of the king coming forward, activating the king, he's given a check, but now the black queen is really poorly placed to deal with future checks, and white is threatening perpetual. Queen h5, queen e8, pendulum.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it's like a nice kind of triangle formation there. And now probably we're going to be seeing another check from Mickey. Again, just to repeat the position, build some more time on the clock. He's only got 11 minutes. And yeah, it's somehow, it's one of those things, right? You know, you want your queen in the center if you're in these type of end games, because you want to be able to actually run with your king and get it to safety. Perhaps Mickey is just banking on the fact that if he can guard against the perpetuals, it doesn't really matter if the white queen checks, if the black king is able to run, is what I'm getting at. You know, say if the king runs over to b4 and somehow just finds shelter in that part of the board.
Yeah, but that just brings me back to something I teased Magnus about yesterday when he was with us in the tie breaks. Magnus, I asked him, like, how do you always get your queen centralized? And if we bring it back, like, I think if you tell Mickey there's one winning move but nothing else, then he would know it's king g6, because the centralized black queen, okay, it's c4, it's kind of off center, but it will guard against loads of checks, covers all the light squares, so you walk on the light squares. But now his queen is so offside, and he's starting to give checks himself. Repeating the position, Adams, I guess he wants to put his queen on this square after some maneuvers, and he thinks that's going to help him block. But it looks like he's gone the wrong way. It's difficult, these queen endgames. They're the most difficult type of ending. But yeah, it looks like he's lost his advantage after doing so well early in the game.
Yeah. But is it possible to kind of get that queen? I like this queen f3 now that you've highlighted that, and then try to run with the king.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, it's normally best not to defend just across one line. So for example, I guess here, I guess the king goes back just to stop the pawn. Looks like white's getting mated, but luckily not. And now if the black king runs, okay, say white gives a check.
No.
Yeah. Problem
There's
is
no
this pawn's
progress,
hanging.
right?
Yeah.
Yes.
If the king moves here, then I'll probably just keep echoing. And if black ever blocks now, then actually suddenly white's winning.
Oops.
Whoops.
Yeah.
Don't know how I managed that, but yeah, it just feels like the queen is just more one-dimensional. Now it's just on a kind of active square, but doesn't multitask as a defender as well.
Yeah. Yeah, no, it was actually needed. I mean, if we go back to the all-important position with the queen on c4, it was actually needed to cover this all-important diagonal. And so instructive how actually if you step up with the king to g6, there's no check to be had at all.
Yeah, there's one on e8, but that just helps the white, helps the black king forward.
Exactly.
Yeah, queen. They should be near the center. That's the moral of the story. Like, yeah, and this one, I mean, you can walk forward in any way, I think, as black. And it's exactly what you said, Jovanka. Like, the king has got a perfect hiding spot. It just needs help, like sheltering itself, the bodyguard. And Adam's looking at the score sheet. I think he's a bit annoyed at himself. I think he realizes now after these checks, he's gained a bit of time on the clock, but he's actually put his queen on a really bad square.
Yeah. And he'll be kicking himself because this was a dream opportunity for him. I mean, when we compare the queen and pawn endgame, which is like notoriously difficult, if we compare that with the position he had straight out of the opening, what we called out in the middle game with this amazing tactic, rook takes f2, I mean, he'll be thinking, how did I let this position just slip away? And yeah, Also considering the whole backstory, though, do you think that he'll be feeling angry with himself? I mean, because when we compare, it just looked like it was domination. If we compare the position after move 30 or something, it just, I mean, here, white can barely move a piece. In a queen and pawn endgame, there's always room for, I would say, a serious room for error.
Yeah, exactly. I think you're right. Like, if he'd found queen c3, he would have won this game without any hard work at all. I think this was the one. It's so difficult, though. Like, we struggled to find it. It's like a calm waiting move, just defending the bishop, freeing up the rook. I think if he found that, which was like a coin toss, then he probably wins this game. But as you said, like, a few moves down the line, Ludici, we have to give him a lot of credit. He defended really, really well. Queen back to c2 after giving up a pawn, trying to get active. And this kind of maybe tricked Mickey into getting a bit nervous and swapping off rooks, which might not have been the best way forward. And like you said, once the knight and bishop come off, it's very difficult. Queen endgames. The only thing I know about queen endgames is that nobody knows anything about queen endgames. And, that's where
I know one thing that you taught me, David. So you know one thing about two things we know about queen and pawn endgames. Okay, queen in the center is always good. Whether you're a defender or an attacker, put your queen in the center. And second, if you're an attacker, you always have to have a safe hiding place for the king, because the king is going to be checked around. And as long as you can visualize where it can hide and you can visualize the path there, everything is fine. And that's the only thing I know. There you go.
Yeah, that's good. That's I'm glad you reminded me of those. Like you said, the black king kind of wants to be over there. Oh, hit me.
Okay, and this was also courtesy of you from our champion chess tour days. Somehow it's better to check along the diagonal. So you three things.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, you're reminding me. Thank you. I'm getting old. My memory's going, but those are important things. I agree. Diagonal checks. I don't know what it is. It must be about geometry, which I got a C or a B in at school, so I shouldn't talk too much. But it's all about geometry, and somehow diagonal checks are always more effective. Like, I guess they can just be blocked. They can't be blocked in any efficient way. And yeah, here it's I think a pity that black can't deliver any diagonal checks. And yeah, the centralization thing I think is the most important, and that's what gives Magnus so much joy. Mickey has beaten me in some Queen End games, so I know how strong he is in those. He's reaching for his king, but where's he going to go? King to h6. He's not allowing diagonal checks, at least. The black queen has that covered. The problem is he's going to allow checks from the side now. And it doesn't look like he can make any progress. Lodici, great defense, though. If he holds this, yeah, momentum turns again, maybe.
Exactly. And the only final thing I wanted to add to this position, if you're playing white, I mean, you got to look after your king. Don't be seduced by this idea of going queen takes c7 or anything like that. You've got to be only capturing pawns with tempos, as in the case that you have to give a check whilst you're capturing them. But the main thing is you want to be just getting those perpetual checks. So it is going to be now an uphill battle for Mickey, especially if his opponent plays precisely, because as we see from the evaluation bar, it is objectively a draw. Let's go away from this game and take a look at our bird's eye view, because I'm seeing that in the bottom left, the game between Gauche and Sargsyan now going to be finishing in a draw. The knight is a tremendously tricky piece, and it has a lot of squares now to jump. So I suspect Iptai and Gauche will try and try and try. It's probably going to be 50 moves of effort, but it will ultimately be a draw as long as the knight and the king stay together. Where to go from here, David?
Yeah, I'll just say, yeah, very lucky reprieve for Sargsyan, but it was a difficult win for Gauche, so we can't blame him too much. He had that one opportunity. He didn't trap the Black Knight in the way that we showed earlier. He wasted one move, and that was enough for Sargsyan to survive. We talked about Queen End games, Jovanka. I was joking about how little we know of them, so I'm going to take us to another Queen End game so we can learn. It is the clash between Ivan Zemlyansky, a very young talent, and Matthias Bluebaum. In the meantime, handshake on this board. So he didn't try the whole 50 moves, Diptai and Gauche. Rook versus knight, quite an elementary draw when the king and knight are in the center. And relief on the Armenian Grandmaster's face.
Yeah, definite relief as he escapes with a draw and going to a queen and pawn ending. Oh, I forgot there's also another rule I know about them. Quality of pawns beats quantity. I mean, we say we know nothing, and yet we do know a little.
A little bit, yeah. We know enough to get by, but that doesn't mean we play perfectly, because Queen End games, I don't think any human can play perfectly. Rook endings, they're quite one-dimensional. Like I think humans can handle that to a decent degree with a bit of study, but Queen End games are always different. And diagonal check. He's trying to make sure there are no blocks. I think the Black Queen is so centralized here, Jovanka, that it will be possible to hide with the Black King sooner or later. Probably it snakes its way in, like somehow, and hides next to its pawn.
And also the presence of the pawn on f6 means that we're not going to see a defense, which I kind of nicknamed the sticky queen. So let me try to show it. So if you step up with the king to f4, and can we try to get it on the board? Like you know what I'm talking, where the king constantly has to defend the queen. So you have to stay close, and then you check again. And now what you want to be doing, yes, this is the defense. And what you want to be doing is just you want to make sure that the king can never run away from the queen.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. Without white's b pawn, I think it's a draw. But unfortunately, with the b pawn, it's probably can't get back in time. But I know what you mean. It's like the king gets caught in the way, and no matter where you go, like you're always forced to protect your queen.
Yes.
The perfect marriage, the king and queen in harmony. But unfortunately here, I think the king can run forward, and probably this is the winning idea, even with the pawn on f6.
Although you've got to be tricky, because you don't step up with the king. Don't go king e1. I've seen this so many times on online chess. It's like, oops.
Yeah, that would not be the perfect marriage. That would end in divorce, the king and queen. But yeah, black should go the other way, probably hide behind the white pawns. That's cool. That's a cool motif. And here, yeah, black probably blocks. And this is the idea that black wants to eventually get queens off the board, and this d pawn wins.
Yeah. And yeah, and of course, black is never going to give up the f6 pawn with check, and it's also there beautifully positioned so that it can actually prevent those kind of cross checks there from the side. So no king to f4. There's no need for any of that. Just go king. I like your plan, David. I was going to say that you can hide on c1. One of the things I was talking about hiding places is you can probably hide on c1, you can hide on b1, and you can visualize the king's hiding place there.
Yeah, and we'll come back to this game very shortly. I just want to quickly take us on a short detour to Pranav, where we might see some new queens. I just see some pawns that are about to promote. Pranav, though, has a lot more pawns than black does. He has 2 extra pawns. So should be winning Jovanka. I guess he's going to eliminate the d pawn next, and it's going to be a long grind ahead.
Yes, and question of maths as well. And it's telling us that white is 2 pawns to the good. The d pawn is going to fall, so is the e pawn. And black is trying to be sneaky, trying to establish some kind of mating net around the white king, but it's not going to be sufficient. I mean, how precise is the path, would you say, to victory for white?
Yeah, I just checked the engine because I was curious why rook d4 check first is better than just taking this pawn, and I'm still struggling to understand the idea. I think it is the mating net, Jovanka. So driving back the black king is quite a big detail, because if we look at this variation, rook check forces black's king back, like it can't cross the e file because white queens. And now very important to flick in this g4 check just to give the white king some breathing space. And when the black king goes back now finally to take this pawn, and say black takes to put the knight on c4, and yeah, now 2 pawns extra. Without this, if white doesn't give the check, Pranav, then knight takes pawn. Oh, he has found the best move. I was going to say here, it's very hard to drive the king back. And a check, for example, allows the black king in, and there are counter threats against the white king, like you said.
Yeah, and yeah, you don't want to let your opponent get active. That's going to cause your opponent to just sit up in hope. So you don't want to be doing that. And the very, very instructive moment, think about what your opponent wants to do and just stop their counterplay. And it was really interesting, actually, to hear Hikaru say that in terms of material, counterplay actually trumps material. He was like, it's very difficult to handle initiative. It's very difficult if you go active, but if you kind of just go for that material and put yourself in a passive situation, then often you're gonna get bitten by that in the long run. And nice to see that rook takes pawn as we're expecting. And I love David's idea of going g4, taking the space. He's gone knight to c4 anyhow, and it is all looking good. And as we expected, it's a draw between Ludici and Michael Adams. Mickey just couldn't escape away from those checks, and that means that they will return with everything level tomorrow. And well, we'll see whether the ghosts of yesterday are going to be haunting Mickey, because he'll be going to sleep knowing that he did not win a 1 position.
Yeah, that is going to be troubling for Mickey. Of course, he had that marathon day of tiebreaks yesterday, went almost the whole distance to Armageddon. He got out of them. He won just in time to avoid that sudden death playoff. But yeah, disappointment today for Adams. He'll have to win tomorrow with white in order to avoid those tiebreaks. In the meantime, we were talking of Queen Endgames. Matthias Bluebaum, who will be playing in the Candidates tournament next year, looks like he's on course for victory with black. A very good result against a very young, dangerous opponent. His pawn is 1 square from touchdown, Jovanka, and I think he's found the winning plan of the black king just sneaking its way behind and using the pawn as shelter.
Yep. Matthias is actually quite a funny streamer. He's very precise, but he's also very emotional. And when things go wrong, it's quite entertaining to watch him express his thoughts. But it's not going to go wrong for him today, as his king is going to inch its way ever so slowly towards shelter. Handshake. Matthias starts this match with a win with the black pieces, and it's now up to Zemlyansky whether he can rise to the challenge. He's going to be playing with the black pieces tomorrow. He's in a must-win situation. So it's a mix between those very instructive, decisive games. It seems, though, that we've got our grind masters in action, David, because everyone is in an endgame.
Mm-hmm. It's just pure endgames now. We're in that time of day where it's all about the grind, all about just trying to get the job done, trying to tire out your opponents potentially. I think the one game that isn't in a pure ending right now is that between Alexei Sarana and Jordan Van Forest. A lot of tension there. We'll come to that board later. Sarana with the extra pawn, trying to convert, but elsewhere, another queen endgame. Oh no, between Narayanan and Yu Yang Yi. As that one's going to go on a long time. No passed pawns in that game, so I think Yu Yang Yi will hold. That's on the top row in the middle there. One game where it might not go on too much longer is that knight ending. I think the position with least pieces on the board, at least, is between Fedoseev and Wojtaszek. Jovanka earlier was fought on, but I don't think he can survive much longer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the question is, what is the technique to win this one? And I was going to suggest the lazy way. And that was just simply to grab the A-pawn, as you've highlighted. I'm glad that met with your stamp of approval, because I was also heading that direction as well. Because it's so easy. You know, the knight is there on E5, is never going to move. It's keeping watch over D3. And knights are notoriously bad at holding off a rook pawn. So I'm expecting this to be quite the elementary win.
Yeah, it's probably like a 3-step plan. It's like you step across, you take the white pawn. The white king might try to shoulder you off. Then you just have to bring the black king back towards the center. Then you throw the A pawn down to deflect white's king, knight, and one of the 2 pawns will eventually promote. That's the final step of the plan. So yeah, I think greed is good, especially here. Yeah. 2 pawns should be more than enough.
But I feel like you should be precise, though, because now you showed king to c3. What I was thinking is you don't want to find yourself in a situation where you grab the pawn on a4 and white has the b5 square covered. So you want to be in a situation where the knight is not on d6, because you want an escape route for the king. So you're going to get it immediately, right?
Yeah, luckily one of the white pieces has to give way. That's why knights are so bad at stopping pawns. They don't have waiting moves. Bishops can wait, knights can't. So Jovanka, I think you meant like this position, right? And if black can't play king b5 to get the king out, yes. If the white knight was still back on d6, there might be an issue.
Yes. I'm thinking there could potentially be an issue with some checks or some kind of situation, because I mean, white is dreaming that the knight will sacrifice itself for the d pawn, and if you manage to separate the black king from the a pawn, say drive it down to a2, and then maybe you'll have some kind of chance at holding it. But as it stands, the black king is never going to be locked in a cage. Yeah.
This is a funny mutual zugzwang as well. I just want to point out, if it's black to play, black loses either the A or the D pawn. If it's white to play, white has to give way with the king or knight, and then the black king gets out or the pawns survive. really, yeah, it's like tempo by tempo. This is so complicated. Maybe I called it too soon. Still some fight ahead.
Yeah. But I think we're kind of like showing what white really was dreaming about. But the problem is in the game position, it's actually white to play in this particular position. And white is the one that has to give ground. And it's not going to be easy to prevent the king from escaping, because once the king escapes that prison on the A line, then it's going to be a question of just walking the king round and helping the D pawn. And the A pawn is always a nice decoy to distract the knight or the king.
Yeah. And I just want to point out, like, this requires a bit of help, but there are some scenarios where in a position like this, A2 would be a huge blunder because, oh wait, yes, I can't quite make it work. Like here, if it's black to play, which it is, it's actually a draw, surprisingly, because the king can never get out in front of its pawn. But if it's white to play, again, it's a win, because then the king gets out next move no matter where white goes, and there's no way of losing a move. I spent ages studying this. Like, you just can't get the same position with your opponent to move, which is crazy. White just goes king c1, king c2, king c1, king c2 forever. Knight endgames are hard. Maybe not as hard as queen endgames, Ivanka, but still tricky.
Yeah, they're very tricky. I find that they're very confusing because the knight moves around in a circle. And you might be asking me, what do you mean by that? But if you it's the very first thing I learned in chess, actually. My dad set this up, and you see it's like a very circular thing that the knight goes. It goes forwards, backwards, to the side, and yeah.
I don't know how to draw that. I'll try. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, actually, I just meant if you put up the arrows, b4, b2, c1, e1, f2, so just the current squares, you kind of have to have this full awareness. There you go. And you can see it's a circle. So you're constantly having to look at all of this in a circular motion. And it's often so difficult to spot those backward knight moves because you're looking ahead.
Yeah. And okay, this game will go on for a while. I just want to point out that okay, there've been a couple of moves, knight b7 played. I just want to point out Peter Lecko is totally winning. That's going to be good news for all of his fans out there. We last left it with him being a pawn up, but in the current position, he's 2 pawns to the good. And yeah, the h pawn's just a decoy, while the white rook and knight go hunting, and the white e pawn looks brilliant. Ivanka looks one-sided with such a bad passive black bishop.
Yeah, it looks great. The knight nicely anchored there on c4, nice protection, and the white king, the rook, so advanced. Yeah, you feel all that you need to do is just drive the king backwards, and then the white king is going to swoop in. It's too many problems, right? You also have, like, the rook can swing to h6, for instance. Also a6 is one idea. And then the next move is going to be rook h7, rook h6 played. And then the king will come into e6, and the black king is stuck there in a mating net. So you have to give a check. But you go rook to d1, and the king can even come in on the side. It can go to, I'm thinking king c6, king... I tend to travel on light squares just on principle, but this was the big idea. And you start targeting a5.
Yeah, and like black can hold up white slightly by attacking this pawn, so the white knight can't go and take this one, but then white just starts pushing the other one. The h pawn, like you said, too many weaknesses, and the black bishop is just zugzwanged out of existence, basically. Like when Peter wins, it's like a harmony. It's like a great symphony. It's like everything's just so perfect. It's like the knight defended by the king, which is centralized. The pawn's all protected. Like even now, when he's done all the hard work, it's like it's just so perfect. Like the attention to detail. Like I just love watching him.
Attention to detail. That's actually a fantastic word to describe Peter, because you feel that from his character, that he's one of these people that's very particular about everything being perfect. He has to have everything at their maximum. And well, David, what we predicted has come to pass. The king is now on c6, and we're expecting just the pawn on h4 to start mobilizing, and everything is beautifully harmonious. Should we go back to the bird's eye view? Because we had a result. It was a draw between Venkataraman against Bogdan Daniel Deak, and also looking like a draw in the top middle between Narayanan and Yu Yang Yi. And as we're expecting, Pranav is just inching forward and making improvements in that particular endgame. But can we go to the game that wasn't an endgame, but now is an endgame? That's the one in the middle. Sarana against Van Forest. And then I want your expert opinion on Kaima against Pranesh.
Okay, let's do it. I'm glad you saved me from the third queen endgame. Narayanan against Yu Yang Yi. No pass pawns, so we'll stay away from that one for now. But this one, okay, interesting. D4 is a pawn sacrifice. He's already one pawn down, so it's 3 versus 2 for white. But Jordan is another player who just refuses to defend passively ever. And he wants to defend by getting his bishop to a long diagonal. So, yeah, Ivanka, I guess knight takes pawn is worth considering, although maybe not what white wants. Definitely not queen takes, right? Because this drops the e5 pawn, and black should hold with so few pawns left. So knight takes pawn.
I was not going to advocate for that move. You're going to be shocked, David. I was advocating for, I haven't actually decided what I was going to do, but I was not going to advocate for knight takes pawn because I was concerned that queen to d5 check was going to be a problem. And the knight was going to have to step back to cover e5 and then bishop c6. And you're going to have to retreat the bishop to g4. And you can take the pawn now. My calculation is not suspect, but you can take it.
Yeah, with the bishop, even with the queen if we want to be flashy. Yeah, I was just going to point out it's the first thing you calculate, but it's definitely not what you want. So it's on his mind, Sarana. The alternative is essentially to get ready to meet bishop c6 or queen d5 with a block, right? So bishop to e4 will block that diagonal. He first plays e6. Wow. That's what I said. The top players, they don't defend passively like I would. They go straight for the throat. They're going for the black king here. And just no time, I guess, Ivanka, to set up the bishop and queen battery that would save black. I think that's his one hope.
Yeah, you can't go queen to d5 because simply the bishop. Okay, look, can you try at least? It seems like... Oh, oh, that was a spoiler. At least it finishes the game quickly then, David. At least there's that.
Maybe, although
you might be in time for dinner.
Black can limp on. It looks bad though with the pin.
Yeah.
But okay, like how to avoid that early dinner though? If you're in Jordan's shoes,
maybe go
D3.
D3 and just see whether something can be done.
D3
bishop takes.
Okay. Feels like it's close for white, but I mean, I'm very tempted to give in a check here. Let's say check.
Take.
Queen takes. Yeah, queen takes. Or maybe I should play knight g5, but I've blown the advantage. I didn't even see knight g5 until it was too late. Knight g5 check.
Okay. And with that, the duo that is formerly known as the queen and knight, well, they're going to create havoc on the board. Yeah, it's going to be a problem.
Yeah, although, I would want to calculate further here. Queen takes allows king takes and black survives into a queen endgame, but probably knight takes.
Knight takes.
Oh, wait, no. Knight takes probably not because queen d5 and check. Check this out, Ivanka. Queen e4 check. Oh. And check.
King takes. That's mean, David. You know, it might very well happen because
Yeah.
I sense that black is, you know, it's difficult to even come up with a move. And it's, I think it's very logical, right? You're feeling like that this is going to be over soon. So why not just push the pawn on d3 and see where it gets you? And it did require some accuracy on White's part, but wow, that would be incredible if what we predicted comes to pass for the second time. But, well, someone who did play very precisely was Matthias Bluebaum, as he notched up a win against Ivan Semlyansky early on. Rakesh caught up with him, so let's hear what he had to say.
Chess.com, the Grandmaster Matthias Bluebaum, who won a very nice game, an attacking game, a nice queen ending. Tell us more.
Yeah, I mean, basically my opponent tried to play a sharp line in the opening, and then I caught him off guard with this knight bd7, bishop g6. So yeah, like opening went well because he started thinking on his own, and I kind of knew h4 shouldn't be a good move, so I was already kind of happy, and I think I was better pretty much the whole game, which is already nice when you play with black. And yeah, at some point it should have been like easily winning, and I messed it up into this queen end game, which I'm still not happy about. But okay, luckily I managed to convert it because you just don't enjoy playing queen end games as a player. It's very exhausting and annoying to calculate all those checks.
And you're already a candidate. Is that a little pressure off for the World Cup?
I mean, it doesn't really change anything yet. Like normally when I play World Cup, I don't put myself any pressure to qualify for candidates. That's like kind of way too high of a goal. So it doesn't really change anything, to be honest.
And last question, are you enjoying the Indian food, the hotel, everything here?
Yeah, the food is quite nice. I mean, in general, I like Indian food. And
Do you have a favorite dish? Or?
I mean, I'm pretty boring in that regard, like butter chicken or something. Like okay. I don't enjoy too many spices. Like it shouldn't be too spicy, but yeah. But still, like in general, I enjoy Indian food.
And are you happy with all the Germans doing so well until now?
Of course, yeah. Then it's also great because I'll also have company if like others do well as well, because we always hang out. So it's great that they like a lot of them are also doing really well, and I hope it continues that way.
Thank you so much, and good luck.
Thank you.
Ash, for that interview, and it's nice to hear the honest thoughts of Matthias Bluebaum, telling us, yeah, queen and pawn endgames are notoriously difficult, a lot of calculation involved, but in our game position here on our screens, it is not too much calculation for Peter Lecko as he wins another pawn, and that is not resignation, but another set of score sheets. And for Peter Lecko, it's just a case of synchronizing the pieces and getting that A-pawn rolling up the board.
Yeah, there are some positions that you definitely shouldn't resign. Just ask Wesley So from the other day, but there are some positions where I think it's fully justified. And here, Peter has created total domination of the queen side, like the white knight protected, the white king can never be checked, the white rook holds everything in place, and it's just a5, a6, a7, a8, and yeah, Alexenko is done. He's not done much wrong in this game. I feel bad for Kirill Alexenko. I think just one small error, but it's been punished so ruthlessly, and the bishop takes the h6 pawn. Luckily, he's got 3 in reserve, Peter Lecko. He's just going to advance now to victory. a5 played, bishop back. Probably don't even need to save your rook, but Peter might, being a maximalist. a6, a7 looks like it's over.
Yep. It is very efficient to pass the A-pawn, well, just get that A-pawn to its promotion square. And unfortunately, the rook cannot get there. The rook needs to be on A1 to have some hope of preventing that pawn from advancing. But just some quick calculation needed. Peter Lecko has plenty of time, but a win puts him in tremendous shape for tomorrow.
Yeah, and he could have advanced his a-pawn. It was unstoppable. But I did say it. It's not Peter's style to speculate. Why give up a rook when you can make a queen later anyway? And yeah, maybe the black rook will go back to h7 to stop it, just temporarily. But that barrier will be broken easily. The white pawn is going to get the job done. And it's a handshake. Peter Leko, beloved commentator, but also world-class chess player, takes the win with white, takes the lead against Kirill Alexenko.
It's a fantastic result there for Peter Leko as he gets off to a fantastic start. Let's go immediately and check out the bird's eye view, especially now that time trouble is brewing. And there's one person who is playing with just not too much time on the clock. And maybe we had there, it's Vincent Keimer, where we're seeing him with maybe 3 minutes to make the remainder of his moves.
Okay, and this one, it's been complicated for a while. He's been a pawn up for a while, Vincent Keimer. That is still the case, but he's forced a trade of rooks. And Pranesh does take the rooks off. To my eyes, it looks like white has fantastic chances, but the eval bar says 0.00. 3 pawns can hold the 4 pawns, apparently. Maybe he's just run out of material here, Jovanka. Maybe the black king is going to come back and save the day.
Yeah, and well, this is also very interesting because it's going to be a question of timing and where to put the pieces, because black is asking white, is saying, if you slide the king over to f2, you're going to have to calculate what happens if the black king advances and start going for that pawn on h2. And if you capture on f6, which is a safer move, well, then what's going to happen after bishop takes pawn? And black is trying to get those a blockade on the dark squares. I'm thinking specifically of d6. And of course, the pawn on f5 is now incredibly vulnerable. So it's a tricky decision here for Vincent. Does he just take a step back? Does he try to defend on, does he go e4? It's, the problem is like one pawn is always going to be weak.
Mm-hmm. And I think by force, you can probably get knight and h pawn against black's 2 pawns, the g and h. I think, for example, white could play knight takes f6, drop the e3 pawn, and then go knight back to e4, and the black king is totally trapped on the edge of the board. But it does come at the cost of the d pawn, and the black bishop will sack itself for the f pawn. And maybe that endgame is just a draw. I think Vincent's trying to evaluate whether winning the black bishop for all of his d, e, and f pawns is enough, or whether he leaves himself with just the h pawn, whether that will suffice. Such a tricky judgment call, Jovanka, with only 1 minute on the clock.
Yeah, not easy. Oh, does he play it safe with e4? That's also another question. You know, try to play it out for the long run. Because knight takes f6, there's no going back from it. You're going to be dropping the d pawn if you go for that particular line. And this could be a fantastic opportunity for Vincent to actually squeeze out a win. You're the grinder, David.
Yeah, I think I would spend all my time, every second. I'd leave myself with 2 seconds, but I'd spend all my time calculating knight takes f6 because it's so close to a win, I think. But eval bar tells us it's a draw. Vincent doesn't know that. Pranesh doesn't know that. So I would spend all my time on that because it's the most forcing, it's the most ambitious. But if I realized with 2 seconds left that it wasn't winning, or if I wasn't confident, I'd play e4. The problem is I think white can't make much progress after e4. The black king comes back to g5. And white's a bit stuck. Like the white knight can never really move because the black king continues marching in. And I don't really see the way forward. And then I'd just try to trick my opponent there. But I don't think it works in objectively drawn positions like this where the opponent's moves are quite forced.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. No, this is one of the problems. And Vincent, I think he's going to go for it. I think he's going to go for your knight takes f6. No time.
Oh, 10 seconds. He's doing what I would.
He goes to king f2.
Then. King f2. Wow. And the king goes back.
Mm-hmm. Interesting. I actually thought the king could come up to h3 and we could have some fun in that kind of endgame.
Yeah, king h3. Maybe white would have played knight f4 track, taken the h5 pawn, and Yeah, I mean, that's very worthy of calculation, I agree. But Pranesh was thinking in Vincent's time, and he decided it's safer, at least, to go back. And now the king moves across. The black bishop has 2 safe squares, a5 and c1. I don't know if there's a difference.
A5 chosen.
The safest.
It's more flexible. Yeah.
Now e4 defends the f5 pawn. Oh, I'm getting nervous just watching Vincent's body language. It looks like he feels he's got winning chances, but maybe he knows deep down that if his opponent is accurate, it shouldn't be enough.
Also, let's not forget the compensation that black is now generating. H3, G3 in the air if the white king runs away too far away from the king's side. And one thing that you mentioned earlier on was this possibility of going king to f4 as well if the knight dances away from d5. And it's not going to be possible for the time being, but I'm also thinking if the bishop would ever one day attack h2, well, that's also going to generate some serious play. And Vincent is ticking down to 14 seconds. It's going down and the knight can't move. Maybe we'll just kind of reach some kind of standstill. And so that's why the king slides up.
King to e3. I would be a bit scared, like you said, as white. Like the black pawn's sitting on h3. Like all black needs is a bishop on the long diagonal. There we go, pawn to h3. Like the bishop, if it can ever get to the b8 to h2 diagonal, black is doing well. And the blue arrow appears. White is losing unless he plays king f2. Vincent Keimer has taken a big risk. He needs to retreat with his king. I think that's clear though, because g3 is such a big threat for creating a passed h pawn. Needs to be stopped.
But then we have that situation though, David, where the knight cannot move from d5. It needs to guard the f4 square. Because if that knight moves, king f4, and suddenly white's pawns are going to be dropping.
Yeah. He's got to be really careful not to lose this. Bishop e1 check. What a blow. Pranesh, so tricky. King takes bishop. That is poisoned because of g3. And knights can't stop those corner pawns like you said earlier, Jovanka. That's such a sneaky move.
Yeah. And then with bishop e3, that opens up a new possibility. g3 is on the agenda. So the king steps back, g3 comes, and now the bishop improves itself infinitely. And the white king has to guard against the runaway h-pawn.
Yeah, I'd be worried if I were Vincent. Like he feels like he's playing for a loss. That's why I was a bit reluctant to play this e4 stuff. Maybe knight takes f6 would have been safer. G3, I think, would be very, very safe with black now. But Pranesh might sense that Vincent's nervous and probably no way to ever win this as black. But if the black bishop can ever attack d4, he goes back. Happy to repeat.
Happy to. Do you think we're going to see a beautiful repetition, king f2, bishop e1? I'm sensing that we might go that direction. You can still go bishop e1 right now.
No. King f1. Yeah, why not? Play for the crowds. Play for the gallery. Bishop e1. Probably bishop d2 is the safer way to go. And I think he has to bail out soon, Vincent Keimer, before black goes like bishop c1, bishop b2, and just takes the d pawn. Then black's just winning. Or getting close to, at least.
Yep.
Probably e5 at the right moment is going to save the game.
Yeah.
Oof. Yeah, feels like both players have played really well here, Jovanka. Like I can't fault either player for their efforts in what has been quite a well played but very complicated game.
Yeah, it has been. Also, I've been very impressed by how Pranesh has kept finding these resources that complement his style. He's played actively king f2. Will we see bishop e1? Check. Or will Pranesh play another move? Because you sense actually that Vincent never quite got the mode that he wanted to. He wanted to get like a position with full control where he's the one pressing, managing to coordinate his pieces. And Pranesh just didn't give him the chance.
Yeah, he was shaking his head, Vincent, there a moment ago. I think he's really disappointed that it's just a draw, but sometimes if your opponent plays perfectly, plays to their strengths, it's hard. Pranesh is such a dangerous player. It's going to be fascinating tomorrow's encounter with Pranesh on the white pieces. He's going to go for Vincent's throat. He's going to go all aggressive, and he doesn't repeat with bishop to e1. He keeps the game going. And yeah, maybe I don't know whether to stay here, Jovanka. It feels like it might go on for a while. Maybe we just come out for a moment to the beds of you just to kind of round up all of the comings and goings on the top few boards, on the remaining boards.
Yeah. And the queen endgame between Narayanan and Yu Yangyi, then top middle, I think that's going to go on for a long, long, long time with white just dancing around. But it's the game between Pranav and Sturmovicius, which is quite interesting because white has 2 extra pawns, but black has some nifty defense happening, you know, preventing the A pawn from getting motoring. And also in the game between Sarana and Van Forest, I'm expecting something to happen there. But on our camera, there does appear to be some kind of commotion. So let's go there and see what is happening. I mean, is it a case of threefold repetition?
Wait, it doesn't look like a repetition. This is the first time the rook's been there. What is happening? Titus has called the arbiter. They're looking at the score sheet. He's asking for 2 extra minutes for some reason. I think it might be because Pranav wasn't writing down the moves as he played them, only a bit too late. Titus is complaining to the arbiters. He doesn't look happy. Controversy. First time in this event, Jovanka, that we've seen Pranav now arguing back. Very confusing to understand what's going on.
We need the lip readers to come in and tell us exactly what's happening. But I think that he keeps like 2 fingers and 3 fingers.
I think I know what's going on.
Maybe some kind of complaint about on the board behavior. Maybe there's something wrong with the clock.
No, he's saying 2, then 3. There is a rule in chess that if your opponent makes a move, you can reply instantly without writing your move down. But after the set of moves, 1 move each, you have to write things down. I think Titus is saying that Pranav made a move, Titus replied, and Pranav made another move. So basically 3 kind of half moves without writing anything down. So he's claiming that he should get 2 extra minutes on the clock. And Pranav looks a bit flustered by that. It is a bit pedantic, but it is in the rules. So we'll see what the arbiters decide. I've done that myself. I was a bit annoyed by some opponents not writing down the moves, just continuing to try and blitz, to try and eat a few seconds off my clock, especially in time trouble. Titus's clock does say 0, though, so I do wonder what has happened. Is there a chance he's lost on time? Confusion.
It says 1 minute and 31. So the clocks are paused on the camera, but if we zoom into the screen, we can see clearly, 1 minute and 31 and something 27. 6 minutes and 27 seconds for Pranav. But there does seem to be a point of contention.
We can confirm it's definitely not a repetition of moves. The position has not repeated itself. This is the first time a white rook has sat on a8. But now they're talking about the moves. Okay. I think he is arguing that Pranav hasn't been writing down the moves. He just said that b5 check was played. He replied. And the white rook did move.
And in the meantime, it was a draw between Vincent Keimer and Pranesh. Some sterling defense there from Pranesh, which means tomorrow it is going to be Pranesh's turn with the white pieces. An excellent game, I would say, for both of them. Very hard fought. And in the meantime, our eyes are gripped by the unfolding scenario where Titus seems to be getting more and more upset, and Pranav just removing himself, taking a step backwards from what's happening.
Yeah, I think Pranav's doing the right thing, just removing himself from the situation. Like, it's the arbiter's decision now. I don't know whether they'll inspect the footage. The VAR, video assistant referee, might come into play here. And they'll see whether Titus wants those, or whether he gets those 2 minutes that he desperately wants. And yeah, the game will go on. Just to update you on the board, everyone at home, Pranav is 2 pawns up with a big advantage. Whether it's winning is another question, but it's clear that Titus is on the back foot, and he's desperately trying to stay alive in the game.
Mm-hmm. But it's very interesting. A new arbiter has been summoned. How many arbiters is needed to take a decision here? No, okay, this one was perhaps some consultation is happening. Wow, John, we get our first off the board drama here in India.
How many arbiters does it take to change a light bulb, right? This is actually quite sensitive. It's important to make sure that the decision is right. Obviously, it's also on a board where a lot's at stake. It is knockout format in the World Cup, after all. I'm no stranger to these sort of decisions. I'm a national arbiter myself, but I'm very happy to defer these sort of decisions to the senior arbiter when he or she is present. Quite often, when you flick open the rules and you look up the laws of chess and you try and work out even what sequence of events happened, it can be really tricky, and you often end up looking up 4 or 5 different rules trying to work out which one applies when. And I'm sure you guys know, if you take a look at the FIDE handbook and the FIDE rulebook for chess, for a game that is played on 64 squares and there's nothing outside involved, oh my god, it's complicated. The thing reads like War and Peace. So it's very important to make sure you ascertain what the facts are so that you can actually make a reasonable decision. And things do take quite a while to look up sometimes, especially if there's a point of contention. So that would be why multiple arbiters are getting involved. It could be that 1 or 2 of the arbiters have had experience at high-level tournaments in this exact sort of situation before, and they already know what they did last time. That shortcuts the decision-making process by a couple of minutes, because they can say, this is the precedent, this is where you need to look. But it could also be more complicated than that. In addition, if the arbiters say something and the players disagree and they give a reason why, you then have to look up more stuff to make sure that you actually get the ruling right. So even though it might be a straightforward case of, well, why don't they just answer the question and the game continues, it actually can be really quite complicated.
Mm-hmm. No, definitely, John. I mean, because if the situation is, as we're guessing, that perhaps Pranav didn't write down the moves as he should have done, he's required by the rules of chess to notate after each move, then there might be a time penalty being added. It's a time bonus, but okay, we don't want to be speculating, but it's interesting because Anastasia Sorokina has been summoned. I think she is the chief arbiter. She's a women's grandmaster, I believe, and very strong player. So she's, again, checking, and the players just waiting whilst the arbiters are discussing.
Now, there's a little bit of an additional thing here where it's quite positive. Because the cameras are on the boards, they can scrub back and take a look. So I think you guys probably hit the nail on the head earlier, where Titus is saying, hang on a second, my opponent is allowed to play, not a problem, but you're not allowed to play 3 half moves, 3-ply, without stopping and writing the moves down. I can see play has now resumed, and luckily, as David mentioned, the video assistant referee means that we don't have to guess at the events, and the arbiters can make a completely confident and accurate assessment here.
And the big question now is whether Titus can refocus on this defensive task ahead. He needs some very clever resources if he wants to save this game down 2 pawns. He kind of wiped his face there. He was like, okay, back in the zone, can't get tilted, can't get triggered here, need to focus on the moves. And there we see the players probably in the back of their minds during that commotion were trying to calculate. We see some very quick moves played. The black king and bishop are trying to do a good job now of caging that white rook. And Jovanka, the task is for the bishop to give itself up for 2 white pawns. That's the only way black is going to save this game. If he can manage it, rook and knight versus rook is a draw, and he'll hold that, Titus.
Yep, he'll hold that one, and that will be a fantastic save from Titus, because he has been struggling, and it's actually not very easy for White to make any kind of progress. The rook now is locked in on a6, and White has to now start trying to dislodge this bishop by just maneuvering the knight to a better square. Well, he tries first with the king, but that knight has to also find a good path. Maybe he can go to... I mean, he wants to go to d5, but it's not easy to get it there.
Yeah, it's still a long, long way ahead. Black has a lot of time to try and give some checks, to try and harry the white king, to try and pin the white knight. Titus is a great defender. I played him last year. I had a winning position throughout the game, but he clung on. He's got kind of all the patience in the world, and he managed to hold that one. He's going to try and do everything possible to stop Pranav here, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. Clearly, that situation was a bit upsetting to Titus, and maybe that will hinder his defensive efforts here.
It also might be impacting Pranav as well, because it's not you're getting in the flow of things, you're playing on instinct, and then suddenly there's a commotion, you have to deal with that, your attention is diverted. Now both of these players, I would say, are having to reset and just get into the rhythm. For now, Titus has found a very nice configuration. The bishop is keeping the rook out of play, and he's hoping that the rook is going to keep the king and knight honest.
And John, it's so useful to have an arbiter with us during moments like this. What do you make of what just happened, and what do you think lies in store now?
This is controversial, to say the least. I know that a lot of the action is on the chessboard, but maybe tension's just getting really high as the players struggle to, in Pranav's case, attempt to convert, and in Stranovicius' case, attempting to defend. And yeah, getting... all of the small things will distract you at this point and will annoy you. So I don't know which way it's going to go. I don't know if venting the frustration means that it's easier for one player over the other. What I do know, though, is that most of the games have now finished. We only have 3 live games left in the playing hall right now. So we're going to go for a quick break, make that 2, just as we were saying that. And when we come back, we take a look at the concluding moves of this round of the FIDE World Cup. 30 games complete. 2 are remaining here in this game at the FIDE World Cup. It's round 3, game 1. And only a couple of games still going on in the playing hall. We can see we have Pranav against Sturmovicius in the top left, where we had the arbiters called in just before the break. We've also got Narayanan against Yu Yang Yi. I don't think we have a camera on that board, but we do have our wonderful 500x zoom of the playing hall cam, so it wouldn't be too difficult to spot where they are. So we will be able to see live footage of both of those games as all players now trying to grind out a result, whatever that may be, either hoping for mistakes or trying to convert. David, Jovi, let's see what this has in store.
Yeah, and looking at the camera, unfortunately, the arbiter has gotten in the way, but Narayanan is transfixed to where the drama is happening between Pranav and Sturmovicius. I mean, he's kind of not that fascinated by his own game, whereas Yu Yang Yi is working hard. But look at that.
Yeah, always nice to see some some interest from your fellow countrymen. I think that other game is a Queen ending, but probably the least interesting of the Queen end games we've seen so far today between Narayanan and Yu Yang Yi. That should be heading towards a draw. It has been in that direction for a long, long time. Yu Yang Yi defending very, very accurately against Narayanan. Narayanan knows as well, as we see some more queen checks. Queen and 1 pawn versus queen and no pawns, but the Black King, most importantly, in front. And yeah, the action happening between Pranav and Titus. Jovanka, what are your predictions? What do you think the next twist is going to be in this tale?
I predict that Narayanan and Yu Yang Yi, that's going to be finishing in a draw. And I predict that Pranav Sturmovicius, that will continue and continue and continue, and there will be a win for white. There'll be some trickery going on right at the very end.
Mm-hmm. Trickery. That tends to be a good word when knights are involved. And the white knight was somewhat offside, so it comes back towards the center. Feels like black's got the perfect configuration, right? But you can never attack the white rook, so you can't win it. And you can never take the white pawns because they're on light squares. So all white needs is a knight, like on c4, for example, to break the construction.
And, well, you can't go king to d3 because the rook will slide up to e3 and give a check. But the king is going round in circles. But knight to d2, knight c4 is going to be occurring. And you can't stop that.
Mm-hmm. Tricky, yeah. You can give one check, but the white knight might be able to step in its way, in the way and block. Can do some calculation there. And yeah, I just don't really see Titus holding this. Less than 1 minute against 10.5. And it has been noticeable, by the way, that anytime Titus makes a move, Pranav replies without writing his move down. So I kind of see why Titus has been getting a bit frustrated. And I think it's when it happens for more than once. That's when he's been. That's what he's complained about. But Pranav has done that on a few occasions, even since the controversy. So interesting times in this game for sure.
Some bad habits are hard to break, and yeah, that must be really triggering. Actually, if you've complained about that to your opponent, and you call the arbiters in, and your opponent still carries on skirting within the fringes of the regulations, but king coming round, and for Pranav, I mean, the whole thing is you just need the knight to dislodge the bishop. Once the rook is liberated, then white's life will be infinitely easier.
Mm-hmm. There we go. Pranav brings his knight forward. It's not just it's not just c4 now. It's also d7.
Mm-hmm.
Potential target squares for the knight. It's just about kicking that bishop away. Then the whole fortress is broken. I think he's found a great idea. Titus, body language not positive. I think he knows now that he's going to be facing a liberated rook, and he's going to be losing this endgame.
And by the way, this is the sole remaining game in the playing hall. The other game finished in a draw. So this means that all eyes are going to be on this one. The thing is that Pranav, has been just easily kind of making the progress. Knight c4 coming in the air, and it's 15 seconds. The clock ticks down for Stromovicius. And how to continue now that knight c4 is going to be posting up. You've also got knight d7, but better to put the knight on c4. That way you can hide the king. And bishop comes up, but now the rook is free.
Yeah,
King
and
goes up.
here we see king steps up. That's a nasty knight fork he landed, and no matter what black does, you can pretty much pre-move after king c4. You can pre-move knight to c5, giving some checks. If the knight and bishop get traded, it's just an easy win, right, Jovanka? 2 extra connected pawns.
Yep. And from then on, it's just a case of shielding your king and maximizing your rook, putting it on the long side so that it can get ready to check the enemy king from the side, and then advancing up the pawns safely and securely. And brilliant way to just knock home the advantage here. Knight to c5. It's a given.
Yeah. Knight c5 looks very, very strong here. You could also make an argument for a5. Maybe that's a useful move to flick in. I'd be reluctant to break the integrity of the pawns and just keep them protecting each other. It's been so effective for so long. But in one direction or the other, a5, knight c5, or vice versa, those look like the winning moves. He does give a check. a5 is actually useful for a hiding spot for the white king, Jovanka.
It is. And now for Stromovicius, he cannot capture that knight. He just has to sidestep the check with his king, put it on c7, and then just pose the question to white. How are you going to make progress from there? For Stromovicius, he's kind of banking on the fact that he can check from the side and try to drive the white king away. But again, the evaluation bar tells us that white is the one who is firmly winning this one, and black is virtually, with no time, losing.
Oh, he's only got a few seconds left on his clock. Wow, that's the same as resignation. Wow, he should have at least tried to move his king, keep those pieces on the board a little longer. He now retreats his rook. His idea is to keep the white rook honest, but yeah, that won't last for much longer. How to win this position now?
Well,
maybe you can move your rook. This is clever though from Titus. He's asking white how to make progress. If you push the pawn to a5, you just get checked for eternity with the black rook. Maybe that's winning as well, but not so easy, Jovanka.
No, not easy at all. No, in fact, I like the other move that you indicated, just giving up the a-pawn. The rook on a4 is going to be on such a bad square, and then you can come in and threaten checkmate. If you can drive the king toward the black king towards the center, then you're going to be able to create the famous Lucina position. And he throws in a check first. I think this is very nice.
Mm-hmm. Black king is going to move. And now, now rook h6 or rook g6 or rook to the long way, to the long side. Give that check. Gives up the pawn. He knows his endgame theory, Pranav. He studied this one before. Normally a b pawn isn't the best pawn to try and promote, but the black rook is going to be so bad once it takes on a4. This is a winning position. He's found it.
Yeah, excellent technique there from Pranav. And usually the b pawn, as David indicates, is a pretty poor pawn. But the problem here is that the rook actually wants to somehow just move itself to e8 or d8 or anywhere along the 8 line. It's not going to get there. And there is resignation. Pranav wins. Incredible technique there at the end. But what a game, a roller coaster of a game, David.
What a game. 102 moves, the longest game of today, the longest game of the round so far. And Pranav, in the end, I feel he deserved it. He had the advantage for most of it. But Titus will feel frustrated about how things developed. And yeah, of course, that little controversy during the game will leave a sour taste. But he will get a chance for revenge tomorrow. The match isn't over. Pranav, though, taking the lead. And John, it's been a long, long day of chess. These two will love having a break now.
Yeah, they will be relishing the break, no doubt. Titus is going to be feeling rather frustrated. You can sort of see the emotion spilling out a little bit there when the arbiters got called. You can tell that he was a little bit highly strung, and very understandably considering the pressure that he was under. But ultimately, it was the position on the board that dictated everything, and there wasn't much he could do. Pranav played that accurately and beautifully, and as a result, he earns the win going into game 2 of round number 3. So here are today's results. A decent number of decisive games, Jovi. I wouldn't say there's any sort of records or anything like that, but we had a lot of fighting chess today. I have to say 90 minutes into today's broadcast, when I was looking at the kind of positions and the kind of moves that were being played, I'm almost surprised there aren't more decisive results.
And I do think that the results are slightly misleading for us because, as you mentioned there, I was struggling to find a single boring game that was elementary and it was easy for both sides to play. There was a lot of danger for the players to navigate, and there were a lot of impressive results and done in style as well. Arjun Erigaisi, one result I want to draw your attention to. His victory over Shamsuddin Vohidov was spectacular, as was Hari Krishna's win over Daniel Dada. That was one that's worthy of publishing and being featured in the books.
And David, on this screen here, are there any results today that you are maybe not super surprised about? Because it's round 3 after all, everyone is super highly rated. But was there anything that sort of raised your eyebrows ahead of tomorrow?
Yeah, I guess because now we do see all of the Grandmasters rising up. The rating disparities aren't huge, but I'm going to point out Nodibek Abdusattorov just continuing his kind of shaky form, losing with white. Can be disastrous as well, especially in classical in the World Cup. And Jose Martinez taking that win in such counter-attacking, very impressive fashion. I'm going to say that's the biggest surprise of the day for me, Jose Martinez. But maybe I shouldn't be surprised since he's such a beast on chess.com.
That said, though, Abdusattorov, if you told him, guess what? You need to win with black tomorrow. He's one of those players who will sit back and go, oh, yeah, okay, no problem at all. I mean, Jovi, he plays completely without fear. Him and many other players in the playing hall, but who really is an emotionless killing machine when he wants to be. And tomorrow he's going to need to be.
He's going to need to be. He's a confident player in general, I gotta say. And he's always ambitious. And tomorrow he's faced with no other option. We're going to see Nordibek go all in if he wants to win with the black pieces. And we're here for it.
Oh, but hang on, because we've got Rakesh, I believe, who is catching Pranav as he's leaving the playing hall. So let's go ahead and take a look at those.
Buddy, great win. Can you share what happened in the end? The claim?
Yeah, actually it was, he was claiming that, so basically what happened was, I played b5, and then I think he played king b6 without writing the score sheet, and then I played rook a8 instantly, and okay, apparently, I did not know this, but you cannot make like, I think 3 moves or something without writing.
If you have 5 minutes or less.
Yeah, that I did not know, and he was claiming that, and yeah, I just wanted something to happen, yeah, whether they give the time or they start the game, because, okay, that portion I think already I messed up, and...
But you're still winning in that one.
I was still winning,
yeah.
But I did not know that, and also, he also got a lot of time to think there. I mean, even if the arbiter gave him like 1 minute there or 2 minutes, it would have been...
The chaos took longer than the time.
Yeah, he got like maybe 5 minutes or something, but okay, luckily I was winning there, so... But yeah, that's what happened, and then they just said it was okay. I did not know, and it was a warning for me.
Great win.
But you had a big advantage there. So how did you lost your advantage? Because the position where he claimed, according to the Indian, there was like slight, advantage. Not exactly like a clear win.
Yeah, I knew actually it was a very simple win, and I just messed up really badly, I think, because I should try to bring the king first, but I thought this should also be winning, and then my rook got stuck and all this stuff happened.
Good luck, buddy.
Thank you for winning. Wish you good luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
And there we go. That was Pranav as he was leaving the playing area and the building. I do want to wrap up the day by gathering your thoughts on the event as a whole, but I'm going to ask the same spicy question to you both because I can't resist it. I want to hear our thoughts on the controversy where the arbiters were summoned. I'm sure people will say, well, while the clocks were stopped and the arbiters were summoned, guess what? Titus had so much time to think in a position where he was trying to wriggle out of what would have been a horrible mess. And I totally get that, but I also feel like with my arbiter's hat on, that the natural response to that would be, well, if you don't give them the excuse or the option to call the arbiters in the first place, that can never happen. David, let's start with you. What are your thoughts?
Arbiters, it's always a difficult subject for me. I've had some very interesting experiences at FIDE events, Olympiads, World Cups, where I've seen arbiters who didn't know the threefold repetition rule, who don't know the basics of chess. So I'm a bit biased maybe, but I do feel perhaps they should have been taking the players away from the board so they cannot think about things while the situation is being resolved. And ultimately, it did seem on camera that Titus had a point, so he should have been awarded the 2 minutes. I'm not sure the arbiters actually were able to check in the end. So a few surprises. Obviously, it's unfortunate. It's always unpleasant, these situations, but I see why Titus tried to claim, and I don't know if the arbiters made the right decision.
Yeah.
Jovi, your few drops of spicy sauce on this story. What do you reckon?
Well, Pranav gave us a lot of information. He told us that Titus was actually, in fact, correct. And it was a correct claim. The rules are there for a reason. You do have to respect the regulations of chess, and you do have to kind of play fair. But Pranav wasn't aware of the rules, and he was not aware that it wasn't actually kind of naughty behavior, so to speak, not to notate every move or not to do 2-3 moves without notating. And Pranav said that he got a warning. So I don't know the regulations. I'm not an arbiter. Maybe, John, I can shift the question to you. But he's got a warning, and which means that if he does it again, then he'll be punished in a different format, in a different way.
Well, I think generally speaking, if the players are in agreement with what happens and you issue a warning and there's no further complaint, you absolutely let sleeping dogs lie. Because the ultimate goal of the arbiter is not to just stand there and make the correct decision. Obviously, you're trying to make the correct decisions, but you're actually trying to disrupt the game as little as possible. So my theory behind what David said is that in order to give Titus the additional 2 minutes, they would have had to go back and scrub and check the footage, but the arbiters probably didn't have ready access to that because it's probably a media team or someone else that has it for streams like ours. And in order for them to scrub and check the footage, it might have taken them another 10-15 minutes. And they made a decision on balance to issue a warning and let the game continue because that probably disrupts the game the least amount. It's unlikely that any side is particularly 100% happy with what happened, but that would be my personal guess. But more importantly, the players agree on what happened. What happened in the game, and it didn't actually change the result. So let's move on from that. It's interesting to analyze it, but we had 32 boards playing throughout today. So Jovi, I'm going to flip it around and ask you first. Sum up today, because it does feel like it's been quite different in terms of flow compared to the first and second round.
Yeah, there have been some dramatic moments, some edge of the seat stuff, some fantastic combinations. And now some players such as Nordibek Abdusattorov are in a must-win situation with the black pieces. But it's also a tale of many points being lost on the table. Some of the players, I'm thinking of Mickey Adams, will be thinking, I really should have put my game away. And that, I think, is been a recurring storyline in a lot of the positions. People would have expected to maximize the positions and get more of an advantage than they did. So I think tomorrow we're going to be seeing a whole reset. And I just kind of wonder whether the ghost of today will linger on into tomorrow's games.
Oh, that's a great point. And Dave, I think we need to follow on from that. A little bit of a theme of today are players where the evaluation just wildly swung from one side to the other. Maybe they were winning and messed it up, or maybe they were losing and managed to save it. What does that do to your head ahead of the second half of this round?
Yeah, I wish I could say that it did nothing, that the players were easily able to forget, to have a good night of sleep and to start totally fresh the next day. But sometimes for the players who weren't successful today, it's actually useful to carry a bit of that emotion with you, to motivate you, to give you extra focus the next day, aiming to bounce back. For the players who won, it's just about kind of staying objective, not playing too much for the draw. And with a finishing line in sight, round 4 in this case, they can't let the nerves get to them. It was clear to me today that match strategy is playing more of a role than ever. The players are more familiar with each other than maybe some of the earlier rounds where we saw kind of household names against slightly less known players. And those openings, those direct kind of hits in the opening and the long grinds, those are kind of becoming more pronounced now. So yeah, it's going to be fascinating tomorrow.
So early fireworks on the board, drama on and off the board, and of course match strategy playing an ever more important role as the World Cup goes on. This of course is round number 3. You might be wondering, match strategy, does this really go on for so long? It actually does. We started on the 1st of November and the World Cup doesn't finish until the 26th. Now, if you happen to be one of the players in the final in this year's FIDE World Cup, look at how much chess you have to play to get to that point. Players often complain about being really tired, finding it very difficult to get momentum in a tournament when it's a 9-round Swiss or an 11-round Swiss. Well, we've got 24 days worth of chess here, and you have to be swapping between time controls as well if you make it to a tie-break day. The World Cup is grueling. But because it's grueling, it is so satisfying to make it further, to successfully get to those points that you want to be, and to hopefully defeat your opponents. There can only be one winner, and don't forget, there is still $2 million on the line and 3 candidate spots. So even if you don't win outright, there is so much going on that is such high stakes for every player in the playing hall. So, without further ado, that concludes the first game of round 3 at the FIDE World Cup. We are back with the second game from round 3 tomorrow. And you're watching from home, or maybe from work or somewhere else, who knows? But hello to you wherever you are. We start the games tomorrow at 3 o'clock in the afternoon, India Standard Time. And on your screen here is when you can expect to need to wake up to watch your games. Shout out to any North American, South Americans in chat who woke up extra early to catch the games today. We see you. We're thankful for you. Huge thank you, though, to everyone who is tuning in, regardless of who you're supporting. It's been a fantastic World Cup so far, and now we ratchet up the tension in round 3. Tomorrow, it's the second lot of games where we find out who advances to round 4 and who has to play a tiebreak. Stay safe wherever you are, and we look forward to seeing you back on stream tomorrow. Goodbye.
So dark when no one's around. We're sitting in my car.
December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.